And again, we'll keep you updated in the forecast as Hanna gets closer and closer to the Texas coast. Joe?
Thanks very much, Ryan. Yeah, fast-moving storm.
It's picked up speed, to say the least.
Yeah, and that is certainly good news for us. You know, the worst thing would be for a storm to come to the coast and then just sit there. Yeah. And we've seen situations like that happen.
Not going to mention any names.
No, well, but another age, perhaps?
Yeah. You know, you heard Ryan talk about one of the threats being storm surge, and we always talk about that, like in the hurricane special. You know, storm surge, the #1 killer in these hurricanes and tropical storms that can move in. But in this case, this is not forecast to be a huge storm surge event. Yes, there will be one, and I want to focus on where it's going to be and some of the flood-prone locations that may experience that. So Max 2, Blake, this is just a general storm surge map. It shows up top, that's the legend, and you see between 2 and 5, up to 5, that's when you start getting into the green shades. We're just below that, and the forecast is calling for 3 to 5 inches of storm surge in the coastal bend. The reason we're seeing that and in the forecast is because of the way these storms move and the wind moves around them. So I'm just going to draw the arrows here. This is how the winds around this will come in as the storm itself moves south of here. So we're going to see all of that water get pushed into the coastal bend, and it's only going to be 3 to 5 feet because this has not been a long-lived, big, powerful storm with a huge wind field around it. But this is a map that's produced by, I believe this is the Weather Service. It's not the most clear, but it is very zoomed in, and it does show that red hue is between 4 and 6 feet. The storm surge forecast is calling for 3 to 5 feet. So this is the extreme. If we could take the banner off on tracking Hanna, this is the extreme areas that are the lowest lying in the city. So parts of the island, all of the beach, parts of Flower Bluff nearing the bay there, the Laguna Madre, and then like the extreme extremities of the Oso Bay and Creek.
And of course, on the other side, North Beach, you see there.
And that's where John Thomas is. But that's what we're looking at with respect to storm surge.
Okay. And again, the seawall on the on shoreline there, that was put in precisely to handle situations like this. Back in the in the 1800s, when you talked about Water Street, it was right on the water.
They named it for a reason.
And I was not around back then, but I read about it. And it's one of those things where people thought, well, it was just what they had to deal with. But after 1916 and 1919, those bad storms that just destroyed everything, they said, we can't go on like this if we're going to have a city. And eventually, a guy named Gutzon Borglum
knowledge bomb
built that seawall, and if that name sounds familiar, it's also the guy who carved Mount Rushmore. How about that?
And that seawall can handle like 20 feet, by the way, I think, of storm surge. I think it's something like that.
That's right.
The seawall right there on the bay, like in front of downtown, I think it can handle a huge amount there. What are you hearing?
Absolutely. I'm just getting a message from my producer, Miranda, who is telling me that the city of Corpus Christi is going to hold a news conference at 11:30 our time, that we're going to take live.
A little over an hour from now.
Yes. So, well,
11:30.
11:30, an hour and a half plus. And they're going to go over exactly what the situation is. And again, if we were going to have a storm hit a particular part of South Texas, this would be the place you would pick.
For the least people impacts.
Let me give you some stats on that. I was just coming in, I did a little research on Google. Kennedy County, where
Can I go over-under? Can you give me an over-under on population?
Sure.
1,000.
Ooh, you're way over.
I'm way over.
Over.
I'm 100.
You're under. Okay. It's the population is 416.
Okay, wow. Yeah.
According to the last census, 416 people. It is the 3rd least populous county in the state of Texas, and the 4th least populous county in the entire United States. So, if you wanted to pick an area, once again, where this storm, you want the storm to go through and cause the least amount of damage, least amount of hardship, and so forth and worry, that would be where you'd want it to go, and it appears that that's where it's headed.
There's more wind turbines there than there are people, then, I guess.
Probably.
Something, I don't know.
Probably.
Yeah.
But that's the good news. And now, you know, having said that, we are in the midst of this hurricane season. We are certainly, you know, not out of the woods, and we're going to have a lot of rain. We're going to have some wind and so forth. But this is really something where people, I think, in much of this viewing area can say,
yes, yeah,
right?
Especially after the phones went blaring off yesterday, 4 p.m. Since then, the track has shifted significantly, you know, far to the south. At that point, it was like Baffin Bay, maybe north of Baffin Bay impact. Now it's Kennedy County, and that's far enough to the south shift on this thing to where we can say that, you know, we're going to dodge the brunt of what this has to offer. It's going to be a tropical storm force type of storm for us in Corpus Christi and all of the coastal bend for that matter. So that is definitely good news with respect to the impacts.
Now we've got other storms to worry about. We've got to at least watch, and I wouldn't say worry, watch as they come across. But yeah, for this particular one, Hanna, I think we're looking pretty good for the majority of the population here in South Texas.
Another thing, just to piggyback off of what you were saying real quick, it's going to be an active season. There are more tropical waves. There's another one coming off of Africa. Gonzalo's out there. So what I've been telling people is, given that we're forecasting a very active season, just it's a one at a time type of thing. Just take them one system at a time. If you start piling it on, it's overload.
But here's the thing, use this as a dry run. Use this as a rehearsal, because it is important that you plan ahead. Planning ahead is the key. Everyone who does that comes out just fine.
Isn't there a motto about that? Something about luck versus planning, or?
Probably.
I don't know. The only
motto I know is turn around, don't drown.
Yeah, that's a good one to use this weekend. I'm going to head back real quick.
Okay, thanks very much, Alan. And we do have John Thomas Kobos, who's standing by live on North Beach to show us what's going on there. Keep in mind, North Beach, of course, a very low-lying area, prone to flooding. A good rainstorm will cause standing water out there, and I think we have that this morning, right, John Thomas?
That's right, Joe, we did. And I think to add on to what you and Alan were saying, it's chance favors the prepared mind when it comes to storms and things, especially along those lines. Excuse me, we've shifted. We're under the Harbor Bridge now over in the port area. The Texas State Aquarium is behind me. We also have the Art Museum of South Texas to my left. And so obviously we're in the Sea District right now. We wanted to come down here and see what it's like during Hurricane Harvey. We came in this area. Very wet then. The rain has died down considerably. There is still a little bit of rain drizzle that's coming across. I put on my glasses because it wasn't raining, and now I'm kind of regretting it. You can see, if you look out into the port, there's a little bit of chop on the water, but not too much. There's nothing that I think would be a hazard for any boaters that are coming in and out. But I know that after speaking with the Coast Guard yesterday, they want those sea-time mariners to stay inland. They don't want them out there in the water. There's no reason to put yourself in harm's way, especially since we're still trying to figure out what kind of high seas that they're going to see out there. And it's one of those, and just looking out here, you can see the chop out in the bay and the port. It's a lot smoother. But the Lexington, you can see, I don't know how closely you'll be able to see it, but across the Lex, I can see the rain just running right across. It's shifted from just dropping down to turning more parallel with the ground, so it's coming right at us right now. Still seeing a considerable amount of people showing up just to see what's going on. That's always the case when it comes to storms. The curiosity gets the best of some people, but you shouldn't be out on the road right now. That wind is still picking up. We're feeling it. I know we're still north of where this storm is, where this hurricane is, but still I feel it pulling on my body. It's not just you're standing. I mean, it's noticeable. So if you have a child, and I saw a father walking his kid out on North Beach, you feel that wind, and they weren't wearing a raincoat, so you got to get concerned. You don't want to get sick, you don't want to get a cold. If you do go out, have a raincoat, have an umbrella, the standard stuff that you need. But we wanted to come and see what it looked like over here. It's a lot clearer. It's easier to see. Obviously, the sun's coming out, so there's a little bit more light penetrating through these clouds, so you can see where the damage is. Not much flooding. When we left North Beach, it was closer to the beach, as you would imagine, closer to the Lexington, where some of those businesses are, the restaurants, and then the hotels as you get closer and come up over the Harbor Bridge. There was, I'd say, a considerable amount of traffic. Nothing too heavy, but there were quite a few vehicles that were out and about, maybe going to work, going home, wherever they're going toward. But the roads are still, they're wet, saw some people kind of going over the speed limit. And it's one of those you want to take that in consideration. Don't speed, you need to slow down. Taking some of these tight turns when you're coming into town or when you're going to your neighborhood, you could fishtail. Some people aren't used to what to do when you get into a situation like that. So it's one of those situations. Let's kind of recap where we are right now. We are in the C District. Very windy here, light rain kind of pelting us from the side. Excuse me. The Lexington, we were on board that earlier this morning. Wind was more of a factor than rain, and then we moved down to closer to the beach of the North Beach, and you can see from the Lex cam right now that what conditions look like. North Beach, you know, as you would expect, when it rains, it floods there, and you don't need much to make that happen. We were seeing a lot of beach erosion from the waves that were coming in. I'd say a good 2 to 3 feet, maybe 4 foot waves coming in, eating away at that beach. As Brian pointed out, it is a man-made beach, so that's expected, and they go back and they fix that. But it is one of those situations where we were initially, you could tell the parking lot was 30 to 40 feet away from that water out in the bay, eclipsing that, eating away at the sand and getting into the parking situation there. So it's one of those, you don't need to be on North Beach. Don't go. There's no reason to be there. That's why you send us out here to cover these stories, to see what is going on. Earlier I asked about lightning. I heard that wasn't much of a factor, but it's one of those, if you're out there walking around in water, you don't know what you're stepping in. It's not smart to be out in water that's deeper than your knees, than your ankles even. You want to stay out of that. There could be sharp objects in there, and you don't want to get tetanitis. So, or tetanus, sorry. So it's one of those conditions here, just windy right now mostly, a little bit of rain coming through. And Joe, we are going to send it back to you if that's all right with you, if you're ready for us reporting live down by the C District. John Thomas Kobos, 3 News.
We are ready, John Thomas. Thank you. Yeah, and we so appreciate our folks who have been there throughout the morning hours, keeping folks up to date and informed as to what's happening out there. And we had Brian Burns here on the desk. We had John Thomas. We've had Nora Perez. We've had, who else out there? I tell you what, this has been an interesting storm to follow. This is we started off seeing, Bill Vesey, as you can tell, has just joined us here. We started off seeing this storm come through without a definable eye. Yep. Just yesterday we were in that situation. Then we actually started seeing one. Now we can see the eye. If we can put up the satellite, the live satellite, that'd be kind of cool, and we could talk about that. But you see the eye actually as a large area, covering quite a large
well, that's a hurricane now
area. So it is a hurricane, but the eye is so big that it's not very strong. The winds are not, and that is certainly good for us. And then we've heard. Okay, well we'll try to get the eye here. And Bill, what have you been watching this morning?
Woke up to the news it was a hurricane. Yeah. At the house, I had the branches up against the roof. Yeah. So I'm wondering, what is that? Oh, it's the branches. The wind didn't seem that bad. The rain was on and off, even driving to work this morning, on and off rain. As we've been talking about the last couple of days, as time goes by, this reminds me more and more of Brett.
Yeah, 1999.
1999, and that's the one. It was a Category 2 coming this way, and it went down into the King Ranch around Sarita.
And if you recall, back then, there's the eye we're talking about here, where you can just kind of see now how large that is. And it looks impressive, but because it's so large, the winds are not all that strong.
Just think about when you empty a bathtub, and when the bathtub starts emptying, is a big round circle around the drain. Yeah. But when it gets tight toward the end, it's really spinning fast.
There you go.
Even think about a figure skater. Figure skaters, if they have their arms out, they're going slow. But as soon as they compact their arms next to their body, then they're going fast and fast and fast and fast.
Okay, we just got an update. 80. Wow. Yeah. Okay. So this is a little bit of a change for us, that now we're at 80 miles an hour. This is a good Category 1.
Good Category 1, and I was reading earlier from the Hurricane Center, the forecast was for an 80-mile-an-hour storm. And but as it gets closer to land, we are expecting this intensification. So I'm going to see the track. It looks like it's even a little bit farther south of Baffin Bay right now.
Right, going into Kennedy County, we think.
Right. Again, that's the same thing that Brett did. So the good news is, I always feel bad for the poor cows, but this is going in between Corpus Christi and the valley.
Yes.
It's going into a very unpopulated area. Now, I know there's folks down there in Kennedy County on the King Ranch, work down there, the windmill.
There are, but I was just telling Alan, the population of Kennedy County, 416.
Yeah.
460 people. The third least populous county in the state of Texas and the fourth least populous in the United States. So as we were talking with Alan, if you wanted to go somewhere, that's where you wanted to go.
Yeah, and all things considering, that large eye also, that's considering what could have been if it had more time over there, if it wasn't. If it wasn't unorganized when it first got into the Gulf, in other words, if it had this look when it came into the Gulf and had time to strengthen from that, it would have been a lot more powerful.
Now, when would you expect, because it's 80 right now and it's still offshore, so it's got, what, maybe 50 miles to go before it gets onshore?
Well, it's moving at 7 miles per hour.
Slow down.
And we were talking last night that it looked like we were talking about 1 p.m. and then I said, well, maybe we might have to delay it by 1 or 2 hours. But then again, it always seems to speed up as it's making landfall. But gotta remember, before it makes landfall, we're going to be feeling the effects of this thing. But once it makes landfall, then the winds will dramatically. Well, that's another thing. I want to say the winds are going to dramatically calm down. You and I talked about this off camera yesterday. Is that this one looks like it's not going to stall along the coast. It's just going to barrel in.
Correct. And
I wouldn't be surprised if we have some pretty strong winds moving inland through Falfurrias and down towards Zapata, Texas. So it's interesting in that scenario.
Yeah, but you would expect once this thing comes ashore, and it may come ashore even before 1 o'clock. We were saying 1 o'clock, but now you say it's gone down to 7 miles an hour in a southwesterly direction.
Alan, can you put a tape measure on the storm and see how far away from land it is, please?
75 miles east of Port Mansfield right now. I'm just going to do it where we're thinking it's going to head, about 71 miles to Kennedy County.
So that would be 10 hours at 7 miles per hour if it doesn't speed up anymore.
Yeah.
And it's 10, so that would be what?
Well, my goodness.
8 o'clock?
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
That would surprise me.
And this will either speed up or slow down. Hopefully it'll speed up here. You want it to speed up.
Yeah.
And move quickly through.
But again, all things considered, that's interesting, the spaghetti models. And there's one, the AVNO, I'm a big fan of. And well, let's see this wind field again. Bring it through, Alan. Show us all your stuff.
That's at 9:20 after landfall, but the point is, look at the cone compared to the impacts. Tropical storm force winds are going to extend and fan out well outside of that forecast cone.
Yeah, that's something we've been talking about for hurricanes and even tropical storms. That even though you're looking at one pinpoint that this is where it's going to make landfall, the field of the winds surrounding it is going to be a lot larger.
You know, the thing that I've noticed too is that we have come so far. It wasn't that long ago when you had this cone of uncertainty where you weren't really sure and it moved all over the place. This time, not so much. They knew.
It's getting to the point where it's not that uncertain anymore.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And I mean, there's still, you see the cone, and the cone now is well south of Corpus Christi. And in fact, at the 10 o'clock news last night, the cone was Corpus Christi. The label there was on the very northern fringes of the cone. And now the northern fringe of the cone is Baffin Bay. And look at the southern fringe of the cone, Mansfield Pass down to Raymondville.
Right.
And look at the cone extending down into the valley. Look at that.
Now, the reason we're going to get so much rain, obviously, is because we're in that northeast quadrant, that area where the worst conditions tend to follow.
Called the dirty side.
Dirty side. Yeah.
Boy, isn't that incredible how big that eye is? Isn't that?
Yeah.
So this is another thing for everybody down in Baffin Bay and in the area of how big is it? Almost 50 miles. That there's going to be some people who have the big rains come across and then it clears out, and they're going to be wiping their brow and say, shoo.
Yep.
And then about an hour later, or less than an hour later, here comes the backside.
Here comes the backside.
Yeah.
So this storm, once it moves through, and that rotation will mean that we're going to get the rain bands for quite some time.
Yeah. And even as it moves inland, even if it's, I don't want to pick out Falfurrias, but we'll pick out Falfurrias. Even if it's in Falfurrias, the rain bands are still bringing moisture off the Gulf and bringing them into the northern part of the storm.
Right.
So that's why we're looking at rain extending into Sunday and even Monday, and in some cases heavy rain.
Now the fact is, we need the rain.
We need, and that's another thing we've been talking about. We can handle this rain. Mm-hmm. We talked about last night about tropical downpours, how tropical rain can come in bunches.
Yes.
And in that case, there's going to be some isolated flooding that would probably go down rapidly. But if we have 3 to 6 inches, maybe even 8 and 9 inches over several days, I think we'd be able to handle that.
As long as it was over that time period.
As long as it was over the time period.
Bet. But I wonder just how much of that rain we're getting is falling within our watershed in the area that is able to collect it for the future.
Earlier in the week, I was anticipating good rain in the watershed, and Alan, I'm sorry to be throwing all this on you. Can you show us maybe a picture of the radar so we can see the cone with the watershed?
I got one better for you. Check out this map that's about to pop up.
Okay. Because if it goes too far south, we're not going to do ourselves much good with the rain. Huh?
All right, so there you go. This is interesting. So there's the watershed. I guess
it's outlined in yellow. The yellow is the Nueces River watershed.
Okay,
that goes into Lake Corpus Christi. The blue goes into Choke Canyon.
Okay, so yellow is Lake Corpus Christi, blue goes to Choke Canyon. Now, as that thing moves inland, it's not going to get the brunt of the water.
Right.
But still, look at the rain up in Houston. I mean, if that moves, say, west, that's going to end up in the watershed. So the watershed's going to get some pretty good rain out of this.
One way or the other.
One way or the other. Now, earlier in the week, when we were thinking that it could go inland near Port Lavaca, the watershed would have got a whole lot more rain. But it'll get some rain.
Hey, Bill, take a look at this now. We've got a live picture from Whitecap Beach, and this, I believe, is just the access road there to Whitecap Beach, where you can get an idea of that storm surge that we've been talking about. And that water is obviously not there normally, so,
No,
it's not. But you can
but
see
that's a good indication. And you know, even the past couple of days, I guess the actual beach is at the top of the screen. But the past couple of days, talking about closing the beaches, this is why. This is why you don't want to be in your vehicle on the beach and run into a condition like this.
Now, it's understandable that some people will want to. Surfers, for example, they want to get out there because that rain. Yeah, look. Wow.
There you go. You know, another thing, and I think...
That's a live picture, by the way.
Yeah. I think, I don't know if we're at high tide or not. I'll double check on that. But if we're at an area of high tide, we talked about storm surge earlier, that if we have a surge 1 to 3 feet, and then it's high tide, and the high tide lifts up another foot or so, you're going to have a surge even higher. So
just incredible pictures there, and you can see, and what's happening there, unfortunately, is that this is what beach erosion looks like.
Beach erosion, and that was one of the bullet points we talked about this week. We were talking about beach erosion happening, and that's how it happens.
Now they can go in, and they will eventually go in and replace some of that sand and dredge some from the nearby Packery Channel, which they've done before, and just basically pump it onto that beach and replenish all of that that's lost. But you want to know how the sand goes away, how the beach quite literally goes away, so that you can't drive on it. There's not enough room. You can't. There's not much room to enjoy it. That's how it happens.
Again, how many storms have we been through over the years, and we've had erosion like this?
I thought you were counting.
Huh?
I thought you were counting.
Well,
no?
I've lost count. But beach erosion happens, and then before you know it, the beach is back to normal. And like that, people down here know what to do in situations like this and how to recover. And
the thing to keep in mind too is that there's a tendency here to want to go out when they see something like this happening out of the ordinary, that they want to get out. We've got to keep in mind that there is a COVID outbreak here that we're worrying about as well.
On top of everything, right?
On top of it all.
What a year.
And so, yeah, and the governor was on with us last night on the 6 o'clock broadcast, and we got into him by saying, what a year this has been, Governor. I mean, I'll bet you wish this was over with, and I'm sure he does, and we all do.
I was reading a story the other day where there's some people on New Year's Eve who usually go to sleep before the New Year. This year they're staying up, not to welcome in the new year, but to make sure 2020 definitely gets over with.
Hey, let's go over to Ryan Choptaw, who's got an update for us on the storm as it approaches land here.
Yeah, hey there, Joe. Hey there, Bill. Yeah, the National Hurricane Center sets out updates every few hours when hurricane is approaching land, and right now here is what has changed. Hurricane Hanna continues to strengthen. In fact, sustained winds are at about 80 miles per hour, higher wind gusts up to 100. So again, it's continuing to amplify as it remains over open waters of the Gulf of Mexico, staying south of Corpus Christi and south of Nueces County, closer to Kennedy County, between about Baffin Bay and Port Mansfield, between there and the Rio Grande Valley. For us, primary threat storm surge between 3 and 5 feet, flash flooding as these tropical bands continue to wrap around what is now Hurricane Hanna. And for us here in Nueces County, San Pat, Aransas, up north into Live Oak and B County, only tropical storm force winds, which is between 39 and 73 miles per hour. Now, as you go farther south on Highway 77 into the Rio Grande Valley, you're going to encounter more of those hurricane force winds. 80 miles per hour sustained with higher gusts up to 100. In fact, you can see the stats of Hurricane Hanna right up here. Now it's currently moving west at 23 miles per hour. That's a quick moving hurricane as it approaches land later on this afternoon, this evening, making landfall again between here and Brownsville, closer to Kennedy County. Now again, wind speeds at 80 miles per hour. As we expand the view, you can see the reach of things. I mean, from Houston, the tropical bands of rain associated with Hanna wrapping around counterclockwise is just impressive. And you can see good thunderstorm development on the southern side, wrapping around into the eastern quadrant of Hurricane Hanna. Now, what we have to really focus in on and watch and monitor very closely, remember, although it's going closer to Baffin Bay and south of that, northeastern side of which is near Corpus Christi, is going to be the potential for some dangerous storm surge. So right now, here's the forecast cone as of 10 a.m., making landfall somewhere between about, again, Clayberg County, between there and Willacy County as a Cat 1 hurricane. Later on this afternoon, this evening, as it pushes inland, it has no moisture to work with. I mean, it loses the gas, if you will, the fuel in the tank to continue to strengthen. So about Sunday morning, Sunday lunchtime or so, it's going to really weaken into a tropical storm. After that, a remnant low by Sunday night. And this thing, Hanna, what's left of it, it's going to be torn apart by the mountains of Mexico, the Sierra Madres, just west of the Rio Grande. Here's a look at radar, and you can see the eye of Hanna just offshore, southeast of Corpus Christi, about 60 miles offshore or so. And you'll notice this really huge eye, which still has some time to tighten up in the next several hours as it continues to trek west into Kennedy County. And now a closer look at where areas are seeing rain right now with these tropical bands wrapping around from the northeast. I mean, Seadrift seeing some rain. Refugio, Sinton, Mathis, Highway 77. Up into Rockport, Corpus Christi, seeing some good moderate rain, especially along the island. And you can see this particular band of rain pushing onshore into Port Aransas. Now, again, right now it's not heavy, it's not severe. However, what is very important that is the tropical bands of rain continue to swirl just like a machine. And this is going to continue to give the threat of flash flooding and the potential for heavy rain. In fact, here's the rainfall forecast updated. 6 to 8 inches of rainfall accumulated, mainly south of Corpus Christi. You can see over like, let's say, Rio Grande City, Stark County, into McAllen, Willacy County, and Cameron County. It looks like the valley, the Rio Grande Valley, is going to see the brunt of the rainfall. And also near Kennedy County is where they're going to see more of the hurricane force winds. Since we're north of that, only tropical storm force winds. And that's still 40 to 60 miles per hour. So dangerous, can cause some damage. But again, south is where they're going to see more of the hurricane force winds. And the farther north you go, the less the rainfall will accumulate. On average, between about 3 and 6 here in the city across our viewing area, but isolated pockets could see up to about 8 and maybe even up to a foot of rain. We have to watch this hurricane, watch Hanna as it gets closer to the Texas coast. Here's some quick tips. Have a way to get alerts. Download the 3 News app. You can get Notifications from our weather team, Alan, Bill, and I will continue to update you all day today, all day tomorrow. Avoid traveling this weekend. And of course, the peak storm intensity will be about 65 to 75 in our forecast for today. Live look with our Lakes Cam, cloudy skies, ominous look on this weekend. And again, some good bands of rain continue to stream onshore as Hanna continues to make landfall later on this afternoon. We'll keep you updated here on TV3. Joe?
Okay, Ryan, thanks very much. Watching Hanna, and just stay where you are. That's the best thing to do. As we said, the brunt of the storm is not going to affect Corpus Christi. It's heading to the south, but we are going to see those bands of rain, those tropical showers where it rains really hard for just a few minutes and stops. And then you get the next band really hard for a few minutes and then stops. That's what tropical rain is all about. And what they're seeing a lot of that on the bayfront of Corpus Christi right now. Our Nora Petta is standing by on one of the T-heads there. Nora, come on in and show us what's going on.
Hi, Joe. Hi, everybody. The wind has certainly picked up. My photog and I were actually standing against our vehicle with the door to kind of try to block the wind, and I was almost knocked down a couple of times. But then again, I'm pretty puny, so it doesn't take much to knock me over. But if you take a look at the water coming over the bulkhead, it's completely spilled over the little ridge, which is the little divider between the roadway and the walkway. It's completely flooded at this time, and again, there's still people driving around. Just a minute ago, it was raining again really, really hard, and the rain was almost coming across and just hitting us in the face. It's getting pretty rough out here, and it's also gotten a little bit darker. It looks like the clouds are kind of dropping really, really low. But a lot of people are out here taking pictures. It really is beautiful, but it is dangerous. The swells are pretty high at this point, and like I said, the roadway is a little bit covered at this point. The roadway between the water and the walkway. So, Joe, back to you.
I hope you can hear me. I'll try to speak up so you can. I know it's loud out there, but which T-head are you on?
We're on Peoples Street T-head.
Okay.
At the bulkhead right behind Landry Seafood,
right.
Off of Shoreline.
And how long has the water been up over the edge that way? And we, I guess, need to keep in mind that water, I mean, that's the way it would be if we didn't have the seawall on the bayfront as we do, because you're right there on the T-head, which extends, of course, out into the bay. Has it been there for a few hours that way?
We're right here at the edge, and yeah, the water's pretty much spilled over onto the roadway.
Okay, Nora. A lot of people, probably too many folks out there on the T-head with you. A lot of folks just curious to see what is going on. Let's move over to the other side of the bay, North Beach, on the other side of the bridge, where we've got John Thomas Kobos actually driving around to get a look at what is happening there. John Thomas?
Joe, I've been shifting all over up and down our coast for quite some time this morning. Now I'm further south of Nora, and I'm not as puny. I'm inside, as she said, I'm inside my vehicle, and the wind is just whipping me around back and forth. I'm going to show you my site right now. I'm just south of Cole Park. I'm over by the Victims Memorial, and this is what I'm seeing at the bayfront. You see that chop on top of that water coming in right at us, and you see the grass in front. It is just getting wind whipped. I'm going to turn it a little bit to the right here so you can see exactly the type of wind that's coming in here. Now, on the way over here, a lot of people are pulling into the various parking spots that are along Ocean Drive here. It's one of those, they wanted to see what it looks like, what the conditions are like. They're getting out to take pictures with their phones, and you can tell they're grabbing for their hats, they're grabbing their shirts, they're kind of having to lean into the wind, and that is very much the event as you come along. I mean, my vehicle is getting whipped around on the way down here. I was a little surprised how many vehicles. Again, I find myself being surprised with how many people are actually out on the roadway, given that this is still, yes, it's a category 1, but that doesn't mean that it's, you know, safe to be out and about. It's one of those, if you don't have to be out on the road, don't be out on the road. If you got to go somewhere, you know, make sure it's vital that, you know, if it's one of those, I got to get behind the wheel. It's just not safe. And you'll see vehicles passing behind me like it's just another normal day. But this just what I'm seeing, it's pretty fascinating to me, just the amount of wind that's kind of pushing my car around. I don't know if it's easy for you to tell, but it feels like I'm on a little kid's bumpy ride where you're kind of getting tossed around a little bit. And you see the grass there. I mean, we're used to wind like you and Bill were discussing, but this is one of those situations where it's the unknown. It's a hurricane. It's a Category 1. You don't know exactly what's going to happen or where it's going to happen, but you know to be off the street and you need to be as safe as you can. Reporting live just along Ocean Drive south of Cole Park, John Thomas Cobos, 3 News. Joe, back to you, sir.
Thank you, John Thomas. We'll check back to you from time to time and see what's going on out there. But yeah, stay home if you don't have to be out and about. And we understand the curiosity factor. That's always there. It's always going to be in play. But my goodness, we had, aside from the bad weather conditions, we've got a COVID outbreak. So just kind of keep all that in mind. Best to hunker down at home. Watch some movies, keep your eye on what we're doing, just so you know what's going on. We've got Alan, who is standing by, and I'll tell you what, we have been watching the rain bands come in and where they're falling. You've got a little more information on how far the tropical force wind force winds are going to extend as this storm comes forward.
Yeah, and that's the question I'm getting a lot of on digital and social media. What are the winds going to be like in my location? Right now, they are below tropical storm force sustained. If we can pull up graphics there, the winds are sustained 36 miles per hour in Flower Bluff. That's just below tropical storm force, but they are gusting over tropical storm force, 45 miles per hour in Port Aransas. And we are going to see and feel winds similar to this for a fairly long time. This isn't going to just drop away once the storm moves in, and we're still several hours away from landfall on this storm. The outer bands are just now working in. We had one work through earlier this morning. That one is now farther inland, but as you see these bands start to work in, a good rule of thumb is as they start to come in, the wind speeds are going to start to increase with each round of banding that works through your location. So as we manipulate the radar here, zooming out to the eye is still very wide on radar, and this is starting to move in the direction of Kennedy County. It's strengthened at the 10 a.m. update, 80 mile per hour winds, 100 mile per hour gusts. Those are near the center. And in the grand scheme of things, with respect to the Saffir-Simpson scale, this is a Category 1 storm. The winds are gusting now to Category 2 strength. And you see in the middle of the storm, the damage of that would be extensive if you are in the center of this storm. The thing about the wind field with this, watch the yellow shades on this graphic. That's the tropical storm force winds. The orange shades that you see, those are higher end tropical storm force, 58 to 74. And then the red, if you look very closely, that's where the hurricane force winds are. And those are the strongest winds that this will have to offer. So as this moves into Kennedy County, south of Baffin Bay, here we are. This is on this graphic, 6:35. I think it'll be in a little earlier than that. But you can see that. I'm going to just see if I can zoom way in to really give you a good idea of what we're looking at in terms of who is going to feel what. So we're focused on the coastal bend here, our KIII viewers, and you can see that here's the Clayberg Nueces County line, and here's that delineation between low-end tropical storm force and tropical storm force that is, moderate to strong. So Baffin Bay and in looks like a lot of Clayberg County, you're going to get 58 to 74 mile per hour winds, but it looks like those will stay just south of Kingsville as this moves in south of the Baffin Bay. And then overnight, the winds will start to relax. I'm going to have to zoom the map back out here to show you how that progresses farther to the south. And that's going to head toward the valley and basically dump a lot of rain down south in the valley. So Joe, I know that my Facebook has been nonstop with the questions on what's the wind going to be like in my location. And I guess it's good news. Yes, the storm is strengthening, but the wind forecast locally is not forecast to exceed tropical storm force. Now, we could easily get 70 plus mile per hour winds close to that, but right now the brunt is going to miss to the south.
And I think it's important to mention that, the distinction between 70 miles an hour and 73 or 4 miles an hour, not that much.
True.
So, you know, it's going to feel like a Category 1 hurricane. A couple of things I want to mention. We've been pretty lucky so far about power outages, the fact that we haven't had that many. There have been a few isolated cases, a few hundred customers impacted for short periods of time. However, we're told, I just got a couple of pictures in, about power poles that are tilting dangerously on the island, on Padre Island, along Park Road 22. And a lot of the homes out there, of course, depend on those transmission lines. So if one of those lines or one of those poles goes down, which could happen, be aware that the power on Padre Island might be impacted for a time. Also want to mention that the FEMA dome in Clayberg County has been opened for shelter purposes. And in Clayberg County, there's a little more wind, a little more of what the storm has offered us. And so that is understandable. So if you are in need of shelter, just keep in mind the FEMA dome at H.M. King High School in Kingsville is available for you, and you must wear a mask. Understandable as well. You must wear a mask if you're going to go there to the FEMA dome, but they do have a shelter that is opening up in Clayberg County at H.M. King High School, the FEMA dome there. Bill Vesey once again joins us with, I think you were going to go look at Hurricane Brett.
Hurricane Brett, just to set the stage, happened in 1999. We're still in the old building.
Yeah.
And I was looking back at some of the history. It was a Category 4 at one point in the Gulf, and that's what freaked us all out. And it went into near Sarita, Texas, as a Category 3. So the pictures you're about to see will be a Category 3 going through Sarita. And then I believe we also have pictures from here in Corpus Christi.
I just remember how worried we were at that time, and for good reason.
Yeah.
That this was going to come and impact Corpus Christi. And it just shows you that, and back then, quite frankly, the
line, you see power lines down there.
But the science was not as good.
Nope.
And so we were not able to predict as accurately what was going to happen.
Corpus Christi offshore of downtown.
Yeah, those waves. And so it did go down south. It, once again, did not impact the main part of Corpus Christi and the coastal bend.
But that's, I mean, this is the type of weather we could be looking at later today.
Sure. You know, heavy rain, those bands of rain, as we call them.
Stay home. Let me interrupt. Stay home, because 4 people died from Hurricane Brett. You know how all 4 died? Traffic accidents on wet roads. Stay home. This is at night from Brett.
That's right.
And that's down near Driscoll Hospital.
Okay, so there was some flooding on the roadway there, a little bit. You know, strong rains, and we are not out of the woods where that is concerned. The tropical rains that this storm has are really widespread.
Right.
They're getting it up in Houston.
Right. Yeah.
So keep that in mind. We're not out of the woods yet. We're going to be getting some rain showers and these tropical rains where it rains just like cats and dogs for a few minutes, and then stops again.
Don't step in any poodles.
Don't step in any poodles. Oh, Alan, doggone it. What would we do without him?
Does a great job, Alan and Ryan.
You bet.
Our young Turks back here in the weather area. It's interesting that we are going to be looking at a lot of rain, and it's not just today and tonight. I mean, it's going to continue until tomorrow. Could be the big rain day.
Is that right?
And before it tapers off on Monday, I was calling for, and I haven't checked with the guys this morning, but I was calling for a possibility of heavy rain through Monday.
Take a look at this graphic now. We've got a possibility of 5 to 10 inches of rain down in the lower parts of our viewing area, lower parts of Texas. That
down
is
in the valley.
Down in the valley for the most part, but up to 5 inches here, and maybe isolated pockets beyond that.
I've seen 10 to 12 inches isolated as a good possibility. Look at this map. You're asking about the watershed earlier, and the watershed in this is in the light blue area. There you go, 1 to 2. So we'll take that. The northern extreme of the watershed's in the green area, but we'll get some rain in the watershed out of this, and hopefully it doesn't all get sucked up into the ground. But I think it's I mean, we've had some pretty good rain up there in the past couple of weeks.
We have, so I don't think there's much chance of losing it, you know, through that way through dry ground. But I wish it were a little bit more rain up in that watershed, because it certainly would be used.
Well, there's still time, Joe. This is only July.
And of course, that is Mother Nature's answer to dry conditions.
Yep.
And so that's what we're looking at here. You have these storms come through, and obviously you hope that it does not come with severe conditions, because that's what you don't want. But the rainfall, that's something that we can use.
Yeah. I was just thinking also, this is a hurricane. Who would have thought a week ago, because I still think Gonzalo's going to fizzle out. But who would have thought a week ago that Hanna would end up being the first hurricane?
Let me interrupt you. This is a live picture along Ocean Drive. I'm not sure who's getting it for us, but John Thomas is. He's bringing us his live footage just along Ocean Drive. Not too many people out, fortunately, and that is a good thing. But video freezing up there a little bit. But you see, the conditions are not bad on Ocean Drive right now.
Yeah. Again, just be careful. Stay home. Stay home. Hanna the first. Who would have thought? I think Gonzalo's going to fizzle out. But who would have thought a week ago that Hanna would be the first hurricane of the season?
I don't know what is it with the H storm.
The H storm.
We had Harvey and
seas, right,
Hanna.
for us.
It used to be. It used to be, and you and I had this thing where you weren't buying it, and it was kind of an old wives' tale. But it was, if you made it past the sea storm, then you were good for the season, for the year.
Now we're into the H's.
But that's certainly not the case anymore.
Back in the old days. Yeah, you can see some pretty good water up there, and that's not from waves crashing onto that's actual rainwater falling. And again, the rain's been on and off. It's been banding rain. Even driving to work this morning, I left the house and it was dry, and then by the time I got Channel 3, pretty good rain shower. So you're gonna have some good rain out there.
Now, just a reminder, coming up in about an hour from now, and our coverage continues here for as long as needs be, but in about an hour, we're going to have a live news conference from the city of Corpus Christi. They are putting together an update on what conditions are like and what they're doing, how they're responding, and so forth. The city's Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, opened up yesterday. And really, this is an operation that serves as a clearinghouse for information. This is a place where they can direct first responders if there is an emergency, if there is a particular need, a power line down, a bad traffic accident, something like that. They immediately move resources to where they need to be. And it just helps them function that way. And as we reported last night, here's a shot, just a file video really, of the Emergency Operations Center, where you've got folks in charge of various departments gathered in one place and looking at monitors from throughout the city. We've got cameras all over the city of Corpus Christi. I don't know if you've noticed, but they're out there.
They're everywhere.
Big brother.
But that helps a lot, especially something like this. I mean, showing the picture from the camera of the Whitecap Beach just a little while ago. I mean, those cameras come in handy, and
they do,
and really give you a good idea of what's going on outside. That's why you don't have to leave the house. You can just watch on, keep it here. And
speaking of those cameras, we've got a couple of live ones. I think we have one on the beach. There we go, from Whitecap Beach.
Right.
We were watching that. The storm surge come over there, and that's gotten progressively more pronounced, wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm going to look up here what time high tide is.
Okay, yeah, but the beach covered there, and as we said, that's how the sand gets washed away by all of that wave action.
You've been you out there in TV land, and us too. We've been in the water where you're standing in the water, and the wave comes up, and then it goes back into the Gulf, and you can feel it pulling on you. That's what's going on there, and significantly stronger.
And we're looking at a live, a live picture, live video from the T-heads.
That's not too far from the picture from where we had Brett a little while ago.
Yeah, from on Corpus Christi Bay there, where you can see, you don't want to be out on the bay. You don't want to be out in any kind of watercraft right now. It's just kind of rough, and that's just not good. Fortunately, I don't see anything out there. But you know, it is. And you can understand how people are kind of curious and they want to get out and look at it, and people driving by and fortunately staying in their vehicles for the most part. But that's really goes against the advice of our first responders. If for no other reason than to just kind of stay out of the way. If they need to get somewhere quickly, they don't want to have to deal with traffic if they can possibly avoid it. So think about that, stay home, keep us on your television. We'll try to be as entertaining as we can be.
High tide is at it was 8:17, so the tides are still high.
Okay.
Low tides will be early in the afternoon before it picks up again.
Let's take another look here, and we're going to switch all the way over to Port Aransas. This is a live camera from the Port Aransas beach, the Seagull condominium, I'm told.
Okay, yeah. And you know, this picture, I've seen it, and usually you see the nice green and the nice beach and the water. I mean, you can't tell, there's no beach. It's water and land.
Yeah, all the way up to the sand dunes, and that is the Port Aransas beach. Now, you just don't want to be out in that at all. But when you think about the immense power of these storms, how bad it could be if this storm were just a little bit farther north.
Yep. Look what we dealt with Harvey a couple of years ago.
Yeah, just 15 miles back then made the difference.
And you know, here's another thing. We're talking about the size of the eye is nice and wide, which is good for us as far as intensity. But the actual area coverage of Hanna, that adds to the wave action here along the coast. If the entire storm is taking up half of the northern Gulf of Mexico, you have turbulent seas coming all the way from the middle Gulf, and they're ending up here at Port Aransas and on our beach. That's a lot of area to travel and a lot of wind pushing that. That's why you're seeing all the turbulence on the water and the tide is as high as they are right now.
That's
the storm surge.
Yep.
That's what happened with what was the storm in New York a couple of years ago? They didn't call it a hurricane, but it was
Sandy.
Sandy.
Yeah.
Same thing. It was just so huge, and it created. Same thing with Ike in Houston. I mean, it was a Category 2. No big deal. It was so huge that it caused the big storm surge. That's basically what we're seeing right now.
Let's take another live look at what's happening on the bayfront. Our Nora Perez standing by on the People Street T-head to show us what's happening there. Nora?
Hi, Joe. Hi, everybody. So we just heard from Bill and Joe that the water's completely covered the beach at Port Aransas, and it is that storm surge. That's the thing that we have to be most careful of.
Lost her signal.
That happens
which can happen in rough weather, you bet.
Know, when we go back to her, take a look at the water breaching the barrier from the marina up onto the roadway already.
Now, you can imagine if that were the old Water Street back in the 1890s.
Oh, man, right?
That's what we would be up against here. And fortunately, we had some folks back then who said, you know what, we can't have that and still have a city.
And you know, back then also they had no idea what was coming. They had no idea there was a hurricane out there. Yeah. Another thing about that shot, when we go back to it, you have the water breaching the barrier going onto the roadway. Remember, in the marina, they also have the jetties or rocks blocking, so that there's two barriers now that the water is breached and making it onto the roadway there at the T-head.
We're going to take a look at some storm surge numbers according to, I believe this comes from Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
Yeah, Pat Fitzpatrick had this last night.
And basically what they're saying, they're predicting for around the Bob Hall Pier area, Whitecap Beach, 3 to 5 feet of storm surge, which I would say we are seeing up there right about now.
If not, it's getting there.
Yeah. And they're just, it doesn't seem like it, but you'd think they would be at sea level, but they're actually 1.5 feet above sea level.
That's a good thing too.
Right? Yeah. Padre Island in front of Baffin Bay, 3 to 5 feet. The Baffin Bay itself, 3 to 5 feet. Mustang Island, 4 to 5. 4 feet at A&M Corpus Christi. And the Port of Corpus Christi, they're talking 4 feet, maybe 5 feet. Not sure about that unless you're talking about the entire ship channel.
Yeah, that's what happens. The water comes in and keeps on pushing back into the ship channel.
Okay.
And just builds and builds.
Yeah.
In the worst storms, you know where the worst storm surge is? At the freshwater dam out at Labonte Park, because everything just pushes back into that channel. And that's where the highest storm surges always are. That's why Oso Creek has a lot of flooding, because of the storm surge just channels into it.
Speaking of flooding, let's go back to John Thomas Kobos, who's got some good video for us to show what's going on there.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. You and Bill were just talking about the storm surge, and I'm going to show you right now. We're looking at, or what I'm looking at right now, I'm just north of Ennis Jocelyn off of Ocean, and you're going to see the waves here have been cresting. There's several other news agencies that are not from our area that are over here right now following this, and a lot of this water is working its way right into this gutter as it comes over. It's emptying in there, so it's doing its job. You'll see that, but if you look further down the south here, you're going to see these waves are just picking up, and there are a lot of people coming out taking pictures of this right now. There's somebody right there. There's actually a beach cleanup crew. If you can believe that, I see somebody with the city cleaning up trash that's coming in out of the bay. It's insane. As I mentioned, there's several other crews around here. I'm not going to show them, but I think they're from the valley. But sure enough, these waves are really, you can see, I can just leave it here. It's like a screensaver almost. But that's exactly what you and Bill have been talking about, those conditions right there. And this is something that, okay, look. This is what you don't do as a reporter, right? You don't want to be standing on the edge, right where, I don't know if he knows what's behind him, but if the wave comes up and hits him and he falls over, I'm going to have to jump out of this car and go try to help him. But it's one of those, this is where like people get hurt, and this is why you don't want to come out here and do this kind of thing. This water, you don't know how much is coming up at you, and it can swipe you right off your feet. It doesn't take much. It can move a car, 1 to 3 feet can move a car like it's nothing. And I'm just telling you, waves are picking up, and look, this guy, okay, finally he's moving. You know what? Not such a smart idea. That's right. I think this guy's out of the valley, where they're not used to this kind of weather. Anyways, I'm going to send it back. If you don't need to be out on the road, don't. It's windy and waves, especially here along shoreline, picking up in the low-lying areas. This guy's just trying to get a better shot. I'm watching him behind. I just
you know what, John Thomas? I'm told he's actually.
You don't want to be walking around in this.
I'm told he's actually with the Weather Channel, so he's out there getting paid to look like he's
yeah,
being blown
Storm
around.
Tracker.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they're doing what they have to do out there. We get made fun of for that, and perhaps rightly so. In some cases, anyway, where we're standing out in conditions where we don't have to be, and so forth. But you know, they're trying to demonstrate what is happening out there on the Corpus Christi Bayfront. But you know, if you're just tuning in, keep in mind the storm has moved considerably south now of Corpus Christi, so much so that we're going to have some rain, we're going to have some wind, maybe some tropical storm strength wind, but really nothing approaching hurricane strength, and the really bad stuff that we all know is possible with a storm like this. Let's go over to Ryan Choctaw now with an update on Hanna for us. Ryan?
Yeah, hey there, Joe. Yeah, as you mentioned, the biggest takeaway from this forecast is Hurricane Hanna is moving south. It's moving west at about 7 miles per hour in terms of the forwardly movement, but the track of it, the forecast cone, and that's set out by the National Hurricane Center, it's moving closer to Kennedy County between Baffin Bay and the Rio Grande Valley. So primary threats for Corpus Christi in our viewing area, storm surge. And as you saw with John Thomas's live shot, I mean, 3 to 5 foot in terms of storm surge, flash flooding as these tropical bands continue to spiral in off the Gulf of Mexico. And of course, tropical storm force winds here in the city north of the center of circulation, and that's between 39 and 73 miles per hour. Now, if you're closer to the center of the storm, the eye, which will make landfall later on today after about 3 and 4 o'clock or so, that's what we're thinking timing-wise, because it's moving west at about 7 miles per hour. If you're near the circulation, you'll encounter and interact with more of hurricane force winds, of which is up to 80 miles per hour sustained right now inside the eye wall. Wind gusts up to about 100, and pressure is continuing to drop at 978 millibar as it continues to interact with the warm waters of the western Gulf of Mexico just off the Texas coast. So here's the most updated forecast cone per the National Hurricane Center. You can notice with these shades, these are all still hurricane warnings in effect from the National Weather Service. And this is going to continue to move west at about 7 miles per hour and make landfall as a Cat 1 later on today. We're expecting evening time frame, afternoon, evening, as it pushes west and southwest into the Rio Grande Valley into Starr County. And also into the mountains of Mexico, it's just going to gradually weaken. It loses the fuel it needs to continue to strengthen, stay strong as a hurricane. So pretty much by tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, it's going to downgrade to a tropical storm. And then after that, Sunday night into early Monday, tropical depression, and more so as a remnant low as it starts to interact with the higher terrain, the mountains of the Sierra Madres in northern Mexico. So again, as it makes landfall, that's going to be the strongest point of the storm. Moreover, if you're close to the center of circulation, and from there it's going to push away from us and weaken substantially as it moves into Mexico. Current wind speeds out of the north and northeast. Look at this, 41 in Flower Bluff, 37 in Port Aransas, 25 here in the city. That's not accounting for wind gusts. So, I mean, I'm thinking about, like, let's say 50, 60 miles per hour on those wind gusts through about 4 and 5 o'clock. You're going to want to secure any loose items in your front yard if you haven't done so already. Wind sustained through about the afternoon, 40, but again, wind gusts the problem up to 50 and 60 miles per hour. All right, here's a current look at radar and satellite. You can see the center of the storm, so about, let's say, southeast, 60 miles offshore. And we're still getting in on those tropical rain bands, especially along the island between Matagorda Bay, Rockport, Sinton, Refugio, scattered light to moderate rain. And these are only the outer bands of Hurricane Hanna. In and around the city and Corpus Christi Bay, some moderate rainfall. But remember, these tropical downpours come down in buckets, and they can add up in a short amount of time. So this weekend is the main concern for flash flooding. Updated rainfall totals between 2 and 5 inches of rain. Less than that as you get into, Live Oak County, B County, into San Antonio. The Rio Grande Valley is going to be the bullseye spot for some, flood-provoking rainfall between 5 and 10. And again, center of circulation, landfall, eye wall of Hurricane Hanna expected near, let's say, Baffin Bay into Kennedy County, a little bit farther south of that. So some quick tips, have a way to get alerts, download our 3 News weather app. Alan and I and Bill are going to continue to update the forecast, Facebook, Twitter, and with that, with you getting alerts, you'll have more of an opportunity to see the most updated information. Charge your phone, avoid traveling this weekend, and make sure you're staying safe and inside for this morning and pretty much for the rest of the weekend. Outside right now, Lex Cam showing cloudy conditions, ominous skies out there, rain chances continue for the weekend, and we'll continue to update the forecast as we get closer and closer to landfall, which is later on today, around after 2 o'clock. Joe, I'll send back over to you.
Okay, Ryan, thanks. Yeah, the storm has slowed down a bit once again, and we'll just keep tracking it no matter what. And we'll be here no matter what for as long as need be to make sure that everything is okay, that you are informed and have all the information you need. We are getting pictures from viewers constantly, and we certainly appreciate that. Take a look here. A downed tree. This is on Shepherd Drive, we're told, in Corpus Christi. That's near the Oso Golf Course. You can see that's going to stop people from traveling there on Shepherd Drive till somebody picks up that thing and takes it out of the roadway. Just one example of what can happen when you've got these strong winds and rain and so forth. And so there are things that do take place that, even though we're not getting the hurricane strength winds yet, and we're not for this storm.
Right.
Yeah. Things can happen that are problematic, and so just be careful, I guess, is the operative phrase here. You can, by the way, if you want to send us your pictures, that'd be great. 855-6397. 6397 works out to news.
Okay.
NEWS. 855-NEWS. And you can let us see what you are seeing, and that's a great help.
Listen, pro tip also, and we appreciate all pictures. We appreciate you all sending your pictures.
Yeah.
But when you send pictures, send them with the landscape if you can.
Yeah.
All right.
And hold it steady. If you're going to send video.
Yeah, we appreciate everything, but if you can take your pictures like that, that would be great. When I was talking about the wind a little, I didn't mean that we're going to have hurricane strength winds here. I'm thinking that the strongest winds are still to come late this afternoon into the early evening. That's
okay.
If you think
because the thing is still offshore.
Yeah. If you think it's windy now, wait till later this afternoon, early into the evening, when the winds will really be ramping up. So just be careful. Stay home today. Best thing to do.
We also want to mention once again that the FEMA dome in Clayberg County is open. Clayberg County, being a little bit closer to the brunt of the storm, is feeling a little bit stronger winds and a little bit more severe weather. And if you don't feel comfortable staying wherever you are and you want to go into a public shelter, they have one set up at H.M. King High School the FEMA dome there. The FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, came in and brought these domes and set them up in various parts of the area just for situations like this where you know, people need a way to get out of impending danger, and these domes are equipped. They can handle winds, I believe, of up to 200 miles an hour pretty easily. So
I think there's one over near Del Mar West here in Corpus Christi.
Yeah, and one in KIII-Island, I believe.
So
and so they're
we've seen them.
Yeah, throughout the area. So at H.M. King High School, you do need a mask if you're going to go there, and just keep in mind we are still in a pandemic. We are still dealing with the COVID outbreak and not doing all that well here, so you just don't want to leave your home unless you absolutely have to. Not much is open anyway.
No. Let me mention real fast about the winds, the forward speed of the storm, where we say it's moving west at 7 miles per hour.
Yeah.
It's not a constant 7 miles per hour for the next 3 hours. Could be 8, could be 5, could be 11, but the average movement
an average.
would be 7 miles per hour.
And it can change. It can slow down, as we've seen that happen. We don't want that to happen, but it could happen. Because if it does slow down, that just means it's going to sit on top and cause problems, much in the way, as you might remember, that Hurricane Harvey did back in 2017.
Slow down, it can cause more rain in isolated areas, and also it gives the storm a chance to strengthen a little bit more. So speed up. Come on, Hanna.
We haven't heard from Alan Holt in a while. He's over there chafing at the at the rains.
How about it, buddy?
Over here. I'm over here.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about this storm a lot, and the forward movement of it, 7 miles per hour. I put that track on it because we can do some quick mental math there if it were to, you know, keep its current pace. So 7 miles per hour, 56 miles away. 8 hours if it kept on that path, which would coincide with the forecast cone at 7 p.m. So we'll take the graphics. You can see the cone there. That's just a drawn cone. That's not an official thing. I put that on there to show the area that we're going to be looking at for the landfall of this thing. The latest update was at 10 o'clock an hour ago, and the winds had increased 80 miles per hour near the center of the storm. And there's that movement that we've been talking about. It's to the west at 7 miles per hour, and this is saying 75 miles east-northeast of Port Mansfield, which is a little farther to the south. I wanted to show one more thing here before we send it back over to Joe and Bill. We've been talking about and trying to answer the questions of wind speed and where the strongest wind speeds are going to be. I'm going to show a couple of graphics on this. The first one is tropical storm force wind speed probability, and this is showing you the likelihood of the chance for tropical storm force 39 to 73 miles per hour will head as Hanna moves in. And keep in mind, this track is going to be to the south of Baffin Bay as it does move in. So the purples and the reds, that's an 80 to 100% chance of feeling tropical storm force winds. So what that tells me right there is that we'll zoom in to Corpus Christi and the coastal bend. We are in line for sure. We're already seeing this tropical storm force conditions in Corpus Christi. So you see the 80, 90, 100% right there. Kingsville, you're going to feel tropical storm force winds. Falfurrias, Hebronville, Benavides, these Rialitos, these cities that aren't showing up on the map right now, you're going to feel tropical storm force winds. As you get farther north into places like George West, Mathis, Refugio, Beeville, that chance drops off dramatically down to like 40 to 50% chance for tropical storm force winds. So you may get the low end stuff, 39, 45 miles per hour up in these locations, but it's not going to be the higher end of this threshold, which is 73 miles per hour down in places like Kingsville, Falfurrias, closer to where the eye of this thing is going to be tracking. This is another really good and useful tool here. This shows the forecast cone, and on top of the forecast cone, what I did was I overlaid the wind field, and the colors show you the yellow, the low-end tropical storm, the orange, the moderate to strong tropical storm, and then the red representing hurricane force winds. So we'll just put this to landfall just to show you where those delineation points in terms of wind speeds would be. And we'll zoom in here for you, and you see the track just south of Baffin Bay. Here's Baffin Bay. Here's the forecast cone center line. Of course, this could stray either way of the forecast cone as it works into land, but this orange shade, that's where the 58 to 74 mile per hour winds would be. And then really close to center, the red shade just south of Baffin Bay and almost exclusively into Kennedy County. That's where the hurricane force winds are projected to be as this continues to move in. But you can see, Bill and Joe, that little red dot stays hurricane force all the way very far inland into the valley. So those winds look like they're going to miss the coastal bend, but they're going to be there as they move in, as this Hanna moves in. And you can see this is overnight time frame now. Kingsville, Alice, Hebronville, Falfurrias, still with those tropical storm force winds expected. So that's kind of a timeline on those wind speeds. We're just starting this storm. It hasn't moved in yet, and it's going to be with us all day and into tonight.
You know, that's not unlike Gulf storms holding their potency way inland. This has happened more than several times.
Yeah, so we'll be watching it, but that's the latest in terms of the wind only. I mean, we've got all sorts of stuff to talk about. We've got storm surge graphics over here, you know. We got
give that guy a computer. He's kind of scary.
Don't take it away from me. I love this. I love this computer.
It wasn't working earlier tonight.
Listen, I was just in back, our crack production team. Can we put up a picture of the tower cam, please? Because it looked like it was raining pretty good out there right now.
And yet there's some vehicles on the road. So, you know, be very careful. Don't get out unless you absolutely have to. Just hunker down at home, and it'll be fine here. But as we heard from Alan, it is the storm center appears to be zeroing in on Kennedy County, a place that has a population, as we have pointed out earlier this morning, of 416 people total.
That's still 416 people.
Well, yes, it is. But I mean, we have
considering we have
higher concentrations of people. So that's it, and the third least populous county in the state of Texas. So if you had picked a place where you want a storm to go in, that would be my pick.
And also, I really think, and I have to go back in the history books, but there has been several storms that have gone into Kennedy County, down into Willacy County.
Absolutely. In fact, Hurricane Allen back in 1980, as I recall, went down into the Kennedy County area. And it was fortunate that it did, because if you remember, that was a storm.
That was the worst. That was a 5, wasn't it?
It was a 5. It had sustained winds of 180 miles an hour, and the really significant thing about Allen was that it filled the entire Gulf of Mexico.
We're talking about this one filling half of the northern Gulf. Allen filled everything, the whole Gulf, Florida to Texas, Louisiana down to Yucatan. It was incredible.
It was, and I'm being told something in my ear here. We're going to have. Okay, let's take a look. This is live from right near Texas A&M Corpus Christi, where they have, it's not really a seawall at all. It's just, it's you know, kind of right on the bay there, and you can see how the water is going up over that curb. And John Thomas, can you hear us?
Immediately. Joe. So yeah, you're right. We're over at the seawall. I'll show you what we're talking about really quickly. I came down to NAS to the North Gate. I wanted to see what things look like, and as you can tell, that's some rough water right there. That's the surge coming up and over. If you've driven out to the campus, you know that usually there's a nice little drop-off right in there, and you can see the water out in the way, and there's a small little beach, but this water, as you can tell, it's shooting up, and some of it's coming over the street already. So it's going into the bay, which is over here, if you're familiar with campus. Campus living, that's where a lot of the students live. I know campus activity has been shut down for today. But man, talk about a screensaver. I mean, that's just, you see how fast the water is pushing up over here. That storm surge that y'all keep talking about. It's one of those you don't want to mess with. You don't know what's going on. And a few more news crews from out of the area that are down here taking in the storm, seeing what's going on. But as you can see, that water just keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. It's cresting over the street right now. Let me send it back to you.
Thanks, John Thomas. Yeah, it's just amazing when you've got nothing blocking the water from coming in that way, and the storm surge plus all of the rain, the wind, and so forth. It's just a combination that pushes all of that seawater, or bay water in this case, up over the roadway. So I'm getting word that on the other side of town, in Flower Bluff area and toward the island, the roadway, SPID and maybe including Park Road 22, but SPID by the Oso Bridge is flooding now, is underwater, and so they are urging people not to travel there. They're actually shutting down that particular stretch of road because of the danger. The water is coming up over the road from the Oso, I believe.
I imagine at the turnaround down there.
At the turnaround, yeah, which is right at the water level, so I'm sure it's covered up.
And probably on Laguna Shores Road also is.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's one of the low-lying,
the
low-lying areas in Corpus Christi. So, you know, the bottom line here is if you don't have to be out and about, don't be. The city of Corpus Christi is planning in about a half hour from now in holding a news conference from City Hall in which they will be updating us on any conditions that we need to be aware of. I assume that would be one of them, some of the roads that might be impassable right now in the city of Corpus Christi, and any other information that they can pass along to update us on how they're responding to this. And again, it could have been so much worse for them, but there are still things that are happening that they need to respond to. And so in roughly 30 minutes, you're looking at a shot here of the Emergency Operations Center in Corpus Christi, in which first responders and department heads and so forth gather. And this is file footage, that's why there's no one in the picture. But they gather to basically monitor what's going on, and they have cameras throughout the city that are routed there that they can see at a glance where they have to direct city resources, and that's the whole purpose of it. Typically, they keep the media out, and so that's why we were only able to get a file shot, because they don't want amazingly, they don't want cameras and cords and things getting in the way.
That's a tough job right now. What they're doing. Got to be focused. Everybody needs to be focused right now. What's going to be going on?
Live shot here of Ocean Drive, I think.
Yep. It looks like it's leaving the university, heading down.
Yeah, and you can just see there that it's raining pretty good. Fortunately, not much traffic at all. There should not be. And it's what happens when we get a tropical storm, a hurricane in this case, but tropical storm force winds coming into Corpus Christi.
And again, only the beginning. I mean, we're still looking at some windy conditions. Like you mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, this has not made landfall yet. And so there's probably still some strengthening to occur. What's the winds? Is it still 75? And
it's up to 80 right now.
Okay.
It is showing signs, though, of intensifying on it.
80 right now, signs of intensifying. Wow. Okay, and we do have another live picture, I believe, from Padre Island. It's not live. This is video that was just shot that kind of shows a little bit, if we can make it out here. Not sure what we're looking at, except that it's the Padre Isles neighborhood on the island, where we're seeing obviously higher tides than normal.
Tides, and I can see the trees. You can see the wind in the trees, and looks like it's raining.
It's courtesy from Rick Geider, one of our sales folks here at KIII.
Yeah, he might be
from
shooting
his palatial
over
home out on the island.
He might be shooting over a dune out toward the Gulf.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know, you get an idea that we are just seeing what you would expect to see.
Eyes incredible, isn't it? Look at that, Joe.
How? Yeah, and you would think maybe that it would be smaller than this right now. That this is very unusual. Right?
Yeah, very unusual.
Yeah, you just normally see like one of the biggest eyes that I've ever seen in a hurricane.
Considering the width of the entire, this is just the radar. This isn't including the cloud cover and everything.
I mean, when that moves over, conceivably you would have sunny skies, correct?
Yep. Yep. Yeah.
And it could be that way for
an hour,
several. Well,
at least an hour.
At least, maybe several hours.
If the forward motion is 7 miles per hour, say, and the eye, I think we measured to what, Alan?
40 miles.
40 miles?
It's 40 miles wide, about 55 miles off the coast. But I was just trying to overlay satellite imagery so we could see if we can see through the center of the eye. And you can see a little bit of, a clearing in the middle of it. So I don't think it's, you know, a completely well-formed, where it's like the stadium effect that you see sometimes from the hurricane hunters, but you can see through some of that cloud coverage. You can see I'm gonna put the arrow on it right in here, how you can see through down to the ocean, right in there. So we're probably gonna see that develop a little bit more. This is a really wide eye. You know, it's about 43 miles wide. That's just me drawing an arrow from one side to another, the diameter. But if that starts to get smaller, it's gonna be a sign that this thing is getting a little more tightly wound, if you will. I use the figure skater analogy.
Yep.
I'm not going to ask Bill to demonstrate that.
Oh, why not? I think that
you don't want to? I already did it once.
I left my skates at home.
Yeah.
Alan, can you draw a line from the shoreline to the eye wall and see what the distance is?
I'll go from eye wall to the shoreline, the other direction. Just be
fair enough.
So we'll go eye wall to. I'm going to draw this to the path where it's going to be heading. And that's going to be right into the Kennedy County area, so 25 miles-ish. You know, if that moves in the same direction, keep in mind, this is what Bill and I were just kind of talking about off screen here, that the winds up in this part of the storm right here, this part of the eye wall, drawn right there, those winds are fairly strong. Those are going to have high-end, I think, tropical storm force winds. And when I look at the radar velocity, this is how we look at the wind speeds. That same area has been steadily increasing over the last several hours. So the wind speeds are gaining right in here. That's the eye wall. Here's the southern part of the eye wall, and these are all what the radar is showing in terms of the velocity. So some of the numbers that I'm seeing in there, it's a little bit misleading. If I were to go and sample this, I'm just gonna do it right here, real time on air, and this is showing 100-mile-an-hour winds right in this part of the blue. So you see that velocity number, 100 miles an hour. The thing to know about that is that when you're sampling wind speeds from that far away, the radar site is at Corpus Christi. I'm just using my phone to get a distance on how far away that is. You're sampling the atmosphere at about 60 miles away, and it's roughly 4,000 feet up in the atmosphere. So you're looking really high up, and the winds at 4,000 feet there are probably on the order of 100 miles an hour, but that doesn't extend all the way down to the surface. So that's where we're looking at and sampling those very fast winds. But again, that's not to say that that is at the surface. We're still expecting the wind speeds here to be tropical storm force, which is 39 to 73 miles per hour as this does start to move into closer, you know, to land. And the winds that are strongest, I'm going to pause this now, are going to be around the eye. That's the eye wall, and that's generally where the strongest winds are found. So, you know, just from a forecasting standpoint, I'm just going to draw out the probable track of this. We've got to see this start to turn south at some point, because if it does not turn south, you know, these winds right here would come right through southern Nueces County, whereas if it turns south, those winds would miss to the south. So that's going to be something to watch as this storm does get closer to land. It's got to take that southerly turn, and we're going to, I think, find out a lot about that turn at the next update, which is still another 2 hours away. This is the current stats on it. This was the 10 a.m. update, and the number to look at, the direction at least, is that right there, the west movement at 7 miles per hour. The next update we're going to want to see that turn southwest or west to southwest to mark the initial turn to the left, so we can avoid some of those stronger winds. But that's definitely something that we need to be paying close attention to as this continues to move west.
Right, but we still, I mean, it is, the belief is still that it will make that turn.
Yes, the forecast, I don't want to put, we'll show the National Hurricane Center's forecast. Again, this information is just an hour old. It was updated at 10 o'clock this morning, and that is the forecast cone. To be an 80-mile-an-hour storm, gusts of 100 into Kennedy County, and we're outside of that cone. But that is contingent on that turn to the south, and they're still saying it, and this is why they're saying it. The forecast models are all in agreement that it does. You see the southwesterly motion on the
and you and I were talking, Alan, that there's a low pressure system below it and a high pressure system to the north.
There is. We can even actually, I'm going to see if we can just investigate that real time. I haven't looked at it today, but I'm going to switch over now to water vapor imagery. And this is neat to see sometimes because you can pick out features that you otherwise wouldn't be able to see. But I'm not seeing what it was a day ago. There was an upper level disturbance that was right in here. That looks to have fizzled out or moved off to the west. And there's also some dry air lurking right in here.
Right.
And there's some wind shear up there as well. And that may be another reason why the storm, you see how extensive that southern flank is, extending well south of that Texas-Mexico border, and it's not going up to, through all of Louisiana. That wind shear and dry air is impeding some of the development on the north side of it, the extreme north side.
But these storms tend to gravitate toward low pressure and away from high pressure, and so that's why the forecasters are saying, it's gonna make that southerly turn.
Yeah, exactly.
We do have some video right now of Bob Hall Pier that if you want to know what conditions are out there right now, take a look here.
Up to the dunes, big waves.
And there you go. Yeah, it's that's why we kind of want it. If you're going to take video, do it horizontal landscape. I'm sorry, say that again, Miranda. All right, and we have seen the surging conditions, the storm surge, just right down the beach there at Whitecap Beach.
That's the parking lot, by the way.
Of Bob Hall Pier.
Right.
And so you see the water there. That's why you don't want vehicles there. That's why you don't want people there. It's just not the place to be right now. And however, I thought they would take away some of those picnic tables because they're they're within the water now, and we've seen in years past that some of those structures don't make it if they're in the water.
Well, we've seen in years past those big cement walkways going up to Bob Hall Pier being lifted up and moved.
Indeed, that is true. You can see the storm surge numbers here that are predicted. This is a prediction from the folks at Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Basically 3 to 5 feet is what they're saying of, and when we're talking storm surge, I'm not sure people fully understand what that is, especially those who haven't really gone through a hurricane before. But it's when you've got a big hurricane, which is a low pressure system, basically depressing the water in the Gulf, and it's just pushing that water forward.
Take this desk right here, and we're in the Gulf of Mexico right here. You have all this deep water going all the way down, and it's being pushed.
Yeah.
And as it moves toward the coast, this all lifts up.
Yep.
And the surge is over here. The surge might be this deep here, but when it gets into land,
let's take the graphic that Alan Holt just put up. You can see what Bill's talking about.
Yeah, it's just an explainer here. It's how storm surge works. So basically you get a big surge of water that's being wind driven and pressure driven with these big storms. And when these start to get toward the coastline, the water is shallower there, so it's got to go somewhere. It can't just go up in the sky, so it's going to go with the direction of the movement of the storm. And as the storm approaches, that swell, if you will, interacts with the land, the sea level rises, and that's what the storm surge is, in a nutshell. That's a very elementary description of it. We're not going to see, I don't think, houses like like this graphic is showing, become fully inundated because our surge forecast, Joe just talked about it, is no more than about 5 feet at this point in any point in the area. So we've seen evidence that all of the beaches the water's up to the dunes.
Right.
That's a fact. That is happening right now. North Beach is starting to become flooded too. But with this scenario here that we've got, that we're going to see play out, is that this storm is going to move again towards Kennedy County. And as that happens, the center of the storm being south of us is going to promote this wind coming in like so around the northern flank of this storm. And that's why the storm surge is highest, forecast at least, right into the coastal bend with that storm moving just south of the area. And then one more map, Joe, and I think you can really talk about this pretty clearly, is it's a zoomed in look at Corpus Christi with the red shaded areas representing what it would be if a 4 to 6 foot surge moved in. So that's a little bit higher than what's forecast, but this is a map that's produced and shared. We often have this in our hurricane guide, and it just shows you where those red areas are. That's where we're looking at.
And if you look toward the south side of Corpus Christi, especially Flower Bluff and the island, you'll see what's currently the condition out right now on the Oso Bridge on the way to the JFK Causeway. That is all shut down right now because of high water. So let's take a look at that. We do have, I believe, what they're saying, use caution if you're in the area of the JFK Causeway, and also bridge turnarounds, reports that they are flooding. We've got some video, some live video, I believe. All right, here we have John Thomas live in that area who can show us exactly what we're talking about, those turnarounds and the roadway there, which is basically at the water level being flooded.
That's right. If you've driven along Laguna Shores out of Flower Bluff, you know exactly what they're dealing with. And so just to give you a quick look, the cones are up telling people they can't take that turnaround going over to the island. So this is the JFK Causeway. I did pass the Oso Bay Bridge, and I did not notice the cones up there just yet, but it might be because when we got the notice, I headed over here right away just to see what I could see. We're next to that fisherman's bait seafood market, and as you can tell, a lot of water's been coming over, and it's flooding up some of the parking lot over here, and it's trying to run back out into the bay. I can't get over there without upsetting the police, so I'm going to stay back here and mind my business. But if you are headed out in this area, you do not want to be trying to sneak around into places. Oh, I'll be fine. I have a big truck. I can get around the way I want to. No, be mindful, because if you are out there, if you're trying to sightsee, if you're trying to take your family out and show them what a hurricane looks like, and you put them in jeopardy and something happens, you're risking the life of a first responder that has to go out there and try to save your life. So if you don't have to be out there, don't. There's no reason to do it. But again, Joe, I'm going to back to you and just leave you with this image right here. You see lots of traffic coming over or headed out to the bridge. So Alan, we're going to send it over to you, buddy. I know you're talking about the surge. I'm very tempted to go down there to that turnaround and see what I can see, but I think what I'm going to do, buddy, is hit up one of our favorite spots, and that is Laguna Shores. I think I'm going to drive along there and see what I can see. You know, we've been out there, we've covered it. A lot of residents back here and people that drive their kids to Flower Bluff High have to take that road. It's notoriously horrible, and driving it last night because I was headed out to my wife's work, it's one of those they were planning on fixing it this summer. Things got off to a late start, and then COVID happened, and it's one of those, you know, they haven't been able to get the crews over there to fix that road, but it's so low to the ground in any kind of surge. I would say a foot, just a foot, is enough to eclipse the roadway that's there, but I'm going to go check it out. Do you think it's a good idea?
I didn't hear a lot of what you just said. I just heard, do you think it's a good idea? And without hearing everything that you just said, we lost the studio audio in here. I don't know how to respond to that exactly. But what I would say as a general rule of thumb, the phrase and the motto is turn around, don't drown. If you're going to be getting into an area where you're not familiar and the water's over the road and you don't know what's under there. A lot of times, you know, when we're in a situation like this, and let's say you do know a roadway, right, that you're really familiar with, there's water over it and you're so confident that the road is under there, sometimes that can get washed away and it's actually not there, and the water's a lot deeper than you may have thought. So, you know, I don't know what exactly, John Thomas, you were asking me, but turn around, don't drown is my expert opinion on.
Already had damage. Part of the asphalt might already be gone.
Things crumble under the water. Bill and I are going to take over the coverage here right now for a little bit, so you're going to get the two weather guys, maybe Ryan as well. Joe's coming back over now.
All right. I was going to say, Alan, real quick, that we were showing the pictures of the surges and the pictures from Bob Hall Pier. They have a low tide at Bob Hall Pier at 2:30.
Yes.
And the next high tide at Bob Hall Pier is 7:15.
7:15 would coincide with the Hurricane Center's forecast for landfall. It's been pushed back a little bit. This is their forecast, and you know, we always talk about, me and Bill, that these are the smartest guys out there, the National Hurricane Center. These guys, they're very intelligent people, and there's a whole staff of them, and they're saying that at 7 p.m. or so, maybe a little bit before that, that this is going to move into Kennedy County, which coincides, Bill, with that.
Yeah, the high tides.
Yeah, so that would not be a good scenario for storm surge. We may need to adjust that outlook to maybe a little bit higher than 3 to 5 feet if it's going to coincide with high tide.
Right, exactly. Yeah. That's the one thing in past storms we ever talked about. Is it going to be hitting at high tide or low tide? If something hits, you want to hit it at low tide. High tide would not be optimal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And when is the next high tide?
At Bob Hall Pier, what do we say, 2:30 and 7.
2:30
low tide at 2:30 and high tide at 7:15.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's probably close up and down the coast also.
So later this evening is when.
Well, if landfall is forecast at 7 and high tides at 7:15.
Okay. It seems to me it's going to be before 7, doesn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
But these are hurricanes.
Yeah. But the and it's going to take a while.
2020.
It is 2020, and it's only halfway over. Okay, let's go back to John Thomas, who's been driving around the Bayfront for us. John Thomas.
Okay, yeah. Joe, this is Laguna Shores, and just as I suspected, I've seen several cars come. I can see the roadway clearly. I know you're not supposed to do this, but I'm going to be a bad reporter here. You can see just how easily the water is coming over. I'm in four-wheel drive mode right now, and I see other cars coming up behind me. This gives you an idea just how bad things are over here on the Bayfront, or actually in the bay, the Intracoastal Waterway Bay. Here comes another vehicle just trying to make their way through. It's not a good situation. You see how thin these roads are and how they're crumbling, and then there's water. That's a family in that van right there. And it doesn't take much. There's been some improvements to this road straight ahead, but water on either side is not a place where you want to be when you're expecting a storm surge, because there's no safe way to go. Now, the person behind me, the person that just passed me is actually following me in reverse. So these are kind of the conditions that you're getting when you head out. You don't know what it is, but this guy was going really fast. I'm going to send it back to y'all because I want to make sure I'm not putting myself in any more danger. But I just see more vehicles here coming along Laguna Shores.
Yeah, Laguna Shores.
It's not a safe situation.
Yeah, Laguna Shores, as a lot of folks know. Thank you, John Thomas. Just one of the lowest roadways. Someone sweats, I think they're going to be in danger of being in a flood.
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's one of those things that eventually I heard needed to be addressed and was going to be addressed by the city. But we'll see what happens there. Right on the Intercoastal Waterway, on the Flower Bluff side, and not far from the Flower Bluff schools and so forth. So a lot of that's the thing. And I remember when I had to take my son to school every day. I oftentimes use Laguna Shores, and you see so much traffic there. And on days when we either had heavy rain or something, it was kind of treacherous.
Yep,
sure was.
You bet. Yep.
Okay, we've got the city news conference coming up in about 7 minutes from right now.
It'll be interesting to see what they have to say. And
they're going to talk about, no doubt, the road closures that we have mentioned here along the Oso Bridge, SPID there. I'm not sure if we're talking about the roadway itself or just the turnarounds.
It looks like, the roadway at that point is elevated.
Is elevated, yeah.
So I think that would be okay, but the turnarounds, you definitely don't want to be. And even the frontage road leading up into the turnarounds, going past Laguna Shores toward the Oso. You can see it's raining. Here's
a shot from our tower cam from SPID in Everhard, where you can just see looking down toward the Gulf on SPID. Not much traffic, a lot of rain, a lot of just wet bad conditions. You don't want to be out in this stuff.
Yeah.
This is
we were talking
not
earlier,
good.
and Alan brought it up last night that, and I said it last night and earlier this morning, that 8:30 this morning was the time to get your stuff done.
Yeah.
And by this time, we got 11:30 now coming up on, you can see how the conditions are deteriorating. So you don't want to be out in this. Go home. But I mean, if you're driving, I hope there's not much else on your agenda for the day other than going home. And if you are home, don't venture out.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep in mind that you've still got a COVID pandemic raging here in South Texas and all over the country, for that matter, much of the country. Let's now go live to our Marissa Cummings, who is standing by on the Lexington, I believe, on the deck there. And Marissa, what can you see from your vantage point?
Hey Joe, so it's kind of misleading because if you look at the water here, it doesn't look super choppy, but if you just look at the wind that is going through my jacket here, I mean, it's incredibly windy. I almost feel like I can lean back and the wind would catch me. So if anybody is staying at the hotels along North Beach, they may be looking out and saying it's not too bad, but as soon as they step out, they will feel that it is tremendously windy. Definitely not a day to go to the beach. And as you can see, the beach is very slow. Nobody out here, of course, because of the extreme wind conditions. You can kind of look at all the palm trees and they're all blowing the same direction because the wind is just that bad. I mean, imagine trying to open up your car door and it just slamming back on you. That is how bad the wind is here. You can kind of see the waves brushing up against the concrete there in the water, but it is definitely not somewhere that somebody wants to be today. And you know, traffic is really slow all around. We're over on the Lexington and it's slow. All of the attractions down here seem to be closed, and again, reasonably so because of the conditions. So do not be dissuaded just by looking at the water in the bay, because I know you guys were talking about how the water was looking over by Bob Hall Pier and the big waves. You're not getting huge waves over here, but I don't know if you can hear it. You're getting terrible, terrible, terrible wind. Again, I mean, standing in this direction, I have to hold my hood forward to make sure it does not fly back and make sure my jacket here is completely zipped up for that exact same reason. So we'll keep our lookout over here and let people know how the weather is going, but it doesn't seem like the wind is going to slow down any soon. Reporting live from the Lex, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Yeah, on the walkway I can see there to the Lexington. Thanks very much, Marissa. We appreciate that update from the bayfront, and certainly an interesting perspective. Keep in mind, it's always windy around the Lexington, right? But this is well, there's something special.
Nothing blocking the wind coming off the water. No buildings, anything. Can we show that graphic?
Yeah, let's take a look real quick here before we go to this news conference from the city. But you can see the strength of the winds here.
And these are the gusts.
Gusts, okay.
Yeah, sustained values, tropical storm force at Naval Air Station Flower Bluff, that's 41. Just wanted to pass some quick information here. This is from the National Weather Service that they're getting reports there to their facility that water will soon be passing over Highway 361, which is the road, I'm assuming, between Port Aransas and the island. So the storm surge may be starting to increase up to that level where that roadway, according to the National Weather Service locally here, we have a bureau here, they are saying that the water is soon going to be over Highway 361. We'll give you an idea of where that is here. I'm going to use the radar map to show you what we're looking at here. That's the storm, but the road we're referencing with respect to water and storm surge is this one that runs from Port Aransas, there you see the marker, 361, down to the island. So this road, according to the National Weather Service, is about to become very treacherous to be trying to travel on, given that, I don't know if it's the storm surge or it's inland flooding in terms of how much rain they've had that's going to be the cause, but...
Or what's coming. Just take a look at that yellow there. That's all coming to that particular area, and that reasonably could cause flood conditions.
Well, there's a lot of dune coverage on both sides of the road, but there's also several passes going through, and if what I understand, what I think is going on is probably big waves going through those passes and
and again, you know, the surge forecast was 3 to 5 feet. I'm thinking with that coinciding with the high tide, it may be a little bit higher than that. And you know, that's just a piece of evidence to say that, you know, when we talk about storm surge, 3 to 5 feet, that's enough to where it's impacting people's daily routine or whatever you want to do.
Sure, and you look at that radar and satellite, and you see that the eye wall at the end of that loop there is very close to the shoreline.
It's over parts of North Padre Island, the very initial, you know, leading part, if you will, of the most intense winds are actually very close to you know, the island area. I don't know exactly how strong the radar is estimating those winds to be right now. What I'm seeing is about 40 to 50 miles per hour in that region. But the region that we're referencing here when we're bantering, Joe and I, is right in the island. You can see right in there that this is the core of the storm. You know, it's not to the point where we've got this massive amount of red showing up around the eye wall. It's a kind of broad eye wall. It's not a major hurricane, so it's not going to look as impressive as the textbooks, you know, examples that you may or may not have seen. But what we're saying and getting at is these winds are going to have some stronger values associated with them as they start to move in. And we're hoping, and the forecast is alluding to, that this is going to move west to southwest as it continues to work in. But if it continues straight west, you know, it's worth mentioning that our wind forecast is going to be a little bit higher, probably on the higher side of tropical storm force and maybe Category 1 gusts. Joe?
Alan, let me interrupt you here because it looks like the mayor has started the news conference and news briefing from City Hall. Let's go to that now live.
Preparation and some input from the city manager and from the county judge. But just wanted to reassure the public that the city and the county have done everything that is in our plan, and our plan is one of success. We've seen that in the past, and we're going to be successful this time in trying to protect the property and life of our community. And we appreciate the citizens' participation and support of that activity. On the way down to this briefing, I did drive by a couple of H-E-B stores. They're still open. People out buying last-minute goods, so I don't know how much longer they'll be open, and I would not encourage you to rush over there if you haven't gotten it. Just ride it out. I think this thing will be over within 24 hours, and that's my prediction. That's not anybody else's, so don't hold anybody else accountable for that. But they need to let their people get home, and then also drove out by Lavola Creek to see that the work that we've done over the past several years to try to improve the drainage, expand the area where the water can flow as opposed to backing up in the neighborhoods, and everything looks good out there for those residents that are concerned. If we end up like Houston did with heavy rains for hours on end, then I think not only Lavola Creek, but there'll be other areas in town that are inundated with water. But right now, everything looks good. And as I understand it, the storm is, and Peter will give us the specifics, but the storm is somewhere headed south of Kingsville, down around Baffin Bay. So that's positive for us. But then on the other hand, that we're on the heavy rain side of the storm. So we need to be aware of that. So don't take anything for granted. But our first responders, fire and police, they're prepared. As I passed by several intersections that are known to flood, the street department already has the barricades out on the curbside so that when they go out and do the surveys and see that there's water in those underpasses, they'll put those barricades up, and I hope you will pay attention to them. They're there for your safety. I hope you don't get out too soon, but again, don't ever underestimate the power of water and what it can do. It's not forgiving, and so watch what you're doing. If you get out, don't get out too early. But prior to the storm coming on land, if you still have a few minutes at home, need to pick up some items out of your backyard that you haven't, or your front yard or your side yard or wherever it is, lawn chairs, picnic tables, whatever you may have out there that could be picked up and get airborne, either flying to your house windows or to your neighbor's house windows, please bring those into the garage or secure them so that won't happen. But stay at home. I know we've been staying home for 5 months because of the corona, but the coronavirus, not just the corona, but the coronavirus. And so staying home doesn't sound real popular, but right now this is a real important matter. And we'd also recommend that, of course, those that are out at the beach and trying to see all the wave action, they can't hear this, but please don't go out and try to watch the waves and all that. I know that it's interesting, but it also puts you in peril, and it puts our first responders in peril in case you have an issue come up. And first and foremost, remember they're family people too. They have families to be prepared for and work for, and we don't need to be putting them at any additional risk than what they already normally do under their daily work. So think of your fellow citizens, think of the fellows responders that are out working to keep us safe. This briefing will be brief, we hope, because we need to let people get back to finishing their preparations. So at this time, I'd like to call Peter Zanoni, City Manager, to come up and give you a briefing, and then I believe Judge Canales will join us on video or WebEx. I'm not sure what technical connection we'll have, but she'll be here momentarily. But just take confidence in the fact that the emergency management people under Billy Delgado and the first responders, this is not the first time they've gone through this exercise. They're highly prepared. They perform at an extraordinary high level, and take confidence and feel like that we're going to get through this. I'm saying within 24 hours, at least the heavy part will be over, and we can begin to see where we are. But stay careful, be careful. Remember, if you've joined a family member at some other residence than yours, if you're in low-lying areas, that you take your masks and other things. We still have the corona pandemic, so we don't want to forget that and expose someone or be exposed if someone has it where you're going. So be very mindful of that everywhere you go. Keep your mask on, and if you're in a home that's overly crowded because of the conditions of everybody gathering to protect themselves from storm, wear the mask in the house. I know that probably sounds kind of crazy, but keeping safe sounds pretty good. And so that would be my recommendation to you. So Mr. Zanoni, if you'll come and give us an update on the storm and what you have. Thank you very much. Stay safe, and we'll see you next time.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. It sure is good to have a mayor who knows Corpus Christi and who has a lot of experience going through hurricanes. It's comforting. I've had several people comment that they appreciated, Mayor, your calm demeanor and a reassuring poise to know that we're going to get through this hurricane, and we'll be back next week without the storm to deal with, just our normal business. So thank you, Mayor, for being here today and for the comments. I'm going to talk a little bit about the weather event itself. I know we all have access to weather on our social media outlets, on news and so on, but just to kind of recap in case somebody has missed it. And then we'll talk a little bit about some of the customer call center numbers we have and what the city's doing to help those out there to get through the storm. So we've had several weather updates with the National Weather Service this morning, and then at 9 o'clock, and then again at 10:30. And the key takeaways are that what was a tropical storm was named a hurricane at about 7 o'clock this morning. And that means that the winds are above 74 miles an hour. That's when a hurricane is identified. And Hanna, as the mayor said, is the first named hurricane for the season for the country. So around 7 o'clock, the winds were at about 75 miles an hour. It is kind of moving on shore, some of the bands at least, and we can expect the worst of the effects, the rain and the winds, at about 1 o'clock, around 1 or after 1, and into actually the evening. There's several warnings and watches that are in effect. We do have a hurricane warning remains in effect, a tropical storm warning remains in effect. A flash flood watch is in effect. And storm surge warnings remain in effect. The storm tides on the beaches are expected to be 3 to 5 feet above normal levels. The rain accumulations are anywhere from 5 to 10 feet is the estimate, with some levels as high as 3 to 5 inches, with some levels as high as 15 inches of rain. So it's still something to contend with. It's going to happen later. We'll have more of the effects later this afternoon and into the evening hours. So we have to be vigilant and mindful and follow all our precautions. So that's kind of a summary of the weather. Let me tell you about what we have to help keep people informed. We do have a website we set up, cctexas.com/Hanna. We have a hurricane tracker that's on there. And there's a lot of information, so as you go through the day, reference our website, cctexas.com/Hanna, and you can get plenty of information there on the hurricane and updates from us and other persons as well. The city has extended our call center numbers, or call center operations, I should say, through the weekend. So we have been open since yesterday at 6, and will remain open through Sunday. So if there's any issue that you have, like down limbs, the need for city service, call that 826-CITY or 826-2489. And that call center is open. We had a lot of callers last night, and will continue to be open through the day today and tomorrow and through the night. Now, if you have issues with power, if your electricity is down, you do want to call AEP directly. Don't bother, you can call the city, but AEP is the one that's going to help you. And their number is 877-373-4858. And so call AEP directly for any type of power outage. And then finally, the Corpus Christi International Airport is making notification of airport cancellations. So most commercial airlines have canceled most of the scheduled flights for the remainder of the day. So be mindful of that. Okay, so that concludes our briefing. We're going to, I think, WebEx in with Nueces County Judge Barbara Canales at this point.
Barbara Canales, Nueces County Judge. I am visiting with all of you through a great technology that we have employed in both our EOCs, both the city and the county. So I'm here at the Nueces County Courthouse on the 5th floor, where Nueces County hosts their Emergency Operations Command Center. We've been here since yesterday evening and in close contact with the City of Corpus Christi's EOC. It's a good feeling to be able to work together, and it gives me also a sense of calm that we've been in contact with the Port of Corpus Christi, the RTA, the United States Coast Guard. In fact, we have a Coast Guard liaison with us here in our EOC. We are also working very closely with all of the mayors from the county, from the cities that make up Nueces County, from Port Aransas to Robstown this morning, and we will touch every single city that's affected. We are highly concerned, as has already been mentioned, about this surge of water that we are seeing. This is coming from moving water that moves inland from the shoreline. You have probably seen on the Weather Channel already at least 4 feet in certain areas on the coast. I've had visual images of both Bob Hall Pier and in Port Aransas by Horace Caldwell Pier, and I can tell you that the water is definitely, if it wasn't at the dunes early this morning, it was approaching it. And so now, several hours later, it's already past the dunes. You can see the rushing movement of water, and it really shows how important it is to really be prepared, which is why we made the good decision, I think, yesterday to make certain that we would have ample time to get people safely off the beach. All those folks in RVs have been moved off the beach, and it's a very good thing because, as I said, the picture is worth 1,000 words. So you'll recall yesterday our messages were quite focused on 3 points. Be ready, right? Be prepared. Stay informed. And please don't take any unnecessary risks. Those points stand true today. Mayor McComb probably said it best when he said, we all know how to stay at home now. Well, this is Mother Nature's stay-at-home order for all of us. And I think that the rising waters in particularly make it difficult for anybody to safely move around. And so I also want to recommend to all citizens, particularly in the western part of our county and in the northern part, northwest part, Cal Allen, Annaville, Robstown, moving towards Banquete, and now we'll say, please stay in. We know these are areas that have always historically had issues with flooding and drainage issues. And so if you can help all of us, the best thing you can do to be prepared for this storm as it approaches is stay put. I also have set up a Nueces County hotline. I'd like to give you that number right now. It's 414-6000. It's going to be a good line for the next 48, and if we need to, we'll extend to 72 hours. You'll be able to call this line, and we have folks standing by in our Emergency Operations Center to help answer your questions, or perhaps you're going to call to report some damage. We will do our very best to get you to the right emergency first responder. Most of all, I just want you to stay safe. We will be giving you updates throughout the next 48 hours, and I want you to stay close to your media outlets. Again, remember your reversealert.org and the opportunity to get amazing information at both the City of Corpus Christi, Texas website, and of course our own Nueces County website as well. I think the last thing that I'd like to really share with you is what a good feeling it is to work with such an experienced team, not only here at the county, but across Nueces County. And it also extends to our partners. I've had the opportunity this morning to visit with Clayberg County Judge Rudy Madrid, and it's a good feeling when he says, I've got your back, Judge. And I get to reciprocate and say, and I've got yours. I also want to thank the Texas Department of Emergency Management and the National Weather Service. They are giving us incredible, detailed information. Finally, we got an opportunity shortly before this press briefing to work with and consult with our legislative delegation. So thank you to Senators Hinojosa and Colhorst, Chairman, Representatives Hunter and Herrero. We have an amazing delegation that is ready to assist at a moment's notice. Because of this type of cooperation and collaboration, we're able to be the type of first responders you need us to be. As I said yesterday, we are approaching imminent threat. There are life-threatening situations with this storm. Please take it very seriously. And if we all do our part in our preparedness, we will come out on the other side of the storm. So I look forward to answering your questions, and please stay safe.
Okay, that concludes the briefing. If you have any questions, if not, anyone have any questions? I know the press has got a job to do, but they've also got to take care of themselves, so we want you to finish up here and get home and get safe with you and your family. So do that. Be careful, stay safe, and stay healthy. And we'll continue to be in touch with you as the need exists. I don't know that we've got another briefing scheduled at this time, but any emergency information that we do need to get out, we will. But right now, our focus is getting everyone home, get them off the street, and riding this thing out. The good news about this is that it appears it's all going to happen during the daylight hours, so we don't have to go into the nighttime to face this issue. So stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you.
All right, and continuing our wall-to-wall coverage here of Hurricane Hanna approaching the coast, the eye wall approaching the Texas coast right now. The eye appearing to be heading for Kennedy County, south of Baffin Bay, and sparing Corpus Christi, the majority of Corpus Christi and the surrounding area, the hurricane force winds that this storm has actually been providing. It's gotten up. We heard a late report, and we'll get more from our meteorologist team here in just a moment, but we've heard that the Hurricane Hunter plane has gone in and sampled conditions along the eye wall of that storm, Hurricane Hanna, and has found the sustained winds now of 90 miles an hour.
Well, let me interject.
Okay, hang on.
This is data from the Hurricane Hunter aircraft.
Yeah.
Disregard the wind speed that it says of 84.
Okay.
On the surface pressure of 977 millibars, we have a Dvorak wind chart that corresponds pressure with wind.
Hold on, Billy.
Okay.
Here, I got
Go
you.
ahead.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I got you on mine. Okay. Here you go. There you go.
All right. So disregard the 84, the surface pressure 977, there's a chart, Dvorak wind speeds, and you can correspond surface pressure with actual wind speeds. And surface pressure at 977 corresponds to a 90 mile an hour speed at the surface.
Okay. So that's where we're getting the 90 from.
That's where I'm getting the 90, and this is my observation only. This is not Joe, Allen, this is until we hear from the Hurricane Center.
Okay. So that's what we're looking at. And but again, there's no change in the prediction that the Corpus Christi area per se will not be facing hurricane force winds. It's down to the south.
Interesting update that he'll bring you that he just found out during the. Go ahead.
Let me just quickly just to sum up what the mayor of Corpus Christi, Joe McComb, was saying early on in that briefing, and we carried that live for you here on TV3. The mayor basically saying that all is good, all is well. That he even talked about a few of the H-E-B stores. I'm assuming the H-E-B Plus in Flower Bluff and on Saratoga are open. Urging people, though, not to just kind of rush over there. Now's not the time to be traveling en masse, but in case you do need any items, they are open. Fire and police resources prepared to respond if they need to be. Of course, the beaches are closed. They have been, and they will stay closed at least till Monday. And that the mayor's saying that this will be over in 24 hours, and he was very careful to attribute that to himself, and it was his belief that it would be, and I think everyone here concurs with that, that 24 hours we will have this thing behind us for the most part. Also, he talked about the city manager, Peter Zanoni, talking about the call center being open and available for anyone who wants to report a situation where they've got a downed tree or something where they need city crews to attend. That number 826-CITY, 826-2489. If you want to report like a downed tree, a downed power line, that sort of thing, you can call AEP directly for the power lines and if you have outages and so forth. Also, that at the Corpus Christi International Airport, most of the flights have been canceled at this point. Most of the flights at CCIA have been canceled because of the storm, because of the situation, as a precaution, of course. Now then, over to Alan Holt.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I'm noticing on how this is evolving, the storm and the storm center in particular. So we'll bring up the radar full here because you're going to be able to see, I think, right along with me, the trend at the end of the loop. See how it's jogging to the south a little bit. If you look closely and pay attention to that movement, you can start to pick up and detect that that southerly turn is starting to happen. Bill was just talking about the pressure that's dropping in the center of the storm that would support 90-mile-per-hour winds. That's important too, because look at the shape of the eye. You see how it's getting more compact, And that is another sign that we're looking to see that this is still strengthening. So what we were talking about while that press conference was going on is what marks the difference between a Category 1 and a Category 2 storm. And we're going to be close to that threshold, we think, in the next hour when that 1 p.m. update comes out. Right now it's 80 miles per hour, but we're seeing and estimating ourselves here a 90 mile per hour wind. The Hurricane Hanna is showing an 84 mile per hour wind, and that's going to put it at the higher threshold of that Category 1 hurricane force status. Joe, Bill?
I was wondering, because you were talking about the next update coming at 1 p.m. I thought they were going to do it every hour. Isn't that the way it works?
Getting close to that point.
Getting close to that point. Okay, so we're not, we're doing it every couple hours now? Every 3
well,
hours?
it's usually every 6 hours. And then as it gets closer, it's every 3 hours. As it gets way close, then it's every hour.
Okay, so we're getting to that point, but the next planned update is at 1?
1 p.m.
Okay.
Let me interject if you don't mind.
Sure.
From the Weather Service, sustained tropical storm force winds over the islands now.
Yep.
Bob Hall Pier gusting to 68 miles per hour, gust at Bob Hall Pier.
All right. And you saw there on that satellite loop, you saw the eye wall of the storm, which has been extensive. This is a wide area. Just getting to the coast now, it's right there. So that's
it's right there, and hasn't it dramatically compacted?
Yeah. So the storm itself, that indicates the storm itself is strengthening, and we've been talking about now that it's forecast to strengthen to an 80 mile an hour storm, sustained winds.
Current is 80. Bill and I, just in looking at all this data, the pressure dropping, the hurricane recon stuff, and that shrinking eye on radar imagery, we're thinking that it's going to be around 90 miles per hour. As of right now, at 1 o'clock, it could even be a little more organized, so it might even be higher than that at that 1 p.m. update. But the big takeaway, I think, is both that eye shrinking, and we're thinking that it's a little stronger, and that southerly movement into the more rural part of Kennedy County.
Right.
So
that's the good news.
We need to see that go south to avoid the stronger winds of this storm, and it looks like it's doing that now.
It looks like it is.
Yeah.
And the thing also to keep in mind is that you're talking about sustained winds here of 80 and 90 miles an hour. There are gusts that are going to be much higher than that.
Yes, and just to go back and piggyback off of what you were talking about with the Weather Service, Bill, those gusts in those locations on the island and in coastal areas are into that moderate tropical storm force strength. Those are the gusts as high as about 60 miles per hour. Then the actual wind speeds coinciding with what you were just talking about, Bill, from the National Weather Service, 47 sustained in Flower Bluff. That's at the Naval Air Station. That's on the Oso Bay. That's even a little bit farther inland than the actual island locations themselves. So those tropical storm force wind speeds are definitely starting to move in. And the thing that I always talk about with these storms as they do move in is as you get closer to the center of the storm, those winds start to ramp up. So we're starting to get into the more beefy rain bands, if you will, the ones that are going to offer up the higher winds with this storm, which at the middle of the storm, again, we're talking about this part right here, the middle of this storm, that's where those 80 and 90 mile per hour winds are going to be. If they're there, it's going to be the eye wall. And look at the southern flank, Bill.
Yeah, no kidding. It's strong.
Of this eye wall,
which is kind of unusual.
Yeah. And I know on camera here, it looks like I'm just looking off into La La Land, but Bill's like 6 to 10 feet away from me. Because we have to social distance. See, I'm over here, Bill's right there, Joe's over there, Ryan's right there.
We're at least, believe me, we're at least 6 feet apart.
It's weird to communicate through the lens of a camera, but I guess we do that every day, but not to each other.
And we're going to go at the top of the hour here. We're going to have a complete update with Ryan Shoptaw of Hurricane Hanna, where everything stands and so forth. We're talking about the southern flank of that eye wall, and that's the part, it seems to me, that's going to come around and hit Corpus Christi, the rainfall.
Well, the southern flank of the eye, that's going to move in like toward Raymondville.
Oh, is it? Okay.
That's down here.
Yeah, we're looking at when it comes to the top stuff.
I mean,
I see
it's,
what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, so the top, the top, that would be the northern part of the storm. And the way we talk about these things, like when they're moving in, I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with the right front quadrant, that being the worst part or the dirty part of the storm, and that's based on the storm movement. Right. So if it's moving like this, right, and I'm just going to draw another, just to disregard the arrow, but the right front quadrant's going to be, you know, well, I guess this is a bad example on my drawing. Stay with me here. The right front quadrant, okay, I get off that arrow there. If we're going to make a quadrant out of this based on the movement, is going to be this. That's the dirty or right front quadrant based on the movement of the storm. So, you know, those high winds are going to be more so in here, but we're on the weak side of that right front quadrant as this is moving in. Sorry about the shape of the lines. There's a more, you know, crisp one, but the shape of this and the movement of it, the right front quadrant's actually moving into parts of the island, but the most dangerous part would be right near Baffin Bay. If I had to say where the strongest winds are right now, it would be right in here with respect to people and land locations, which is that close? That's probably in the National Seashore. I would say right in that area,
right in that
but
area?
well south of the island that people live on, you know.
Right. Maybe a little bit farther, a little bit north of the seawall, or north of the seashore. But yeah, and we're seeing the 68, 70 mile an hour sustained winds at the Bob Hall Pier, and that's what we're looking at there as that eye wall comes ashore. And what we want to do now, it's 12 noon at the top of the hour. We want to get an update from Ryan Choctaw on where things stand and what we're looking at here and where Hurricane Hanna is precisely. So Ryan, take it away.
Yeah, you know, Hurricane Hanna made Category 1 status earlier today at 7 a.m. and now it's finally inching closer and closer to the Texas coast. Now, what's changed over the last couple hours? Landfall expected later on tonight around 7 p.m., give or take an hour or so. We'll keep an eye on it for you. And Hurricane Hanna currently, as of 10 a.m., moving west at about 7 miles per hour. Now, to zero in on where exactly it's going to make landfall, that's between Baffin Bay and Port Mansfield. Moreover, into Kennedy County. Primary threats for us, though, storm surge, 3 to 5 feet, flash flooding, tropical storm force winds in Nueces County, San Pat, up to Live Oak County, B County, between 39 and 73 miles per hour. So those are the current updates as of lunchtime. And I do want to talk about why this hurricane, why Hanna, is inching farther south. Now, me and Alan talked about this earlier in the week. There's a ridge out to our north, and there was an upper low, just kind of a weak upper level disturbance out to our south over the western Gulf of Mexico. Now, sometimes these upper level lows, what we call them in meteorology, they can help enhance the outflow of tropical systems and continue to strengthen them. And now this one did that. However, it helped it tug it farther south. So I do think that's why Hurricane Hanna did make Category 1 status. However, it helped it push it farther south of Corpus Christi. Again, landfall is expected later on tonight around 7 p.m. Here's the current look on it and stats. 80 miles per hour on the current wind speeds. No, those are sustained wind speeds around the eye wall. And you can see it kind of wobbling around the Texas coast right now, moving west at about 7, wind gusts upwards of 100 miles per hour. Again, this is off the Texas coast, moving closer and closer to Kennedy County in the next several hours. We'll keep an eye on it for you. Here's the updated forecast cone for Hanna. It's offshore right now, but as it inches closer to Kennedy County, which is right here, no man's land, there are a few people there. However, it's a lessly populated county in contrast between other counties that across deep South Texas. So as it moves inland, it's going to make landfall around 7 p.m. tonight as a Cat 1. National Hurricane Center is still on that. Wind sustained at about 80 as it moves inland into the, let's say, Rio Grande Valley, Starr County, Zapata County, at least south of that area. It's going to weaken quickly. I mean, without the warmth of the Gulf of Mexico, without the moisture, the water, it can't feed on anything. So as it moves west, expect it to weaken a lot. In fact, by Sunday morning, 50 mile per hour wind sustained. That's a big cut down on wind speeds. By Sunday night, 30 miles per hour as it starts to interact with the central and northern mountains of Mexico. And typically when that happens, it becomes a remnant low and just gets sheared apart by some different terrain over in central Mexico. Now, in terms of rainfall amounts, 2 to 5 inches on average in our viewing area. That's between about Hebronville to Rockport, as far north as, let's say, Beeville, and also in the George West. So again, that's average, isolated pockets depending on where these storms wrap around the area of low pressure and start to train and just drop and deposit good amounts of rainfall. Isolated pockets could see upwards of about, let's say, 8 to 12. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, the center of circulation, the eye of the storm between Corpus Christi and Brownsville, focusing in on Kennedy County. And you'll also notice, 5 to 10 inches on average in the valley. Other pockets could see upwards of a foot of rain, so that is going to be the bulk of the rainfall. And you can see, we're just getting soaked right now between Corpus Christi, also in the Kennedy County. In fact, you can see a closer look. They're seeing a good amount of rainfall on the western flank of this storm, or at least this hurricane. So, and notice, look at this, the eye wall of Hanna. And last time I checked it, I do think the diameter was about 40 miles. So it's slowly tightening up, slowly but surely. But again, it's starting to move west and expected to make landfall later on tonight. Closer look at Nueces County, Corpus Christi, Port Aransas, and also in the Rockport. Moderate rain I got across the region. And as we take a zoom out and back out the reach of things, Seadrift, Refugio, Sinton, Highway 77, up into Rockport and B County, seeing some pretty good rainfall. Now the problem is, yeah, this is not heavy, but as these bands of rain continue to constantly wrap around, it's the continuous rates of rainfall that will be a problem. Now here are rainfall totals so far for this morning since about midnight. 4/10 of an inch here in the city, more than that in Port Aransas, closing in on an inch of rainfall in Flower Bluff, the Naval Air Station, less and less as you work your way west in Highway 77 and the 281 corridor. So again, the main takeaway, the coastline is going to see a bulk of the rainfall, less rainfall as you work your way north and west. And again, about on average 2 to 5 inches of rainfall when it's all said and done Sunday night into early Monday. A live look with our Lex Cam showing the big picture, a summary of what's going on outside downtown Corpus Christi on your left, the Harbor Bridge on your right, lots of cloud cover out there, all some good tropical rain out across the area. We'll continue to forecast and update you guys as we get closer and closer to tonight as Hurricane Hanna makes landfall around 7 p.m. Of course, we'll give you any updates here at TV3. Guys.
Ryan, thanks very much. And let's go live now to Padre Island. Leslie Adamy is standing by there with a live look from the balcony of a condominium right next to Packery Channels, so you can see, Leslie, exactly where this storm is from your vantage point. What are you able to tell from where you are?
Absolutely. Hi there, Joe. Hi, everyone. So I'm here actually at the El Constante condominium apartment complex. The good folks here were so kind enough to let us on their balcony. This wind, really big issue out here. But take a look. This is our view from the balcony. You can see those waves coming in. They are pretty intense. And if I can get you guys to see, hold on, try to cover my mic as much as possible. Or if you can zoom in on that downed lifeguard stand over there, you can see just how powerful these waves are, knocking over things as sturdy as lifeguard stands just over there. And then now what I want to try and point out to you, so here we are, right? Just over yonder, now that it's a little foggy and misty, you probably won't be able to see. So we are just a tiny bit south of Packery Channel. That is it over there. And just to give you an idea, that's how close we are to the area. This right here is a road leading out to the beach, and that's exactly why we discussed storm surge yesterday, right? Just to give you guys an idea of the water moving onto the road. Here, I'll go ahead and write that. We'll come back over here, Roy. So as I mentioned, sorry guys, hope I'm making this better and not worse. Wind, the big issue out here as well. But despite this, we've been seeing a lot of folks coming out to try, maybe not so much now, but as we were driving up, Joe, we were seeing a lot of folks, surfers specifically, wanting to take advantage of the waves, seeing a lot of folks driving in and around the area, wanting to just capture, I guess, Hurricane Hanna, the before effects as she starts to come into our area, folks wanting to document it themselves. I see someone out here with their phone. But yes, the wind is extremely powerful. In fact, as we were driving over here, it was pretty intense. On the JFK Causeway, the water was doing that thing where it shoots up onto the bridge and kind of like sprays the road. So as you can imagine, roads were extremely wet. So if you do not have to be out in this weather and do not have to be driving out in it, absolutely do not. The wind is intense and water is all over the road. So if you have to be out, please drive safely, but I would highly recommend not doing so. But again, I'll go ahead before I toss it back to you. Here's one last look at where we are. Again, just a tiny bit south of Packery Channel, and here's our view of the Gulf from where we are right now on the balcony, second story of this condominium complex. So continue to check back in with us, Joe, as much as you need. We're gonna hunker down right here. I'll send it back to you.
Thanks very much, Leslie. I don't think I've ever seen anyone wipe the camera lens live on the air that way, but why not?
That's where we are. That's what you. that's what you do.
It's covered with water. You wipe it.
That's what you do.
Yeah, and we could see the strong wind. We could see the door behind you there, Leslie. You know, kind of rattling with that strong wind, and we could also see the fact that the beach right below you normally just isn't there right now. The water
it's incredible,
is,
right?
Yeah, the water is completely covering it.
Incredible.
So it is indeed.
And listen, again, we're still looking at strong winds now for another couple of hours.
That's right.
This thing is strengthening. So conditions, they're not good right now. They're going to be a little bit worse as we go on through the day. Stay home. Stay home.
Can't emphasize that enough. Let's quickly go to an area that may be even seeing stronger winds down in Clayberg County. We've got Ashley Gonzalez of our staff there live at the sheriff's office. And what are you saying? It looks kind of calm there, Ashley.
You're right, Joe. It is pretty calm, but as Leslie said earlier, just the drive when she was driving, you can kind of feel the wind. Same thing when we drove from Corpus over here to Kingsville. The wind was definitely picking up, and we got here about 30 minutes ago, but the wind has definitely picked up. You can probably see the trees behind me. They're not moving too much, but there are a couple wind gusts. I'm actually here with the Clayberg County Sheriff, Kirkpatrick. So what do you guys have in store in the event or later on when things start to get a little bit worse?
Well, again, we are anticipating those conditions to change. As you well know, it's a rapidly changing situation. Again, for us, the Sheriff's Department has additional patrols on staff to remain on duty while the storm passes, and then we'll be able to get out and answer some of those calls as they come in. Our low-lying areas in Ricardo are probably our deepest concern at this point. Our county judge, Rudy Madrid, has opened the FEMA domes located at the Henrietta Memorial High School, HM High. At that point, we are encouraging those individuals who are living in those low-lying areas or areas near Baffin Bay, Loyola Beach, that sort of thing, and those individuals that might be staying in a trailer house or those homes that are subject to these types of inclement conditions that happen with hurricanes. If those individuals are feeling that they need to seek shelter, they're welcome to seek refuge at the domes, and they're encouraged to do so at this time.
And at this time, I like how you said that, because just moments ago you saw that gust of wind, and it's going to pick up as the night goes on, as Mr. Vesey said. So just if you don't have to drive, please do not drive. Just stay indoors, and if you need to seek shelter, go ahead and seek shelter. Reporting live from Kingsville, Ashley Gonzalez, 3 News. Back to you.
Ashley, thanks very much. Kingsville, that's why it's kind of calm there. Kingsville is quite a bit inland from the action that we would see, for example, in Ricardo and.
I'll just say Baffin Bay has gusts to 69 mile per hour right now.
There you go. And you talked about seeking shelter. We do want to reemphasize that the FEMA dome in Clayberg County, in fact, at the H.M. King High School in Kingsville, they have got a FEMA dome that they're using as a shelter. So if you are in Clayberg County and you feel like you need to not take a chance and just kind of get into a safe location, that is available for you. You have to bring a mask. You have to wear a mask because we are still in the pandemic. But that is open now in Clayberg County for folks who are seeking shelter there. And the county judge, Rudy Madrid, did declare a disaster there in Clayberg County in advance of this to help free up some funding in the event of any damage in some of those low-lying areas. And as Bill was saying, 69-mile-an-hour gusts in the Baffin Bay area, that is likely to get a bit worse as we progress through the day here.
And remember, 68 gusts at Bob Hall Pier, 69 at Baffin Bay.
There you go.
And the sustained tropical storm force winds already at NAS Corpus Christi.
Okay, so all of that happening, keep that in mind. And really, we are talking about voluntary. If you wish to evacuate, and there's been no mandatory call for evacuation, nothing like that. But if you feel like you want to, you can do so. And Ricardo, Rivera, Baffin Bay, Loyola Beach, those are all low-lying areas where flooding is considered likely as a result of this probably already happening there.
Oh yeah. For sure at Baffin Bay and Loyola Beach, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And Alan Holt standing by here with more. Alan?
Yeah, we're keeping watch on exactly how this is going to start to move into and approach the coastline. We're waiting for it, and we are seeing now that it's going to start to take its southerly track that we've been saying it's going to take, and you can see the evidence on it on that turn on the last few loops of the radar imagery. But the places that are getting the strongest winds right now are portions of the island, extending down into Baffin Bay. Bill, you're saying that the wind sustained there near Baffin Bay?
Gust to 69.
Gusting up to near 70 miles per hour. So those strongest winds that we're going to feel here, at least in parts of, places that people are living in, Corpus Christi, the island area, I would suspect that 60 to 70 mile per hour winds are happening right on the island at this point right now. I want to focus now on how these winds are forecast to move in, and I'm going to show you a new graphic. We haven't shown it to you yet. This one you have seen. It's the tropical storm force probabilities, and this is saying that if you're south of Highway 44, 100% chance you're going to get tropical storm force winds. That's 39 to 73 miles per hour. 44 is the road that runs from Corpus Christi through Alice and then out to Freer. So if you're south of those locations, you're going to see and feel tropical storm force winds, which could be anywhere between 39 and 73 miles per hour. North of that, the chance drops off very quickly in a short amount of time. You see, like up in places like Beeville, B County, Live Oak County, you're looking at a 30 to 40% chance of more likely low-end tropical storm force winds. This is the new map now that I want to show, and it's the same chart, but it's going to have hurricane force winds only on it, and the percent chance to see or observe hurricane force winds. And this is for Hanna as it moves in on its current track, and you'll see that parts of Corpus Christi and Nueces County, and a lot of the viewing area for that matter, is going to at least see a chance for tropical storm force winds, and those areas include hurricane force winds. Falfurrias, Kingsville, about looks like 10 to 20% chance. Parts of Corpus Christi, 10% chance to see hurricane force winds, which are 74 miles per hour or greater, with the biggest chances being in the most isolated area in terms of population, Kennedy County. That's where it looks like anywhere between 40 and 50% chance to see hurricane force winds.
Okay. Our Border Patrol, who does a great job, looks like those winds are going to hit both Border Patrol checkpoints, both at Sarita and at Encino. Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, you can see exactly where those highest winds are going to be expected, and it coincides with the center track of this storm, which is going to be right into here, and that's where those winds are focused, the strongest winds.
Get the dogs inside.
Oh, man.
But interesting to see, no?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, so it's not, I mean, we don't think that hurricane force winds are going to be seen throughout Corpus Christi.
This has 10%.
But there's that 10%.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
Things. The thing that we keep emphasizing about these hurricanes is the unpredictability factor. And, the science has gotten so much better over the years, but there is still Mother Nature can do things that you can't predict.
This is Saturday. What were we talking about on Monday? Tropical depression moving inland.
Yeah.
Even as late as yesterday.
Yeah.
A minimal category 1 2 days ago, a tropical storm. these are, again, as we've been talking about, the smartest people on the planet.
That's right.
And we're all, I mean, I think, Joe, you're the only one who thought that maybe this could get to be a Category 2. We should hire you at the
I wasn't going to
Hurricane
mention that. I mean, but no, I just, you get to the point, and you know this, but you get to the point where you have a kind of a gut feeling about some of these storms.
That's part of forecasting. And there's 3 elements, and one of it is your gut feeling.
Yeah, because you've seen them, you kind of see what these storms have done in the past at the times of the year that they're coming in. That's kind of important. Yep. And just what they look like. Yeah. And so, you know, you draw from that, and obviously you have to use the science too. All right, we have Marissa Cummings, who's on North Beach now, kind of watching what's happening there. North Beach in Corpus Christi, of course, being one of those low-lying areas where flooding is not unusual, even during a good rainstorm. So you can imagine with the surge, with the rain and the wind and so forth, it's going to be flooding out there. But Marissa, what are you looking at right now?
Exactly what you said, Joe. We are looking at some severe flooding here. So if we look down here, here is what is supposed to be the beachfront. I am at the Radisson Hotel, and this is supposed to be beachfront property, but all the way over past the sidewalk, it is completely covered. Earlier today, we were on the Lexington, and it didn't look as intense, but as soon as you to a property, as soon as you get close to this beachfront, you understand that all of it is flooded. If you look over here, there were beach chairs and lawn chairs reasonably all stacked up, and you can see that it's about 3 to 4 inches up on that property. And even further down, you can look at the intersection here on North Beach between the Radisson and a souvenir shop. There's actually a car waiting at that intersection there. We drove through that intersection to get here from Lexington. I would say that that is about 4 to 5 inches. If you don't have to drive through it, I definitely wouldn't. And just to show how close we are to the property, I don't know if the camera can see this, I can look down and almost up the gate that takes you right inside. That's how far the water is up. And again, it's a little misleading as far as looking out at the water, because it doesn't look incredibly choppy like Leslie was describing Bob Hall Pier. You're not going to see that here, but you will see a lot of flooding. Actually, there's somebody standing out over here. Everyone is kind of gawking at the flooding. They kind of went away, but this is definitely a sight to see, and something that I do not recommend that people come out into if they do not have to. And again, the wind actually has picked up. I know that you guys were talking about an update at 1 o'clock if it could possibly be a Category 2. And I mean, even from here, even where it is not the worst hit as far as wind goes, coming from the Lexington to the Radisson Hotel, you definitely felt that wind. So stay off the roads. The entire North Beach front, I mean, there's nobody out here, and there is no reason to be out here. They had closed down the beaches, and even in the hotel, they have closed off the access doors to go outside to the beach front. And the one reason that they're doing that, of course, is to stay away from the flooding, but secondly, it is also incredibly humid out here, guys. And so the humidity is keeping it hard to keep the inside of the hotel, that lobby floor, from it not getting wet. So they have wet floor signs everywhere down there to make sure that people know, hey, it is incredibly humid. We're trying to keep it as dry as possible. And of course, people walking through isn't making it any better. But we're going to keep you updated as much as we can as things may worsen here. Reporting live from the Radisson Hotel, Marissa Cummings, 3 News. Back to you, Joe.
Marissa, thank you. And yes, we also keep track of power outages during events like this. It's inevitable, really, with power lines going down, and we've got conditions that just when those lines get dislodged and so forth. Right now, we've got at least 10,000 people out of power, and I can't really tell because it's very small. I can't tell what those signs indicate, but you can see. It's just from the AEP website there. You can see where the outages are for the most part, but about 10,000 customers being reported out of power.
It looks to be very isolated.
It's isolated right now. Okay, well, good. We hope it stays that way. And this is just one of those inevitable things. AEP told us from the get-go that they were going to have their crews positioned and ready to go as this storm moved in, so that they could jump on it whenever they were told of an outage and a problem.
It looks like the biggest outage, which isn't that big, is around Ennis-Jocelyn and McArdle.
Okay. So you've got that, and just keep in mind, they're working as fast as they can to get you back online.
We've got a power outage map out. This is not based on what's actually happening, but the likelihood of power outages happening in those orange shaded areas.
Right.
That's a moderate chance, which is coinciding with what we're seeing with respect to the outages that are happening right now. And this is going to happen. You have gusty winds, rain, things blow around, maybe hit a power line, and you can lose power.
Sure. We saw just on Park Road 22 on the island, some of the poles leaning, dangerously over, and that's just not a good sign at all.
So yeah,
okay,
that's just a cue to say that power outages are going to be possible.
Yeah, absolutely. We quickly want to go to, we're going to go to John Thomas here in just a second, who's at Oso Bay, but look at this.
That doesn't look good.
No, that is a truck that, yes, is underwater there.
That's why you turn around.
Yeah, don't chance that. That is just a ruined engine right there. Okay, let's go to John Thomas Kobus, who's standing by at Oso Bay with an update on what's happening there. John Thomas?
Oh, Joe, I hope you can hear me all right. You were talking about McArdle and Ennis-Jocelyn having some power outages. I just went by over on SPID, and you can see the sign for Ennis-Jocelyn. It got pulled down by the wind, so it's another victim of just how serious this wind is. And driving back from Flower Bluff a little while ago, just being on the South Padre Island Drive, you get pulled. As you're driving, you feel that push from the wind. It's just not safe. I'm going to show you where I am. I'm up at the La Jolla Apartments here, courtesy of our assistant news director, Matt Mayato, and I really appreciate him. Squat, if you will. But here's Oso Bay. Island University is right over here to the left. You can barely see it now. Earlier I could see it better, but the wind and the rain just coming in over here. Flower Bluff to my right. I would step out further. My problem is I don't think you're going to hear me, but you can definitely see that it's picking up. Down here there's usually a beach, a beach area where you can see some of the sand and other things, but the water, that surge is coming up so high right now that, hey, who knows? Maybe it could crest a little bit later. There's cars down there, trucks. Matt warned me not to park so close. He said to park up a little bit higher. We are right off of Ennis-Jocelyn here, tucked in a little cove. I'm going to try to step out. If it's loud, I apologize. Let's see what I can do here. Give you a glimpse of the other apartments that are along this cove. You can see these cars that are parked up. They're feeling safe where they are. I'll tell you another thing that's really interesting, Joe, is the fact that the wind that's blowing through here right now is it's creating, if you're going to take one of those kids' tubes that you whip around and it makes like a hollow whipping noise, it's scary. I don't know if you can hear that. It's real ominous. I mean, beyond ominous. Again, just the Oso Bridge, the Oso Bay right here. Oh man, busy, choppy. You can imagine the pull that if you were out there swimming or just, if you were kayaking, you would feel that pull. That wind is just intense. You see the palm trees down here blowing over. Palm fronds everywhere. You drive around town, you cannot miss some palm fronds. And another thing, my wife is headed out to her store right now. A customer called and said that her door had blown open. She's headed out to Bill Allen. I told her, I was like 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, gusts. I don't know what they're getting up to, but it's just not safe for anybody to be on the road. She has an SUV, but I'm still worried about her. It's one of those, she has some people that are going to meet her out there right now in her store, but that's a concern. I mean, somebody's trying to leave and go somewhere. This is not the time that you want them to do it. I'm going to send it back to you guys. Reporting over from La Jolla Apartments, John Thomas Kobos, 3 News.
We're seeing reports of the high water, the winds, the surge everywhere. I want to take another look at that truck that was underwater, and we didn't quite give you a vantage point, but that is the JFK Causeway there, right off the JFK Causeway near the Billings bait stand, to give you a reference point, and you can see that truck just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yep.
Right there. Let's
We've got a new update coming in. It's an hour early, so these are going to be happening more frequent as this starts to get closer to land. The wind speed sustained on this has not changed on this update. It's still at 80 miles per hour, but the wind gusts have. They're gusting to now 100 miles per hour. The Hurricane Center is still not saying that it has turned south of west at all. They're still giving it a due west track right now, the current movement at 7 miles per hour. But as we've been looking at this feature and the center of it, you can see that over the last few loops and scans of this, that there is definitely a jog to the south. Even though that movement from the Hurricane Center is not updating that southerly turn yet, I suspect in that 1 p.m. update, it's going to have a southerly component to it. So that's the latest as of right now, as of noontime, a little bit stronger as this is getting very close now to land. For sure, that inner eye wall is moving over parts.
I think landfall, Joe and I are speaking, landfall is going to be before 7 p.m.
I think we could say that pretty certainly, that it's going to happen before 7. But so we're in the midst of it right now for sure, in Corpus Christi and other parts of the viewing area.
Just to let folks know when officially landfall takes place, it's when the eye moves ashore.
It is this part of the storm. The center part of the eye moves over land. You know, if it's right here, that's not landfall. If the land is right here, it's not. It's got to be right over the center of the storm, and that's deemed landfall.
And that is such a huge, still a huge eye. It's very wide. It's unusually so. That's what we're looking at. At that point, we can say that it has made landfall. And right now, we are seeing this eye wall, which typically has the strongest winds surrounding a hurricane. We're seeing that rake over Padre Island and the south of that, I guess the National Seashore, you would say now.
Up and down to the National, you bet, all the way down to Mansfield.
Yep.
And we're talking about storm surge with John Thomas. You see how the bands are swirling in toward the center of the storm. So water is going to get pushed into these locations right to the north of the center. Meanwhile, to the south, it's going to be an offshore flow. So that's why the storm surge is focused right over the Corpus Christi Bay, parts of Copano Bay, all of these barrier islands, Mustang Island, North Padre Island. Those are going to be the places with that 3 to 5 foot storm surge and perhaps more. But that's another caveat to this forecast. With the tide being low at 2:30, that would help mitigate the worst effects of the highest storm surge possible. The low tide is about 2:30, and it looks like that's going to be coinciding with what we think now is going to be an early landfall compared to what the forecast cone is suggesting.
Which makes which makes it even more dramatic, because we've seen just how high that water is.
Yes.
And if it's that high, considering that we're almost at low tide, that just really gives you an idea of what it would be if it were high tide.
Yeah, but
much worse.
At least, you know, that's a good thing. It's going to move in at low tide, and that's the official storm surge forecast, 3 to 5 feet. That also could change at the next update, but that's what we've got right now. We're going to watch it to, you know, keep track of it and guide everyone through as it makes landfall. Ryan's going to be here with an update here on the current conditions of the storm and the forecast cone.
Okay, well, let's go to Ryan right now.
Hey there, guys. You're watching Hanna as we speak, and it's floating just off the Texas coast, as Alan just previously mentioned, between Corpus and Brownsville. Now, you'll notice it's wobbling around a little bit. Wind sustained at the moment, 80 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 100, moving west at about 7 miles per hour. Expanding the reach a little bit, you can see the outer bands, just pushing in into Corpus Christi. Heavy amounts of tropical rain dropping buckets through the next several hours. We're going to be dealing with Hanna over the next day or two as we wrap up the weekend. But again, it is just offshore, and as Alan and Bill previously mentioned, it's expected to make landfall around 7, but that's per the National Hurricane Center. It could easily make landfall a little bit before that. And here's a forecast cone, a defined and refined one. It's going to make landfall somewhere in Kennedy County as a Cat 1, winds up to 80 miles per hour. So again, if you're, inside this cone of uncertainty, about 30, 40 miles per hour from the center, I do think you see hurricane force winds. If you're in Nueces County here in Corpus Christi, San Pat, Live Oak County, B County, Jim Wells, you're more going to see tropical storm force winds, 39 between that and 73. Now, as Hanna begins to track its way southwest, it's going to start to push into Mexico. And from there, it's just going to fall apart really, and you can see about Sunday morning as a tropical storm. Sunday evening, 7 p.m. expected to be a tropical depression, if not already a remnant low. In terms of rainfall, 5 to 10 out to our south across the Rio Grande Valley, 2 to 5 on average here in the city. Isolated pockets, a little bit more than that. So, of course, we'll have to keep an eye on things. But the big takeaway, what has changed, a landfall expected 7 o'clock tonight, if not before. We have to keep an eye on it. Hurricane Hanna moving west at 7. We're closing in on Kennedy County for a landfall. Primary threats, storm surge 3 to 5 feet, flash flooding, and tropical storm force winds 39 to 73 miles per hour for here in Corpus Christi. Guys?
Yeah, and I think we need to really pay attention to that next update at 1 o'clock to see what has changed. I'll bet you the landfall time will change, and wind speeds and so forth. We'll keep track of that. We have talked about potential damage here. You want to see some? Take a look at this shot just into us from the La Casa del Sol complex on North Beach, I believe, and you can look there and that dock is pretty well messed up.
Yep. That's from North Beach?
I think so. Yeah, I think that's what I was told. And you can just see there that's what happened. Those docks do not stand up to that kind of surge and power.
We were talking about when we saw the pictures from Marissa on North Beach, and she was explaining how the waters don't look on the surface. Underneath, they're churning, and they can still cause some damage when the wave action hits the beach, and that looks like what happened here.
Absolutely.
It looks calm way out, but when it gets, that's the surge. The surge causes all that.
Let's go live out to North Beach. Marissa Cummings is there right now to give us an update on what's happening. Marissa?
Yes, hey there, Joe and Bill. It was very interesting, like you just said, Bill. On top, the water may look, I mean, of course, not relative, but not huge. Underneath, definitely churning. I don't know if you can see down at the beach, there is a even down sign that had fallen from one of the signs that was on the Radisson Hotel front here, beach front. I was very surprised on North Beach of that looked like to be some kind of outdoor ripped apart, because it's not violent here. One thing of is flooding. So again, I'm going to point to over here right at this intersection. You can see barricades that they're stopping people from even thinking about pulling into this parking lot here over between the Radisson Hotel and the tourist shop here. It's about 5 inches, I would say. Definitely over the curb, and definitely something that you do not want to drive through. And just to get a better idea, if you're not familiar with it, you may look at the water and say, oh, there's some sand space there, but it's coming up. Underneath the water, almost up to the Radisson Hotel, there is a sidewalk. There is a sidewalk that is completely submerged. And if you're not familiar with the area, you may look at it and think, oh, from afar, it's not bad. No, the water is all the way up to the hotel, and hopefully it doesn't get any higher. I can kind of see from my vantage point that it's not in the hotel. It's not at the hotel doors. It's right at that cusp. But definitely the rain is also picking up. I know Ryan spoke earlier about those bands of rain. It may not seem heavy all at once, but it definitely is ongoing. And just so you guys can see, it is completely empty out here, as it should be. All the way down North Beach, there are volleyball courts that are empty. There are, you know, all of these beach fronts. They did close the beaches. People are at the hotels, coming out, taking a look, and of course turning back around, staying inside. And that is what we recommend. Stay inside. You do not want to be in this if you don't have to be. We'll keep you up to date on the conditions here. Reporting live from the Radisson Hotel on North Beach, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Marissa, thanks very much. Yeah, it's just interesting to see what happens when Mother Nature presents herself in that way. It's just it's incredible to see, and we're getting to the point now. We were talking about this before, where as the eye does come ashore, that you're actually going to see a clearing. It's almost eerie that way when it happens, because it moves over and you can look up and often you can see blue skies.
You bet.
So that's expect that, but then there's the other side of the storm.
The other side is coming your way.
Yeah.
You bet.
Alan, what are you watching over there?
I was just now investigating because we started talking about it. I said, I wonder if I can overlay the satellite imagery on top of the radar and see the ocean.
Can you?
A little bit. There it is.
Look at that.
That was at 11:45 though this morning. So you can see the part that we're looking at, the one that Joe was just talking about, where you could maybe see clear blue sky right up the middle of this thing. That's where we're talking about. It's the center of the eye. And what I did was this. That's the satellite imagery gone. We're keeping the radar imagery, and then I just overlaid the satellite so we could see if there are any vacancies in the cloud coverage out there. We just got word, Ryan, you want to come in on this? Yeah, we just got word that there is actually a tornado warning in parts of the viewing area. This just popped up right now. We'll go switch back over to, go take it, Ryan.
It's including in Wardsboro and just south of Refugio, and I do think Alan's going to pull up radar velocity.
Okay, I see it right here. Okay, I'm going to just, this is just kind of real time happening right now. And these tornadoes, Bill, do you want to talk about the tropical spin-ups that happen while we get our bearings on this?
Sure. So we have a 80-mile-an-hour storm out there. As the wind starts reaching close to the coast and it starts slowing down at the surface, the friction starts slowing it down. The wind speeds aloft are still spinning rapidly. So you have the surface speeds are slowing down because of friction, but
the National Weather Service in Corpus Christi has issued a tornado warning for north central San Patricio County in south central Texas, southwestern Refugio County in south central Texas, until 1 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 12:37 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Bonnie View, or 7 miles southeast of Refugio, moving west at 35 miles per hour. Hazard, tornado. Source, radar indicated rotation. Impact, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This dangerous storm will be near Woodsboro and Bonnie View around 12:50 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Take cover now. Move to a basement or an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
It's a polygon and it's showing you the polygon. The arrow location has no meaning, but this is the area that would be concerning for a very, very weak and brief spin up if there is one in that part of the viewing area. So if you're watching between Woodsboro and Bonnie View, you should be sheltered already, but stay inside as this little spin up, if it's on the ground. I don't know for sure if it is or is not, but if that's on the ground, you'll want to be inside in a safe place.
And really, when we're talking about tornadoes, they frequently happen, you're talking inland, and that is the situation there if they turn out to be actual tornadoes. So many people think that, for example, that when they evacuate a major storm heading from Corpus Christi to San Antonio, that they're getting into a safe area, when in fact then they get besieged with tornadoes, and that happens frequently. Just part of these, what we experience with these storms.
Yep. Listen, I have an update on the storm surge potential from the Weather Bureau. They are raising the rate to 4 to 6 feet from Port Aransas and Point South. So they're raising the storm surge potential up to 4 to 6 feet. And that does not include any tide level changes.
And that is from sea level, 4 to 6 feet.
4 to 6 feet from sea level,
From sea level. So you've got to, if you're, you just do the math. If you're a little bit over sea level, that's how much water could be heading your way. And we'll take a look at that. Go ahead, Alan.
No, you go ahead. Yeah, the red areas, you explain this very well to our viewers what we're looking at here. This is the storm surge map, but it's not a forecast map. This map just shows you elevation with respect to location around the city. So the 4 to 6 foot forecast now would be in line with all locations in red on this map. That's 4 to 6 foot elevation being shown on this map, and the storm surge height is also 4 to 6 feet.
So there you go. It's just a map that indicates the low-lying areas, the areas most prone to flooding if we were to get this major storm surge. And that's where officials have estimated the problem areas would be. And this is going to really come as no surprise to anyone. The island, we're talking about some parts of Flower Bluff there, right along Laguna Shores. We're talking about North Beach, certainly, and toward parts of Cal Island. So all of those areas, and then pockets, isolated areas there on the south side of Corpus Christi. You can just see where the flood areas are, and I'm sure if you are living there and have lived in an area for any length of time, you know if you are in a flood zone.
Let me make a clarification on the storm surge. It's above ground level. Okay. All right. So if you're living at sea level, we're looking at 4 to 6 feet above that. But if you're and we're basically talking about coastal areas. So whatever the ground level is, no matter what sea level is, that is what we're looking at, the 4 to 6 feet above.
On top of that, okay.
I just want to stay on this tornado warning because that's probably the most threatening thing in terms of right now, specifically this moment in time of obviously you have a big, Cat 1 hurricane on our hands, but just to focus on the people that are watching us and getting this alert. I'm talking to you in Woodsboro. I'm talking to you in places along Highway 77 just south of Woodsboro, Bonneview. If there is a tornado, again, this is radar indicated, meaning that it's not a confirmed thing. If there is one, the location of that is going to be right in here. That's where there's going to be a little bit of rotation showing up on the radar, where you see those very vibrant greens butting up against the darker shades of green. That's where the rotation is being shown on the radar. So if you are getting that tornado warning, which I'm sure people are right now, like how all of Corpus Christi got that hurricane warning yesterday, people in this part of the viewing area receiving this, Woodsboro, Bonneview, and then 77 south of those two locations, you're going to be getting this warning, and it's for a radar indicated tornado, and I believe it's only in effect till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's something to keep watch on. I'm going to keep eyes on it, Joe, just to make sure it doesn't look like it spins up a little bit faster on the radar imagery. Right. But we'll get back to the hurricane coverage, as Hannah's starting to get its act together in terms of those outer bands working into the coastal bend and
what we want is to get its act together and just move on by. Yeah, move on through. Get out.
It'll be what would that be in a theatrical analogy?
Exit stage left.
Yes, that's what exit stage. Go west. Yeah.
And moving we have asked our viewers to send us pictures of anything that you think might be interesting as we all experience this together, and we've gotten some in here, and this is from Robert Allen Pullen at NAS and Shoreline. You can see there, and we've got something else here, parts of a fence falling down in a resident's backyard near Colda Elementary School on the south side of Corpus Christi. We've just learned that ferry service in Port A has been temporarily suspended, and it's because they're just having difficulty docking those boats. You can imagine with the rough water and so forth. So the ferry service between Aransas Pass and Port Aransas temporarily suspended here until the water calms down. We've also heard that water is over the road at the 1852 Pass to Packery Channel off Highway 361. Crews are directing drivers around that. Keep that in mind. Back to the videos, and pictures, just text us anything you've got at 855-6397, 855. You'll see that works out to news, NEWS. And that's how, just to keep the photos if you can at landscape mode, that would be good. And if you're sending us video, be sure to hold that landscape mode steady give viewers the best look at what you're showing us.
Joe, I'm going to get back to that tornado, just to talk about it, because that warning is going to be up here for at least another 10 minutes. And, you know, these happen in tropical systems. They happen because of the wind shear, the difference in wind speed with height. So you have slower winds at the surface spinning around the storm. You have higher winds the higher up you go. Higher, I mean faster, the higher up you go in altitude. And it's that difference in wind that you start to see these rotating tubes of air. And sometimes those tubes can extend to the south and get to the ground. And that's when you get a tornado out of these things. So the tornado warning is going to be in effect till 1 o'clock. It is for portions, just to give your bearings here to everybody. It's going to be for portions of Refugio County and then the extreme northern part of central San Patricio County. That's where this is going to be in effect for until 1 o'clock. And the rotational aspect of this thing is just to the north of Bonneview, the Bonneview area, and just to the north. That's where the rotation is on the radar. And again, I just want to make sure everyone knows that it's in that area, that it's a radar indicated tornado. It is not a confirmed tornado with respect to visual on this thing. And the other last little nugget I want to share is that these tropical spin-ups, we are not, you know, in a place where we're not familiar with these. We see these happen all the time. These can happen on just a regular old day under a shower, but we often get these pictures coming into us with these things, and a lot of times, more times than not, they stay up in the cloud. They're just a tropical funnel. They'll show up on radar like this and then go away in like 5 or 10 minutes time, and we're over and done with it. And I think that's probably what's going to end up happening with this one. But that being said, if you are in Bonneview or places to the west, Highway 77, you know, west of this in that direction, you need to be taking shelter, and you should be already in shelter given we are going through Hurricane Hanna.
Okay, and we understand now that we can go live back to Clayberg County. Ashley Gonzalez of our staff is at the Sheriff's Office there with an update on what is happening. Ashley?
Actually, Joe, we jumped ships from earlier. We're at Brahma High now, and, well, the weather's a little bit more calm, you know, but covered than other areas that you've been showing. But just behind me, you can see the wind's kind of picking up. And I'm actually here at one of the shelters for the people in this area. I'm here with Janine Reyes from the city of Corpus. And Janine, let's talk specifics about this shelter in case people need it.
So this is a safe room. It was activated this morning by Clayberg County Judge Rudy Madrid. He actually received a call this morning from the National Weather Service warning him that these gusts could get really high in the height of this storm, particularly here in the Kingsville area and the Clayberg County area. Our main concern right now is any of those low-lying areas, anyone along Baffin Bay, anyone in a vulnerable structure. We are urging them right now to make alternative plans to ride out this storm. And so this safe room is that perfect opportunity. Of course, we cannot lose sight of the fact that we are experiencing this weather during a pandemic. So masks are required when you come here. There will be social distancing mechanisms in place. There's temperature checks when you walk in. We can't let one emergency cause yet another. We've seen our numbers drop recently with COVID, and we don't want to see them rise again. So there's extra steps in place at this shelter than what you would normally see during a storm.
All right, and again, this is a temporary shelter, not a long-term shelter, so it's kind of just a place to ride out the storm. And another thing, people cannot really bring their pets in case they have any if they want to come this way.
Correct. It is a safe room is what it's being called. So this is your place to ride out the storm, not necessarily a location to hunker down for the long term. Now, I will say that we do have some area hotels that are offering some evacuation specials if people need to just seek higher ground, or if they have pets that they cannot leave behind. That's another great option. But the county judge who's arriving right now wanted to make sure that the community, particularly those out in the low-lying areas, you talked about Baffin Bay and Loyola Beach, are protected and safe throughout the height of this storm, which really in the next hour or so, you need to make plans to be where you will be riding out the storm, and this is a great option here.
Again, and it's a little bit more calm here, but that is not going to be the case in just a few hours. So if you need to make a move right now. Again, we're at Brahma High School over in Kingsville. Reporting live from Kingsville, Ashley Gonzalez, 3 News.
Ashley, thanks very much. And we do have another update into us just a little bit ahead of 1 o'clock now on Hurricane Hanna, and Bill Vesey is standing by with that, and not that much of a change that we can report.
Well,
here.
officially there's no changes. All we see is that the forward speed still west at 8 miles per hour, but the sustained wind still 80, the gust still 100. The location is 70 miles southeast of Corpus Christi, moving west at 8 miles per hour. I don't see a lot of changes on this. I think the big changes will come with the 4 p.m. update, unless they start going to hourly updates soon. But that's officially, but visually we've been able to see.
We've been able to see the southern jog here that we've been talking about, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing for Corpus Christi, and as we have been saying, it appears to be centered on central Kennedy County, which is a county that has very sparse. It's a sparsely populated county, as we've been talking about. 416 people. That's the population of Kennedy County.
Let me just interject. The headline of the update is "Eye of Hanna getting closer to the coast."
But they still have that 7 p.m. landfall, so that's got to be adjusted.
I think that's going to be adjusted.
Yeah. Okay.
If or not before 4 p.m. when the next big advisory comes out.
We want to show some other pictures that we have, but I've just been, my phone's been blowing up here with pictures from folks I know who are living and out on the island particularly, and we have heard reports of the water going up so high on the island that it's kind of overflowing the canal, the bulkhead, so it's going over the top of the bulkheads out there in some cases. And so just keep in mind that what we're talking about here is a hurricane that will cause that to happen. It will cause tides to rise, and depending on how high the bulkhead is at various properties, it could easily go over the top of that. So protect what you need to protect to make sure that you don't lose anything in the canals out there on Padre Island. Where are we going to go to now? Let's go to Ryan Shoptaw with an update on Hanna. Ryan?
Hey there, Joe. Hey there, Bill. You know, we've been talking about the National Hurricane Center's forecast, and they're expecting landfall at about 7 p.m. tonight in Kennedy County. However, the center of the circulation of Hanna, is just offshore. In fact, 60 miles southeast of Corpus Christi. It's getting close, but right now it's meandering offshore. The latest update as of just a few minutes ago, it's moving west at 8 miles per hour. So still on that westerly movement, that westerly track. Sustained winds at 80. Wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour, and central pressure down to 977 millibars. So again, we'll keep you posted. And this landfall may just happen a little earlier than previously anticipated, because right now it's just offshore. We'll take a look at radar in just a moment. But here's the cone from the National Hurricane Center. Again, 7 p.m. They're expecting landfall in and around Kennedy County as a Cat 1. As it moves west, it's going to weaken a lot, if not going to be torn apart by just the difference in between warm water, the Gulf of Mexico, and landmass over northern Mexico. So you can see at about 7 p.m. tomorrow night as a tropical depression, and then as a remnant low as it moves into the mountains of Mexico. So here's a look at radar, and you can see it's picking up on that eye wall pretty definitively. And you can see the eye wall is about, let's say, 30 miles in diameter, but it's getting close. Now, for it to be a technical landfall, the center of the eye, the center has to be over land, not just this part right here. The center of the circulation has to be over land. So again, that's from what we're seeing just a few hours away, and the National Hurricane Center is still going for a 7 p.m. landfall. And we'll adjust that, but right now what we're seeing from current radar and satellite imagery, it could make landfall in the next few hours, if not in the early to late afternoon. So again, we're watching it very closely. We'll keep you updated here on TV3. A closer look at the rain bands. Kennedy County on Highway 77 getting soaked on these tropical bands of rain. A closer look at Corpus Christi and Nueces County. I'll stop the loop right here. over the Corpus Christi Bay, Rockport, Port Aransas, up into Sinton, all good moderate to heavy rainfall out there. And a wider reach of things you can see up into Copano Bay, Refugio, up into B County as well. Scattered tropical downpours. Mostly everyone is at least getting in on some rain as of this afternoon. Now a closer look at a tornado warning. Alan and Bill talked about this earlier. You can see it's encompassing Wardsboro, Texas, off of Highway 77, just south of Refugio and north of Sinton, northwest of Bayside. This is in effect until 1 o'clock later on today, so not too much longer in our forecast. They're going to cancel it?
Yeah, that's going to get dropped. That's not an issue anymore with that tornado warning. So that's an update right there. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, so no issue with this tornado warning as of right now in Wardsboro, Texas. All right, so what has changed? NHC landfall, the national hurricane, they're expecting 7 p.m. However, this may be before that. In the next few hours, Hurricane Hanna moving west at 8 and landfall between Baffin Bay, Port Mansfield, closer to Kennedy County. Primary threats for Corpus Christi, storm surge, 3 to 5 foot waves, or at least 3 to 5 foot storm surge, flash flooding, tropical storm force winds between 39 and 73 miles per hour. Joe, I'll send it back over to you.
Okay, Ryan, thank you. We want to take a look now at some pictures that we are borrowing from the Island Moon newspaper. Our friend out there on the island, Dale Rankin, who's the publisher, and he does our island report every Wednesday here on TV3. But you can see some of the damage on Padre Island right now. This from the Island Moon newspaper. And you can see, it's hard for me to read on the screen the location of this, but okay, there is none. All right, but you can see some of.
Well, I can see Horace Caldwell Pier in the distance.
Is that Horace Caldwell? Okay. Look at that. That's those picnic tables that we were talking about.
There you go. There's a better picture of that.
Look at they don't do well with a storm surge typically, and they just turn into piles of lumber.
So that must be the parking lot at Horace Caldwell then. These pictures. The three pictures we're looking at.
Yeah, look at that. Okay, thank you, Island Moon newspaper and Dale, for providing that to us. And you can just see that the damage will be there. There hopefully won't be too much of it, but there will be some, because this is a storm that we had to reckon with, and does contain some strong winds. That storm surge is going to be something that those wooden structures are going to have a hard time standing up to. We want to go back out to Padre Island now live. Leslie Adamy is standing by there at the condominium right next to the Packery Channel, El Constantine. And Leslie, what does it look like now?
Hey there, Joe. Hi, everyone. Leslie Adamy here. Yes, so we are still at the El Constante condominium apartment complex. I've been told that this complex has been around since the 80s, so it has withstood several storms. So I just want to make that clear that we are in a safe location. Starting my live shot out here, or inside for a second, because I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. I'm going to describe the location really quick. As you mentioned, we're just a little south of Packery Channel off of Windward Drive. And I'm going to open the door so we can all go outside together. This is to give you guys an idea of the power of the gusts that we're seeing. It's been kind of going in it like powerful and then toning down a little bit, so let's see. Okay, so Roy, if you can head out. Okay, so this right now, not too bad, as we have been seeing. Whew, that rain. Okay, let me close the door. Alrighty. So I hope you guys can still hear me. That's why I wanted to start the live shot inside. Let me get this cord out of the way. Okay. So wind is still the big thing out here, right? And Joe, the rain that's coming, it's like just hitting us like tiny little knives. I don't see as many folks out walking as I saw earlier. We had a lot of folks coming outside to kind of like document the storm for themselves, but just guys, I would just kind of avoid that for several reasons. And Roy, just let me know if you need me to help wipe as well. But yeah, things kind of looking the same in terms of what we showed you earlier. The waves keep coming up on the shore. That's why, again, we talked about the importance of storm surge yesterday, right? We still, I have to say, Joe, I'm pretty impressed. That lifeguard stand has been just staying firm. It's planted in the sand over there, whereas our buddy over there on that one Yeah, he took a tumble a little earlier. Again, just to give you guys an idea of, take a look at the waves bringing all that water. And I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is access road number 3. So this is a road that you would be taking if you were going to be driving out onto the beach, as if it weren't clear enough already. This is exactly why, you know, the beach closures were so important. This is where you would be walking on the sand before getting out to the beach that is completely overrun by water. I don't know how much we can zoom in for anyone who wasn't watching earlier when we had our live shot. That over there is Packery Channel, so I just wanted to point that out so you guys get an idea of kind of like where we are in proximity to it. Show you the Gulf again, show you those waves that are coming in. So yeah, that's kind of the big thing out here. The rain is coming at us a little strong. It like pica us a little bit, kind of stings, and the wind. So if folks are watching this and you have a condo and you're staying inside, awesome. I would not recommend going out to this part to get shots or anything or pictures on your phone, because it's just that wind will knock you over. Oh my goodness, we're on the balcony and we're being shielded as much as possible from the wind from that corner building. So even so, I'm still kind of like waving a little bit. So that's how it is looking right now from where we are, Joe.
I was going to ask you, I don't know if you can hear me, Leslie, but I was going to ask you if the wind appears to be any better, any lower than the first time you talked with us, and I guess I'm getting the answer to that question just by watching you.
I would say just a little bit more powerful, but you know something, and I wish we could show you this, but there's just no way to do it without not being safe. So as I told you earlier, we are on the second floor balcony. Oh, can y'all hear me? We're on the second floor balcony of this condominium complex, and I'm just going to keep talking. I don't know if you guys can't hear me, but we were walking up the stairs to come up here. Okay. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me. I was hearing stuff in my ear. So walking up the stairs to come up to this level was just ridiculous. You could feel the wind just shooting you back. Many times I had to hold myself steady just to make sure I didn't fly off. But I just want to reiterate that we are in a safe location, but I definitely would not recommend folks walking out in this area because it is just really slippery and very windy. So something to just certainly keep in mind.
Okay, Leslie, thanks very much. Yeah, go back inside, please. That's a little bit worrisome, and we appreciate the live reports, though, and to really get an idea of what is happening out there on the island. We also want to go quickly over to Marissa Cummings, who's been on North Beach for us, where flooding is the main issue. And Marissa, what can you show us at this point?
Joe, the last time we checked in, I was up at the balcony of the Radisson, and you can just see that right past me up there. We are on the 6th floor, and now we are at a very different location. We are at the ground level by North Beach, and the flooding is as worse than I predicted. You know, I said maybe it's 4 inches. I'm going to very, very easily step off of this grass island that we found here. My boots go up to almost the bottom of my knee, and as I'm stepping down, the water is dramatically getting higher and higher up into my boots. So definitely there is no way that you should be able to drive in between this. You can even look out at these traffic cones. Look at the traffic cones and see where the water is going up to on a traffic cone. You can kind of see one where it's at higher elevation, and then as the traffic cone comes closer, the water is rising on it. Also, if we look over by the fire hydrant, it looks like there was a traffic cone that fell over, and it is almost completely submerged. So definitely somewhere you do not want to be right now. We can look at the waves as we look. Again, we said the waves didn't look that aggressive. That was at an aerial view. As we are at the ground level with the waves, it is definitely much more aggressive. And again, a place no one wants to be. You can even see over here, this parking garage for this gift shop here is starting to take water. It's definitely, the water is kind of rolling through. It's not flooded yet, but definitely water puddles and water getting into the parking garage there is unavoidable. My boots are completely filled with water, so definitely it's submerged here. It's definitely nowhere you want to be, and we're going to keep you updated on the conditions. It seems like the water is just continuously rising. The wind's getting stronger, the waves are getting stronger, so it just keeps on rolling in and rolling in. So we'll keep you posted on the conditions in this area. Reporting live from North Beach, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Okay, Marissa, and we urge all of our crew to stay safe, do whatever you need to do to protect yourselves. We don't want any risk-taking out there, but tell you what, it's interesting to see what Mother Nature can do, and this isn't the worst of it.
I was fixing to say that, I mean, we're looking at a Category 1, and going back to Harvey at the Category 3, and you can just see, you know, and some people say, oh, it's only going to be a Category 1. Category 1s
yeah, you can see what Category 1 can do.
Pretty significant.
Alan, you've got something to show us here.
Oh, no. I'm just trying to get the attention of our guys in the back to bring up the graphic to show the Cat 1, Cat 2 Saffir-Simpson wind scale so we could show everyone what those are. But Bill's right, talking about all that stuff. High-end Cat 1 right now, or mid-range, I guess, 80 sustained, but gusting up to 100 miles per hour. That's,
well, I think we're all in agreement that it's going to go up.
It's going to, yeah. So, you know, what I thought was interesting, though, Bill, we were looking at some of the reports coming in from the National Weather Service, from some of the reporting stations that are in the area. And what was the one you just said came in?
Baffin Bay, 71 gusts.
Okay, so Baffin Bay, if you're not familiar with where that is, Baffin Bay is right here. You probably heard a lot about it because yesterday, that's where the cone was centered on, was right over Baffin Bay. But as of today, the forecast is to be south of that body of water. So that's the Baffin Bay. But the reason I think that report is very valuable is because this is, in essence, the eye wall moving over Baffin Bay right now. And if that's reporting 71 miles per hour on the wind speeds, that is a plausible guesstimate for some of the highest winds that this thing has to offer, at least at this point right now.
Can you move that map a little bit to the east, or a little bit west, so we can see where the eye could be?
Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, so the eye is south of Baffin Bay for sure now. And it's interesting because it's kind of trying to replace itself. Sometimes you'll hear people say eye wall replacement cycle, and you see the old eye. Okay, watch this. So I'm going to scrub back on where it looked nice and neat here, right? That's 11 o'clock in the morning. Right. Watch how you'll see it break down and then reform into a slightly smaller eye as we head into the next few hours in time. So this is all past, it's already happened, but watch how the northern part of it breaks down and you start to see a new development form, especially right on the west side of it. Okay, I'm gonna put an arrow on it. Watch this part right here when I scrub the radar back and forth. Watch how that starts to develop a new eye or new eye wall.
Yep, look at that.
See that happening? So that's, I don't know what that necessarily means, but it probably means that it's strengthening a little bit, getting more confined.
Can you zoom in a little bit closer and see how far the western edge of the eye is from land?
Okay, so you want to be right in here, the western edge of the eye wall or the center of the eye?
The western edge of the eye wall. It doesn't look like it's that far from land.
7 miles?
So if this thing is moving at 7-8 miles per hour, we're going to have part of the eye over land pretty soon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but it's still 30 from landfall, from the middle of the eye. That's when, you know, you'll see all the tweets, Hanna has made landfall. That's still 30 miles out.
30, and we're looking at 7-8 miles per hour, so we're looking at 3-4 hours. from 1 o'clock, which is a lot earlier than the 7 we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, and on that forecast cone, if you look at the line, I'm just gonna go back, because I was looking at this a little bit more closely when I was like, wow, it's 7 o'clock, that seems kind of late, but this is something that I had noticed on the timing of that with respect to where that line, so this is the 7 o'clock line that we're looking at, and that's a little farther inland. See that? See how that's a 7 o'clock update, and that line that represents the 7 o'clock update is farther inland, where the landfall will happen right along that barrier island. I think we were just kind of assuming that line was right on the coast.
The 7 o'clock line looks like it's along Highway 77.
Lots of 7s, partner. You're confusing me now. No, but you're right over that 77 corridor. So it would be inland at 7 p.m., making landfall basically in the time that you just laid out there, a few more hours, with it being as far as it is off the coastline. So,
but the eye has really drifted south now, especially with the, as you said, the eye reforming. The reformed eye is really well south of Baffin Bay.
Yeah, definitely. And it's really interesting to see that new development. This is all the newly developing eye wall, if you want to call it that. This doesn't look terribly impressive on radar, but there are going to be very strong winds right in here. Lots of strong wind coming in to go into the center of that storm. So I'd say, you know, if I had to pick a spot in the viewing area or in Corpus Christi with the strongest winds right now, is Leslie on the island?
She is. She's right at that condo.
She is going to be experiencing probably the strongest winds in the Corpus Christi area, but overall, I would say they're in the eastern parts of Clayberg County and a lot of Kennedy County. Again, if you're not familiar with those locations, we got you covered. I got my fancy arrow here. I love having this thing. But eastern Clayberg County, which is north of Baffin Bay, there's Baffin Bay, and then here is Kennedy County. That's where the strongest winds are, and they're looking like, according to that report from Baffin Bay, they're around 70 sustained at this time.
Can you spread out? Can you take a wider angle on this? Because I want to get the point across that even though we're talking about the strongest winds now, the entire viewing area, especially from Rockport south, still are going to experience significant winds this afternoon. So even though we're talking about the strongest winds being south of here, there's still some mighty strong winds on the upper bands that are being rolling in. There you go.
And that's a good point. And this is the graphic to hammer that point home. Bill was just talking about Rockport, which was the focal point of the last time we were all in studio like this. But Rockport, you know, given this outlook, this is for tropical storm force winds, the probability of getting that. And Rockport and Fulton, you know, 40 to 50% chance. So those winds are not going to be as likely. And as we look at the current data, the real-time information right now, Rockport is at 28 miles per hour, where the gusts are at tropical storm force. So that map that we were just looking at really does a great job in painting the picture as far as where these winds are most likely to occur. And I think that the marker for that is Highway 44 for the most likely on these tropical storm force winds. I'm just going to go back to this other map, the hurricane force probability on the wind speeds, and it hasn't changed. It's going to be Kennedy County, parts of Brooks County, and then extending to the south toward the valley that have the most likely chance of getting hurricane force wind, but that's a lower chance, 40 to 50%.
You know, you guys bring up something that I think is kind of interesting, and that is that the area around Rockport that was so hard hit by Hurricane Harvey back in 2017, almost 3 years ago here.
That's the wind field from Harvey right here. I just pulled that up. That's what Harvey did.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that they got to break this time.
Yes.
They really got to break this time, and good for them.
Deservedly so.
Yeah.
But look at that. Just, I mean, I don't want to focus on this, but that's what we were dealing with last time.
Yeah. Wow. Fortunately, that is not the case. But some of that construction, some of that reconstruction and recovery, obviously still not complete. There's some folks who are still suffering as a result, and it's good that they didn't have to face the brunt of this storm.
And you know, halfway during the week when it was aiming toward Rockport, you know they were sweating over there.
You bet.
And seeing that forecast track drift to the south made them feel a whole lot better.
You bet. All right, so we're watching. This is continuing coverage here on TV3 that you're watching of Hurricane Hanna as it makes its way ashore. And, you know, we're talking about the landfall being within a few hours. But if you're looking at it now, the eye wall, the worst winds that Hanna is presenting to us, that is already being felt here by some folks to the south of Corpus Christi. We're talking about southern Clayberg, Baffin Bay area, and Kennedy. And we've got, speaking of which, we've got Ashley Gonzalez, who's standing by in Clayberg County. I'm not sure where she is, but Ashley, why don't you tell us what's going on and what you're able to see there?
Right now, as you said earlier, this is the calm before the storm compared to where Marissa and Leslie are right now. But I'm here with Clayberg County Judge Madrid. And Madrid, you know, what is your main concern?
You know, right now, my biggest concern is Baffin Bay, Lola Beach, Ricardo, Rivera, a lot of that low-lying area. I currently have my law enforcement, my voluntary Ricardo Fire Department out there. They're knocking on doors. Anyone who lives in a trailer, an RV, anyone who lives in low-lying land, we can't encourage you enough to please come to Kingsville, seek immediate shelter. We've opened up our FEMA domes for you. We're going to feed you. We're going to house you. We have electricity. We have backup generators. I just got a call from the U.S. Senator Cornyn's office, Senator Ted Cruz's office. Governor Abbott called me himself. Our Congressman Vela and J.M. Lozano. They have assured me that we have all both federal and state resources at our fingertips. They're standing by, ready to assist us the minute this hurricane sweeps through. I can't encourage the community enough. You know, right now is the time to act. If you feel like you're in a low-lying area, leave your home immediately. Come to our FEMA dome located here at H.M. King High School in Kingsville. If you need a ride, contact us. I will send a bus to pick you up. There's no excuse to come to shelter right now if you're in danger. Please, you know, listen to all the warnings. We're looking at radars. And I got a phone call a little while ago from the National Weather Service, from the director, who assured me that these winds are now in excess of 100 miles an hour. There's going to be big winds. There's going to be devastating rain. We are in harm's way, and I want to make sure that our citizens are taken care of. Their priority is my concern. You know, we have a motto here. We plan for the absolute worst, and then we pray for the absolute best. So you know, we're here standing by, ready to help.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for talking to us. And as we mentioned before, this is the calm before the storm, but it is going to be coming indeed. And this is the safe places why we have the walls. You can hear me very clearly, as opposed to when we were talking to Marissa and Leslie. But again, we are here in a safe place in Kingsville at H.M. King on Brahma Boulevard. Reporting live, Ashley Gonzalez, 3 News.
Okay, Ashley, thanks very much. And Judge Madrid, we appreciate your involvement, although I think we, with all due respect, we need to make sure people understand that the winds are not blowing. We've had a couple of gusts.
For gusts that high.
Yeah.
That's in the middle of the storm.
Right.
That is the highest wind, and that is in the very center, and that is a gust. As this moves inland, it's not going to maintain that.
The absolute worst gust
Yes.
potential is that.
Yes. So that's what he was referring to, I think, when he said, they told me there's 100-mile-per-hour winds. That is true. The gusts are there of 100 miles per hour on the 1 p.m. update. So, you know, that's what he was referring to. Yes. Those gusts are going to be, though, confined, if we can pull the graphics up with me, going to be confined to the center part of this storm. And that is going to be passing well to the south, it looks like, of Baffin Bay. So the center, the eye of this thing is redeveloping. The old eye is up here. The newly developed eye is down south, a little bit farther south. So here's central Kennedy County. That is the eye. The center part of the eye is right to the east of Kennedy County, right in the central part of it, and this is going to continue to dive to the south. So for our viewers in the coastal bend and KIII country, this is going to be tropical storm force winds. I'm thinking for many of us with an outside chance at a higher hurricane level gust, but those would be much lower, likely, you know, 75 miles per hour on the gusts at this point.
What about the folks in Fowl?
Yeah, the Falfurrias people, Hebronville people, Brooks County, and Jim Hogg County. I'm going to pull back this the wind speed probability, and I'm going to focus on the hurricane force probability of those winds. If you're watching us in Falfurrias or Hebronville,
or even south of Falfurrias. We're going to zoom into these locations. Encino, those locations where you see the yellow hues, that's where the most likely areas are to receive a hurricane force wind, which is a 40 to 50% chance at this point on this chart. So there's Encino, Falfurrias, you're at the 30% level, and then you get farther to the west in North Hebronville, right on the fringe of even having a chance at getting those hurricane force winds. For Corpus Christi, and I just got to bounce back up there, also on the very fringe of getting an outside chance at one of those hurricane force wind gusts as this thing moves in.
All right, and so yeah, just keep in mind that the storm is moving toward Kennedy County right now. It is the sustained winds are 80 miles an hour, and there are higher gusts up to, I believe, 100 miles an hour. But beyond that,
not reported the possibility of higher, of up to 100 gusts.
Possibility, so no reports of it.
Correct.
No.
71's the highest.
Highest gust we've received is 71.
And that's really what we have seen, and the eye has already presented itself along the island as we have seen there, and so that is happening. And we're going to be hooking up here with Mayor Joe McCall of Corpus Christi, and I believe he's on the telephone right now with us. So, Mayor, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing? I hope you're dry.
We are dry here in the KIII studios, you bet. I can't say the same for some of our reporters out there in the field. But I think we have to say, Mayor, that the storm, as it concerns the city of Corpus Christi, is really not anywhere near what it could have been. We kind of dodged a bullet here.
Well, we're grateful for that, yeah. It took a turn south early last night, or in the middle of the late evening. I noticed on my hurricane tracker, and then obviously it's stayed that course, and looks like it's even taken a more southern turn, which we're grateful for us. I don't wish it on anyone, but a lot of that where it's going through is going to be going through ranch land and not necessarily where it's inhabited by people. So that's the good news for everybody.
And we're looking at some video right now, actually on the air, that shows, I believe, the canals on Padre Island, where we've seen water, though, go up over the bulkheads in some cases. And so there has been some damage, some flooding damage, some wind damage and so forth, and we've seen some downed trees and so forth. What, based on your information, what has been the worst that you've been told about?
Well, I have not been notified of anything right at the moment. I don't know whether our assessment teams are even out yet, but as I'm sitting here looking out my windows at my house, at least the good feeling I have in terms of flooding, other than I've seen all these little tree branches that have been knocked out around my house, but in terms of flooding, it looks like what we're experiencing here at our house is that we'll get 2 or 3 minutes of just real heavy rain, and then it stops. I mean, it's these bands going around. So the good news is that allows the drainage time to get out, so we may not experience as much residential and low-level flooding that we might have expected. But if it came like it did in Houston during Harvey, where, it just sat there for hours of rain, then we've got a problem. But I think maybe we're, like you said, I think we're not going to get hit as hard, but of course it's not over yet. And it's, it keeps going through the night, that water and ground, gets soaked, and it eventually starts backing up. But the Oso Creek is going to be critical, because if that's the surge, Oso Creek to drain, which, backs up into Lavola Creek and out there along Kings Crossing and then on out. So there may be some neighborhood flooding, but I hope not to a great deal of extent.
Exactly, Mayor. And I know a lot of folks deserve credit for, the planning that went into making sure that, we were able to handle this in the midst of an ongoing pandemic. And I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but, are you prepared at this point to congratulate folks and say, doggone it, they really came through?
Well, you know, I think I will. I mean, I don't know that we can say that yet, but I mean, I'm sure I'll be able to, because I have got a tremendous amount of confidence in the leadership of Billy Delgado and the fire chief and the police chief and everybody involved with our emergency services and all the other city departments. I mean, we went out and the last couple of days have been out cleaning stormwater drains.
Yes.
We've been putting in the barricades to make sure we know where the low water accumulations are in residential areas and underpasses. We've already got the street barricades out there, and as police go around and see them become impassable, they'll block them so people aren't tempted to drive through them, that I'm very sensitive to that. As you know, I understand what floodwaters can do, and you can't depend on your eye to tell you the truth about how deep something is, and you don't want somebody having a bad situation. So we've done everything we can to try to protect life and property. And so but the people in charge have just they perform at a high level when it comes to hurricanes and hurricane preparation. And hurricane service delivery while it's happening.
Yeah, just a very difficult situation with everything going on at the same time. And Mayor, I appreciate your taking time to join us and talking about it. There's obviously not over yet, but it appears like we are on the good side of this event, and hopefully things will settle down here, as you said earlier in that news briefing, within that 24-hour period.
Are creditors harassing you? Do you feel you're out of options? I've helped many people legally eliminate their debt. Experience matters, so don't take any chances. Call me and let's explore your options together. I'm Joel Gonzalez. You can
helps us get our message out, and our message is one that is based on good professional information and data from our, like I said, our Emergency Operations Center, our police, our fire, the National Weather Service, the governor. I made the comment yesterday. You know, I was driving down to that briefing at 5 o'clock, and my phone rings, and I noticed this 512 area code, and I think, well, who's calling me from 512? And I pick it up, and they said, Joe, and I said, yes. I said, who is this? And they said, Greg Abbott. And it was obviously quite a shock to have the governor call. And he said, but I just wanted to let you know that the state has got you on our radar. We've got your back, and you've got my number. We've got people positioned up and down the coast down there, so that if you need some help, you don't hesitate to call us. And I said, well, I appreciate that. And so I think everybody was, I mean, they were on their game on this one, and I think we're going to come through this with flying colors, with a few broken branches and maybe some water in the streets. But I think we're good.
I think you're right. And the governor was talking to a lot of people last night. He was on with us too, so he was.
Yeah, well, and I think that's just part of his nature. I think he really cares. He's not just politically interested.
No
I think he really does care about trying to keep people safe.
And this isn't about politics, and I think that there comes a point when you just have to accept that, yeah, he's a nice guy. He's trying to do his best, and it's a tough job, and these are tough calls that have to be made. Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor, thank you so much. We appreciate it, and we'll check back if we can.
All right. All right. We all stay safe. Thank you.
All right, and you as well. Mayor, thank you for joining us.
Bye.
Once again, let's go over to Ryan Shoptaw, who is standing by with the latest information on Hurricane Hanna.
Hey there, Joe. Yeah, as of the last update per the National Hurricane Center, what has changed in the last couple hours, if not in the last 30 minutes? Landfall is expected in the next few hours south and around Kennedy County, closer to Baffin Bay, between there and Port Mansfield. Hurricane Hanna currently moving west at about 8 miles per hour, so it's closing in slowly but surely. However, when you take a look at radar, which we will do in just a moment, you'll notice how close it is, just offshore. Now, of course, primary threats for here in Corpus Christi: storm surge 3 to 5 feet, flash flooding, and tropical storm force winds as we're on the northern side of Hanna as we speak. Speaking of, you can see Hanna right here. Hurricane Hanna just offshore, about 60 miles southeast of Corpus Christi. And you'll notice just the amount of thunderstorms flaring up and blowing up on satellite imagery, just an impressive satellite signature. Now, at the moment, 80-mile-per-hour winds sustained, wind gusts up to about 100. Again, this is moving west at about 8 miles per hour, and you'll notice the center of the storm, the center of the hurricane, is just offshore at about 30 miles away from Kennedy County at this hour. So again, as we take a wider reach of things, you can see the overall reach of things. You can see the bands of tropical rain extending far as north as George West Beeville, as far south as the Gulf of Mexico, and this is going to continue to track its way west in the next coming hours. So you'll notice this is the timing set by the National Hurricane Center, 7 p.m. just off of Highway 77, and making landfall in the next few hours. As it treks its way westward and southwest into Mexico, it's going to weaken substantially. I mean, it'll turn into a remnant low by about Sunday night, tomorrow night, if not earlier than that. So we'll have to keep an eye on it and watch it very closely. But again, right now and also through tomorrow morning will be the bulk of the rainfall for Hanna. Speaking of, you can see an inch of rainfall has fallen already in Flower Bluff up into Port Aransas. About a half an inch here in the city. That's technically at the airport, so west of us right now, and not too much in Robstown, Alice, Falfurrias. Not a trace in George West and over in Beeville. But of course that'll change because rainfall totals are expected between about 2 and 4 inches. Less than that as you work your way north into San Antonio. The bulk of the rainfall expected in the Rio Grande Valley between 5 and 10. Isolated pockets up to a foot of rain. Here's the eye as it stands right now, and you'll notice just about 30 miles offshore, expected to make landfall in the next few hours, and just really not too far at all. And we've been talking about this, just really an expansive eye. As it moves west, it should make landfall in the next few hours. A closer look at Nueces County, Corpus Christi, Port Aransas, Rockport, all seeing a good chance at rain right now. In fact, everybody's seeing rain from here to Rockport to Sinton, Mathis, Orange Grove, all tropical downpours on the north and northwestern side of Hanna. As we zoom out, you can see Seadrift, Rockport, and Refugio seeing some scattered rain and the expected wind gusts. Again, tropical storm force, 40 sustained, 50 to 55 gusts throughout the evening tonight into early tomorrow morning. Live look with the Lex Cam showing ominous skies with the rain chance staying with us for the remainder of the day. Joe.
Ryan, thanks very much. We'll check back with you in just a minute. We do want to go to Clayberg County once again. Ashley Gonzalez standing by there live where the rain has started to come down now. Ashley?
Hey Joe, and you're right, and right before you cut to us, the rain kind of slowed down, but the wind definitely did not. Just moments ago, you couldn't really even see as far as where it says Kingsville Brahmas right behind me. Now it's kind of slowed down, but the wind nonetheless is still here. And well, like I said, I'm in a safe place. There's a wall barrier right here, but now I'm so I can kind of show you what's going on. And the wind is picking up right now. You can probably still hear me. But again, we just want to reiterate, the rain has started a little while ago, and look, you can see off to the side. You can just look at those clouds up in the sky. They're moving really fast, and Hanna's definitely getting closer by the minute. And from the first interview, from the first time that you tossed to me, Joe, to now, it's definitely increased, and the rain is definitely starting to pick up right now. You can probably see it right now as it's coming off of the building right now. But again, here where I am right now, we are in a safe place. I'm here at H.M. King off of Brahma Boulevard. Here's a safe place if you want to move and you're in Kingsville and you're in the area, you want to move right now. The next time you come to me, Joe, it's going to be even worse. So every minute counts. Back to you.
Ashley, thanks very much. We appreciate the rain coming down now, and Bill Vesey tells me that there is now getting very close to a
serious consideration for a tornado watch. Not a warning, watch, which means the potential.
Yeah.
Very easily could be issued for mainly points north and east of I-37. So if you're on the eastern side of 37, between 37 and the Gulf, very likely chance very soon there's going to be a tornado watch issued. So I'm going to go back into the control room and set our computers for tornado watches.
Okay.
And you.
All right.
Because a lot of people don't understand what a watch is versus a warning, and I've got the best graphic ever to talk about it.
Okay. Take care of that. I'm going to run in back and set the computer.
Okay. But I want you to see it too. But okay, go ahead. No, go ahead. Okay, you'll see it later.
I'll see it. I want to see it.
It's
what is it? Cupcakes?
Okay, just listen. Hold on. So when a watch is in place, it means that conditions are favorable. The conditions are in place for something to happen. When a warning is in place, it is imminent and happening. So a cupcake watch, the ingredients are in place.
Oh,
a cupcake warning, it's time to eat.
Oh my goodness.
But that makes sense, doesn't it? I know it's
I guess.
Okay, so
Kind of like the difference between involvement and commitment. Ham and eggs. You know,
it's just
the eggs are involved, the ham is committed.
It's an easier way to remember watch versus warning. When you hear a tornado watch is issued, it's a trigger to say, okay, this is possible. When a warning is happening, it means a call to action. What do I need to do right now because this is happening? So that's the point of this graphic. And maybe that was a shameless type of thing to do because I just like showing that graphic when I can. But the area that Bill is talking about with respect to that watch maybe being issued is going to be north and east, correct, Bill? North and east of the I-37 corridor. So this is where that wind shear that we were talking about is going to likely at least give a chance. I put the warnings back up. That's what all those lines mean in that little polygon in B County. That's a little flood warning from a stream there. But the area that Bill is watching for and is talking about is going to be this part of the coastal band and points to the north. So that's where you're getting that wind shear, where you have higher winds higher in the atmosphere, so faster speed winds higher up and then lower speed winds closer to the ground. And it's the difference between those two wind speeds that tends to give at least a chance for brief and weak tornado spin-ups. These tend to, more often than not, I feel like they tend to just produce a funnel cloud, and then that funnel will not get all the way to the ground, and then that rotation is gone and that little cell moves on. I think that's what we saw earlier in Refugio County, but that's what that watch is going to be for. And a watch means that conditions are favorable for that, Joe.
If you feel like answering some questions, I'll bet you do. Because
you know what?
we have some viewer questions that have come in for Bill and for you.
Okay, if Bill's with me, then I can do it.
Why don't we just put them on the screen here, and hopefully we can answer some folks' queries out there.
They're not. I don't see it in the prompter on my camera at least.
No. Well, hang on. I think they're coming.
Okay. All right. So while we vamp on this, I'm going to talk about the winds. We'll see them in the screen behind me. The winds right now are sustained highest near the coast and now starting to get toward the Kingsville area. That's where Ashley is. 33 mile per hour sustained right now in Kingsville. The highest sustained values are in, at least on our data field here, in Flower Bluff at 37. And then they're gusting to tropical storm strength. Basically, almost everybody south of Highway 44. So Robstown, you're gusting to 41 miles per hour, 43 gust in Corpus Christi, 56 in the Naval Air Station, 51 in Kingsville. So you can see that the gusts are there, and I'm still not seeing.
No, well,
there we go.
Okay. Do I need to board up windows for a Category 1 hurricane? How many times have we seen this?
There's the resident homeowner.
Go ahead.
I don't board up.
Yeah.
You know, it could be tropical storm, Cat 1, Cat 2. As we were all talking about earlier, you get this sense. I usually don't board up for a Category 1.
There you go.
But your neighbor did.
But my neighbor did.
So the takeaway is it's a personal choice.
It's a personal choice,
yes.
Exactly right.
Yes.
It's what you think. If there's a question, then you do it.
One thing I would say, 80 miles per hour is a good guide, a good threshold to say. If it's above 80, you know, you might want to think more strongly about it. If it's below 80, you could probably get away with it, but that's a good number.
I always think of that, what strength wind can pick up something heavy enough that's going to off the ground and throw it through a window.
Right, and that's how windows break typically, is with debris.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, if there's a shingle falling off of a roof next door, I don't think that will break a window. But if the storm is strong enough to be able to pick a rock up or a branch or something with the force of throwing it against the window, that's what I board.
Yeah. Okay, we need to move on.
All right, yes, sir.
More questions.
Should anyone with a camper leave?
At this point, it's too late to be doing anything
right.
if you're in a camper. That's my answer to that.
Yep, because but now normally high-profile vehicles like that, you'd want to get them, get them away. And you know, if we had a major hurricane, I can tell you from experience, and you can too, Bill, that the major hurricanes do not like mobile homes. They do not like them.
No.
They're not anchored, and they have a lot of surface area, and they blow away.
Yeah. What are the wind speeds right now in Portland?
When was the question sent?
When was it sent?
Well, when is right now?
Well,
right now, it looks like they're between 43 and 28 miles per hour. I have to say that because of interpolation. We don't have a data source there. So between Ingleside and the airport in Corpus Christi, you know, I would say that they're near tropical storm force if I had to put a number on it, but we just don't have a data point.
I'd say in the mid-30s maybe, right? 35 or so?
Near tropical storm force, yeah, in Portland.
Okay. Any other questions, or should we just leave it there for now?
I'll take more if you want. I like doing it.
Okay. Well, we'll do it. We'll intersperse them.
We got time.
That's right. We're going to be here. We're going to be here for a while. We want to show you some video of the situation on Padre Island at Park Road 22 and Commodores, one of the main.
Oh,
wow!
Whoa.
One of the main intersections there. Yeah. Well, that was a signal light that just fell off. Can we see that again?
Live.
Look at that.
Oh, I thought it was live. Okay.
No, but look at that.
Yep. There it goes.
Oh my goodness.
Close call.
We're going to show
Don't go out. Stay home.
One more time here. Take a look. Oh my. Look at that truck almost.
Yeah, let's say close calls. Stay home.
That's why you stay home. You don't take a chance. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, and on that, it could be traffic lights, it can be live wires.
Yeah, anything.
I mean, we saw earlier in the day the tree on the vehicle. You don't know where you're going to be when something like that's going to happen with the strong winds like this.
So that was at Commodores and Park Road 22 out on the island just a short time ago, and thank you to whoever sent that to us. Pretty amazing. And Hurricane Hanna keeping us busy here. We are continuing our coverage for as long as we need to. Let's go to North Beach once again live with our Marissa Cummings, who's standing by. The flooding has been the main concern out there because we've had significant amounts of rain. Marissa?
I mean, I cannot stress how bad the flooding is here. You guys remember me standing right down there on what is kind of like a little island of grass between the Radisson Hotel and the little tourist shop. The flooding has gotten way worse. I definitely will not try to get down to that point again because it almost seems impossible. Let's turn out to the ocean and just look at, I mean, now it's looking scarier. I kept on saying, you know, the waves don't look that bad on the surface, but as they're crashing up to the front of this hotel, you cannot tell that this is a beachfront hotel. It looks just like an ocean front. Like you step out of the hotel and you are straight in the water. Remember, we were able to see before the sidewalk a little bit. Cannot see that at all. I do not even know where the sidewalk starts and ends. The rain is getting heavier and the wind is blowing harder. Remember, we talked about those lawn chairs earlier that were, you know, all stacked up reasonably so on the beach. Look how high the water is now on that sign, and you can even see the water, the sign out what would be the sand over there. That look how high the water is on that. I'm not even going to try to predict how high it is, but it is significantly high. Out over here in the intersection where we were close to when I was down at the ground level, we could see the traffic cones. Barricades and traffic cones have completely been washed away. They are completely gone. They are down the street. Remember, there were barricades covering that parking lot right there. They're not there anymore. When I was standing out here earlier, there was a big, you know, 4x4 truck trying to come down in this intersection, and the water gets deeper at that intersection, and he had to back up. Remember, be safe. Do not turn around and do not drown. You definitely do not want to risk it. It is a lot deeper than it looks, and I experienced that personally just standing out there with the rain boots and realizing one step was just too deep. So do not risk it, guys. Stay incredibly safe. I mean, I'm looking over here at the fences that is of another beachfront property. It's ridiculous. I mean, look how high that water is on that fence line there. It is just, this is nothing to play with. And again, you know, I think we're talking about, well, definitely it's gonna hit even worse down where Ashley is in Clayberg County, but that does not mean that we can just be out and about here too. We are seeing the repercussions of this storm here as well. So definitely do not go out, stay safe. We'll be reporting from up here from this vantage point where we're safe on the 6th floor of the Radisson Hotel. Reporting live, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Marissa, thank you. Stay safe up there, please. And let's go now to a picture that we have of problem in Port Aransas, a boat underwater there. You can see that That's one of those almost inevitable things that happen during a storm like this, right? From Port Aransas, somebody sent that to us. We appreciate that. And then we have at least I think a picture from Flower Bluff at Knickerbocker and Stewart in Flower Bluff, where you can see some of the flooding that's going on there. So that boat underwater in Port Aransas, and it's coming up here in just a moment in Flower Bluff, where they've had, it's another area of Corpus Christi where there are certainly a lot of low-lying areas, and this is video to us.
That's why you have houses on stilts out there.
Yeah, look at that. Wow.
And that's just...
Well, that must be along a Laguna Shore. It has to be.
4 to 6 foot storm surge. That's 4 to 6 feet. That's what it does.
Okay. Wow.
So you see why we stress storm surge when we're talking about things like the hazards that hurricanes produce and tropical systems can produce when they move in. It's just a steady rise of water. You can see how the visuals are starting to come in where areas are flooded, and storm surge, I'm just going to talk a little bit of statistics now in terms of how people handle hurricanes, and it's actually the #1 thing that is the cause of loss of life in a hurricane. I'm not saying that this is that level, but just to illustrate why we always talk about storm surge in preparations and knowing your elevation, knowing how high you are with respect to sea level. That's where this is all being derived from. With the 4 to 6 foot surge, this isn't that massive surge of water that inundates a massive amount of land, but you can see very easily that those coastal locations are observing significant rises in water. I mean, 4 to 6 feet. I'm just going to stand up. I'm 6 feet tall. Yeah. That's what we're talking about. 4 to 6 feet of storm surge. I was going to stand up because then in my head.
But you're not on camera.
I know.
That was wasted. It was
well, now it doesn't matter anyway because there's no sense of perspective. But I'm like 6 feet tall, and we're talking about a 4 to 6 foot surge above sea level, and that's significant. That is significant.
As many folks are finding out, as we're watching some of that flooding and so forth on North Beach and elsewhere. You can see that it is something to be reckoned with. It has to be taken seriously, and fortunately many people are. And the amazing thing throughout all of this to me is that this is happening as we are undergoing and dealing with a pandemic.
Yes.
Which,
right?
I mean, who would have thought, who would have predicted that this would happen all at once this way? And I'll tell you what, we're not done with hurricane season. We have a couple of other disturbances that we're keeping an eye on. That it's just we're dealing with.
2020 is setting up as one of the. We're going to run out of names. This is going to be one of the years we run out of names. But that one coming off Africa right now.
I got to find out how to pronounce that.
Partner, we called this.
Isaias is how you say it. That's good.
I want to. That sounds weird.
All right. Well, we're all going to have to work on it because I'm sure that's going to be the next one up.
Well, okay, Gonzalo too is out there.
Yeah, but Gonzalo was just downgraded to a depression.
Yeah. Let's get through this one first.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's what I've been telling people, because if you start looking down the road, it just becomes mind-boggling to try to keep them all straight in your head.
I'm with you.
Getting back to Hanna, a 2 p.m. update just got released. It's 1:50 right now, but the 2 p.m. update is out, and there is a little difference in it. 85-mile-per-hour sustained winds now in the middle of Hanna. A medium strength Category 1 hurricane. The gusts are up at 100 miles per hour. This is kind of interesting to me, Bill. The National Hurricane Center is not getting off of that westerly movement at 8 miles per hour, but we have seen constantly that the storm center is shifting south. So what I think is happening, the reason they're not saying that the westerly movement is happening is because of that eye wall redevelopment. The development is happening farther south, but the entire motion just keeps moving to the west.
One thing I haven't been able to figure out is, does the Hurricane Center update every aspect of the storm every hour, or will it come up with a southerly movement during the 4 o'clock
I see
update.
what you're saying, yeah.
So
we just don't know how they operate.
I think we've been the victim of a hoax here, unfortunately. That boat we showed that was underwater, I'm just told now that it has been underwater for 6 weeks.
All right.
So not a result of this storm. So forget. It could have happened, but it didn't.
At least we
not
clarified it.
Not in this case. So we can't let that stand. That boat that was underwater has been there for.
That's what we do here at TV3. We verify.
Real time, we verify. That's right. Hey, I tell you what, folks are finding out, unfortunately, the hard way sometimes, is that you don't drive or try to drive through high water. And that has been happening on North Beach, as you're about to see. Marissa Cummings standing by with the update on that. Marissa?
Hold it down at my chest so it's not as loud.
Hey guys, I am reporting live from the Radisson Hotel, and I just wanted to give you a glimpse of what it looks like.
The audio that I would be talking, the level
have
that
gotten incredibly worse here on North Beach, and the flooding is just getting immensely worse. I was just down there. You see, there is a little patch of grass between the intersection and the hotel. I was on that patch of grass, and I flooded my boots. They are still soaking wet right now. Let me see. You guys can see in there, it's not looking good. Yeah, that water just came out of there. Let me do this boot as well, so you can see. Yeah, not nice. That was just me walking down there, and we do not recommend that anybody goes out here. The waves are picking up. You can't even see what is supposed to be a sidewalk next to the building. I mean, there's a truck that's actually trying to go through the water, and now they're backing up. Like we said, turn around, do not drown. It just isn't worth it. That big truck can't take it. No one needs to be down here. There may be this thought that, well, we're not in the thick of it yet, so it's not going to be bad here, or more southern in the part of Texas may be getting it worse, so we may not be getting it that bad. I'm telling you right now, I mean, up until almost into the hotel, it looks like the ocean comes straight to your front door. We are on the 6th floor right now, so we can see, as you know, very far in North Beach, and it's looking bad everywhere. Please do not go out if you do not need to. Please definitely do not come out here. Like I said, there was a truck that tried to make it through here. We have downed barricades now. It's just not a safe place to be. So we'll keep you updated. I'll keep you updated on our Facebook, on Channel 3, as we are completely keeping you guys updated and going live throughout this entire thing. We're going to keep you posted. Stick with Channel 3.
Okay.
To say that the bay looks a lot angrier right now than it did just an hour or two ago.
That is certainly true. But yeah, the car is finding out. You saw that little part of that video there where the car was trying to get through that high water. Yeah, don't chance it. You shouldn't even be out driving unless you absolutely have no other choice. Just sit back, watch on television. We're showing you all around the coastal bend, kind of giving you a look at what is happening out there. It is. I think we are, at the point where we're seeing this thing go through. We're appear to be on the downside, and it's not over yet because there's still plenty of rain and high wind and so forth. But I think we're seeing the worst of what this has brought us, and that's we have to kind of take a longer look. I think when this is all over with at the damage and what's left behind, and that will be a process.
There will be damage.
And there will be, yeah, sure. But
nothing near what it could have been.
Could have been far worse, absolutely. So that was my point here. Let's
switch over to Max 2 in the back on the weather graphics. It hasn't made landfall yet. It's going to in a few hours in Kennedy County, but it's still going to rain tomorrow. I mean, it's one of these things where it's like, all the pomp and circumstances with that initial landfall.
I think we need to get you a different mic. I think your mic may have expired. It may be a victim of the storm.
Now, even though the storm is moving inland, the outer bands are still feeding off the Gulf water.
Yeah.
And so at the beginning of the storm yesterday, we started seeing the bands miles and miles away from the storm bring rain. Even when the storm is inland, those bands extending back into the Gulf are still going to be bringing rain inland. So that's why we're saying that we have bad rain today, tomorrow, could be into Monday before the rain intensity starts leveling off.
Can I give a mic check the way you do before a newscast? This is the way Bill mic checks everybody.
You're going to give away.
Should I? Is that a station secret?
No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can I do it like you also?
Sure.
Okay. Hello, hello, hello. Hope you like the show. Was that close?
Pretty close.
That's
there are 3
every day.
hellos after that. Hello, hello.
That was actually nerve-wracking. I'm checking my underarm, see how sweaty I got doing that. But getting back to the storm, what Bill was just talking about, he was saying how the rain bands are going to continue to feed in to coastal areas, even though this makes landfall and then shifts farther inland. So this is just simulated radar to illustrate how that's going to happen. This is tonight, 7:30. The storm continues down to the valley overnight. This is now Sunday morning, and you see that some of those bands of rain Sunday morning tomorrow, these could still be heavy tropical downpours, will still be with us, and that'll stay with us through Sunday. It's not going to be as intense tomorrow. The wind is going to drop off, but we're still going to maintain that scattered shower chance, and that's why the totals are between 2 and 5 inches. We're already seeing an inch in Flower Bluff, so that's why.
So would that total include anything that falls, say, tomorrow?
Yeah, that's like right now. It was actually the forecast was between Friday and Monday for that 2 to 5 inch range in Corpus Christi.
And one of the questions we had last night, is it going to fall within an hour or over days? And the answer was it's going to fall over days.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Today was the wind day. Today's rain and wind. Tomorrow will be rain.
We're going to go back live to Padre Island here in just a moment, but first we're going to go to our Ryan Shoptaw with an update at just about 2 o'clock on Hurricane Hanna. Ryan?
Yeah, Hurricane Hanna, the first hurricane of the 2020 season, and it's moving onshore in the next few hours. Now, since the last update from the National Hurricane Center, its sustained wind speeds did bump up slightly, and we'll take a look at that in just a moment. Hurricane Hanna moving west at about 8 miles per hour. Between Baffin Bay and Port Mansfield, within Kennedy County limits, is where we're expecting landfall again in the next few hours. About 4 and 5 o'clock. Primary threats for Corpus Christi, though, storm surge, 3 to 5 foot storm surge rather. And we saw Marissa Cummings and a lot of our reporters see the water moving onshore thanks to this northern side of Hanna. Flash flooding and tropical storm force winds for here in Nueces County between 39 and 73, which definitely could still cause some damage out across the coastal bend. All right, so here it is, the satellite image. You can see the last few hours. It's just kind of meandering offshore, just off the Texas coast, just off of Kennedy County. So again, it's moving west at about 8 miles per hour, but you'll notice it's just producing a tremendous amount of rainfall at this hour. And you can see that with these cooler cloud tops on satellite, more specifically infrared satellite imagery off the Texas coast. And these are all some tropical downpours, good heavy rain that's going to be swinging onshore for the next several days here in Corpus Christi. Now here's the most updated forecast cone. This moves west into Kennedy County, central Kennedy County as a Cat 1. And you'll notice this line right here is kind of paralleling the Highway 77 corridor. That's about 7 p.m. However, we're expecting landfall in the next several hours, central Kennedy County, through about 4 and 5 o'clock. As it moves west, it'll gradually weaken as a tropical storm, and then more so into a tropical depression, and as it moves into Mexico as a tropical wave. Now you'll notice on radar at the moment, Clayberg County getting soaked with some good tropical rain on the outer bands of Hanna. Corpus Christi involved in that as well. Nueces County, Alice, 281, all seeing some good heavy rain at this hour. And here is the eye, the ominous eye of Hanna. And you'll notice, you'll see that the diameter of this thing is just about 30 to 40 miles in diameter. And it's just offshore. It's not too far at all. And it's closing in on the Kennedy County line as it moves west at about 8 miles per hour. So again, we're going to continue to watch this hurricane as it moves onshore in the next several hours. And a closer look at Nueces County and the Port Aransas, Rockport. We're on the outer fringe and outer periphery of Hurricane Hanna's influence. So again, everyone's seeing rainfall right now from Rockport to here in the city, downtown Corpus Christi, Driscoll, Kingsville, all seeing tropical downpours that could add up very quickly up to 4 and 5 inches of rainfall by tomorrow night and early Monday. Sea drift seeing some rain as well. And again, these are the outer bands of Hanna as they move onshore. Currently in the rain gauge at the airport, just over 3/4 of an inch of rainfall. You'll notice more than that, the big wind or Flower Bluff so far at 1.25 inches, a little less than that in Port Aransas. And you work your way west and those rain chances, or at least those rain totals, diminish and slowly trend off as you work your way north on I-37. Now, over the next several days, we're going to keep rain chances high because of Hanna. 2 to 5 inches of rain on average between here and Falfurrias, Rockport, George West, Beeville, 5 to 10 south in the valley, closer to Brownsville. Wind speeds, though, also the big story. I mean, wind speeds up to about 40 sustained, 50 to 60. And in terms of the wind gusts, all coming in from the east-northeast on the outer periphery of Hurricane Hanna. Here's your timeline: temperatures in the 80s, tropical storm force winds. I mean, notice east winds at about 35. Tropical downpours all day. So again, it's going to be a soaking day in terms of rainfall, and just a lot of rain is expected through tomorrow night, and we'll continue to update the forecast through tomorrow and early Monday. Joe.
Okay, Ryan, thanks very much. And I'll tell you what, we're seeing some incredible pictures of damage that has taken place. And like I said, it's one of those things you don't notice until the weather kind of clears a little bit, and the eye has now moved over the island. And so take a look here.
Wow, look at that.
This was just sent to me by my lovely wife, Amy, and she just went out to Bob Hall Pier, and take a look.
It lifted up those cement.
It lifted up the cement, and if you can just kind of, I don't know if we can zoom in on it, you can see it well, but look at that walkway up there.
Man.
That's going to be.
That's heavy stuff.
It is heavy, and it just shows you what that storm surge can do. And this was obviously powerful. This just farther down the beach, looking at the pier.
Again, this is the parking lot with the pier in the background.
The parking lot there. Okay. Yeah. So that seems kind of far away, but
I don't know if that's is that Bob Hall or Horace?
No, that's Bob Hall.
Okay. Well, if looks like our picnic tables might be gone.
The picnic tables are gone. Why didn't we pick up the picnic tables before all of that happened?
You know, you show me these pictures. I was just looking at some of the online pictures. I've seen heavy rain pictures from Kima, the boardwalk.
Yeah.
And then heavy rain in Monterrey, Mexico. That's how wide
the storm was.
The storm still is.
Tell you what, we want to go back live to Padre Island right now, where Leslie Adamy is standing by live. And Leslie, what can you tell us about what's happening there right now?
Hey there, Joe. Hi, everyone. So we are actually here at our same location, but switching things up a little bit. I'm actually now on a balcony with a lot more space just to walk around. Now, in terms of reporting live, things are a little bit more comfortable, and here's why. The rain, not a big issue. It's sprinkling a tiny bit. I don't know if you guys can see, but the wind is still very much so here. So let's give you guys a look at what we're looking at, okay?
Leslie.
As you can see, some folks have made their way. I think because the rain has made its way, or has paused, maybe Alan can explain that here in a little bit. But maybe because the rain has been put on pause for right now, more folks seem a little bit more comfortable with coming out here, although the wind is still pretty gusty. Take a look over here. So that is Access Road 3. Let's take a look over here. Obviously the road completely closed, and that debris just piling up over there, kind of a yucky situation. The wind and the waves causing that sign, for example, to come down. Let's see what we have over here. And then kind of the same situation, Joe, when we take a look at the Gulf and take a look at the waves. Roy, if you just want to zoom in on the waves. Let's see if I can get the mic to face away. Yeah, the waves still very, very powerful. As you can see, folks are making their way out here to document what's happening for themselves. Obviously not something I would probably recommend. I'm going to assume that these folks live here at this complex and are from the area, so maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable. But you can see that water's still rushing pretty fast in that area where Access Road 3 is supposed to be. So yeah, the update really on our end, because waves still pretty strong. the rain, though, has subsided, at least for now, over here. It's not like I told you earlier, it was those little raindrops that were like hitting us really, really hard. They kind of felt like sharp knives. Right now, that's not the case. It's really just this wind. Joe?
That is impressive to see what that water can do and the surge. We were thinking there for a moment you might be in the eye of the storm, but that really isn't the case because you're seeing some wind. If you were in the eye, the wind wouldn't be there at all, though the clearing.
It'd be a little calmer.
Yeah,
right.
but the clearing would be. So we're not quite sure. Alan may have an explanation for the lack of rainfall right now. It may just be part of the dry part of the.
In between bands.
In between bands. Okay. So anyway, we appreciate the update there from the island, Leslie. Thank you so much. You can kind of see.
Oh man. You know, real quick about the eye. The eye is so impressive. I mean, it's calm.
Yeah.
Blue skies, no rain, no wind, just eerie calm. And then all of a sudden, or for a little while later, the back end of the other side of the eye wall comes your way.
You bet.
So yeah, if there's still wind out there, it's not the eye. It's just in between bands, which is also relatively good. You can see the storm is moving a little bit farther south because now we're not inundated, completely surrounded by rain. We're within bands right now. We're probably down near Baffin Bay, down into Kennedy County. They're just surrounded by rain. But here we were dealing with some bands, so that's relatively good news. But that water going up the road, I guess, and knock down those beach signs. I'm still, those cement walkways leading up to Bob Hall, didn't it used to be wood and they put the cement in there because the wood got washed away every time there was a storm?
I believe you're right. Yes, and you know, we've seen damage left behind by these storms as they've come through in that precise area. Yes. Every single time. Right. That seems to be the one area that is hit hard.
Man, oh man, it just shows you the power.
Yeah.
The power of that water.
And this is no exception. I wonder, you know, that's not far from the seawall, the Michael J. Ellis seawall out there right next to the pier.
There's going to be some erosion damage.
Either erosion or actual structural damage to that seawall, because I've seen it happen. It happened during Hurricane Allen, which, as you'll remember, went way south. It was a huge storm, of course, and you know, not really comparable to what we're seeing with Hanna, but it went way south. So by the time we saw anything, it was much reduced from you know, its initial.
I'm trying to think what it may have been Hurricane Ike that went up to Houston.
Yeah.
But still, we had the wave action here in the Gulf.
Yeah.
Really crashing up against the seawall and caused some damage there. It's you know, the whole storm is over again, half the Gulf, and just pounding away for hours and hours and hours. So yeah.
Okay, so we've seen some of the damage already out there on the island. That's going to be a costly repair, no question about that, to Bob Hall Pier and some of the parking lot that was clearly ripped up, the pavement there. So they will need to go in and fix that. And that's just some of what we've seen. We've seen down trees. We've said that there were about 10,000 people without power. I haven't gotten an update on that. Perhaps somebody could get that for us and just see if we're still at that level or doing better.
It comes from AEP?
Yeah, just they have a web page that will tell us what that's all about. And Miranda, what do you want to do now? Let's, okay, well, here we go. Number of outages up to 18,000, 18. So that gives you an idea of where we are. It could be so much worse, though. You know, power outages are kind of inevitable when you're talking about the vulnerability of these power lines along the major roads. We saw on Park Road 22, the power poles just kind of listing one way or the other because of those strong winds. We knew that might be a problem. And let's go now to John Thomas Kobos, who's standing by live. John Thomas, can you hear us? Or is it no? Okay. Well, we'll keep trying. We'll keep trying to get him. we have live cameras throughout the area, and where we think it's important to kind of make people aware of what's going on.
You know, I was just thinking that actually that there's a little bit of a lull of the action here. If we were the worst of the worst part, we'd be everywhere.
Yeah.
But there's a little bit of a lull right now, and that's good news for us. But
this is Oso Bay, I'm told.
Right. This is where John Thomas was, out of the apartment complex, I think that's there on the bay, with the university in the background.
There you go.
But we would be way inundated with a lot of information coming in. Let's not forget that this thing still has not made a landfall, and that there's still a lot of wind that we have to deal with, and there's still a lot of rain that we'll be dealing with. So even though there might be a lull out there, and you think, all right, I'm going to go out for a little bit, don't go out.
I also wanted to kind of touch on something. We've been getting, or at least I have, on Facebook. Why aren't you guys, where this thing is going to be heading? Why aren't you where the center of the storm is as far as our coverage and sending people out into that? And the answer to that is pretty easy. It's safety, right? We don't want to send a reporter into harm's way at the Baffin Bay when we're thinking, there's going to be, hurricane force winds and 4 to 6 foot storm surge. So that's why our reporters are where they are, because we want to get them to the most reasonably safe locations without putting them in danger, because that's the whole point, is keeping people safe.
Plus, where the storm is impacting is inaccessible.
And we're just
no roads out there.
We're not as familiar with the roads out there, with where the storm surge is going to be going. Like on this map here, we've got the eye up, right? And Baffin Bay right in here, right in there, that's Baffin Bay. The winds are circulating around this like so, and they're going to move water right into these locations. So to send a reporter, into the Baffin Bay area where winds are at minimum, we already know this, 71 miles per hour, and they're probably going to get a little bit higher as this moves in. You're going to send someone to hurricane force winds and potential storm surge with a 4 to 6 foot inundation, and it's just not, from a safety standpoint of view, the safest thing to do. That, and I don't know if this is too much info behind the scenes type stuff, but the reporter and the photographer are in 2 separate cars to keep them distanced from each other right now. So to have 2 people going in 2 different cars to these highly impacted areas, anyway, I'm going off on a tangent, but I'm
glad you mentioned that, actually, because I'm sure we'd get somebody saying, well, how, why are you sending reporters and photographers in this time of the COVID outbreak? And that's the answer. We are actually social distancing.
And that's why we're like, I'm way over here, and you're front and center right there. I mean, so, we're far apart.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
can we go back to the power outages? 14,671 customer outages, 318 cases.
Okay.
So 318 cases, 50 plus here in Corpus Christi, 16 in Kingsville, but a total of 14,671.
That's from AEP?
From AEP, yeah.
Okay. Well, hopefully that is not you, but you can see there, we've got it up on the screen, the AEP website that anyone can go to and just check out if you've had a power outage. It allows you to report an outage and then see approximately how long it's going to take to get it back up
again. If you want to do it at home, I put in outage map AEP Texas. So because the first time I just said outage map AEP, I was up in Ohio. So if you put AEP Texas outage map, you Google that, you'll be able to get to where you're going.
Gotcha. Okay. Are we still?
I had a question for Bill.
Okay.
Or if we're still going here. On that tornado watch, do you know if that was issued, Bill?
No, it wasn't issued. They're strongly considering it.
Okay, so they're still kind of debating on whether or not to do that. I did just want to do a little explainer on the with graphic supplementation on why these things are possible within a tropical system. Yes, we have the big meat and potatoes of the center of the storm, the eye wall and the eye of Hanna, but extending away from the center, a lot of times in the outer bands of these things, these weak tornadoes can develop. So the way this happens is, we've been talking about this, the faster winds up higher in the atmosphere, like at cloud level,
and then the slower winds, relatively speaking, at the ground level. What starts to happen is you get this rotating tube of air because of wind shear. So you can see that pretty easily. This is called helicity. And when these tubes of air start rotating, sometimes they can get tilted in the vertical direction, and it's that tilting motion in the vertical that can sometimes drop, or spawn tropical funnel clouds or brief and isolated weak tornadoes. And that's the graphical representation of why these things happen. So that's something we are also watching in addition to anticipating the landfall down south of Baffin Bay in Kennedy County.
I just got an update from the Weather Service saying that they're just updating that a flash flood watch continues for almost everybody until 7 p.m. tomorrow. Just reiterating the fact that we're going to deal with a lot more rain between now and tomorrow.
Okay.
I think we saw a quick picture from Clayberg County of Ashley where it looks like it's raining pretty hard there right now.
And I've got the flash flood watch, just if anyone's, curious about where that is, where it extends. The flash flood watch basically goes from the valley to Houston, and then as far inland as B and Live Oak counties, and then extending west, kind of near the 59 corridor. I want to say that's the road that works right through there.
Right.
Yeah, Sea of Freer, 59, and then up into Beeville, and then it's 59 all the way to Houston. So that's the road that kind of delineates the end of the highest flash flooding potential with this.
So not a good day to be traveling to Houston or anywhere.
Yeah, no.
Right now.
The problem I had with that map is it doesn't show any flash flooding up in the hill country or the watershed. But hopefully they still get some rain up there.
That's right.
So that's a personal problem.
That's a
No, it's all of our problem.
Okay, yeah.
Tell you what, we're going to go live to Ashley Gonzalez, who is in Clayberg County for us for an update on what is happening there. And remember, Clayberg County and Kennedy County really getting more of this than Nueces County right now.
Oh, commercial. They said stand by. Earlier, we were talking about Baffin Bay, and we're actually getting questions on our social media about why aren't we in Baffin Bay, why aren't we in Rivera? Well, I just spoke with Chief Deputy Jaime Garza, who let us know, because we wanted to head out there ourselves, but he said, guys, you can't go out there, there is zero visibility. And so we just wanted to let you guys know that, because like I said, we are getting some questions, and I'm here in Kingsville right now, and this is what it looks like right behind me. And Joe, I said last time, the next time you come out to me, it's gonna be even worse. And I know the storm is here in Kingsville, but it's going to continue getting worse. And I'm going to continue reiterating till the end of this newscast. This is a safe room in Kingsville. We're here at HM King off of Brahma Boulevard. And I'm going to keep saying it, Walmart is right behind this water tower, right behind me. This is the safe room. Again, we're kind of dealing with two storms. We're in a COVID-19 era still. So inside, I'm going to show you some pictures in just a little bit later on of what it looks like inside. Some of the cots are 6 feet apart. They have face masks. There's tons of water. There's lots of hand sanitizers, and you cannot go in unless you get your temperature checked. But nonetheless, if you're around this area and you are, seeing some rising water, because the rain is here and the wind is picking up, you want to come to the safe room here at HM King High School. So that's pretty much what it looks like right now, Joe. It's picking up, and I'm going to keep saying the next time you come to me, it's going to be even a little bit worse. So people who are watching, if you're getting a little bit hesitant, act now, because it's going to continue getting worse.
Ashley, thank you for the update from Clayberg County, and we will keep checking back with you to see what is happening there. And I want to go once again to Alan for that explanation of what is happening on Baffin Bay and why it is a potentially dangerous situation.
It's dangerous in the sense that we don't want to be sending someone there voluntarily. If you're there and you're hunkered down already in the storm, you're probably getting 70 to 75 mile per hour winds, very close to hurricane force. We have seen that in reports from the Weather Service at very small weather stations out there, that the wind has gotten up to those levels. So 70 to 75 mile per hour winds, that's not something that you want to be, driving into voluntarily if you don't have to, because obviously your safety becomes a bigger issue than getting a good camera shot on some storm surge footage. So we'll take it over to the radar here to show you why we are, we're not sending someone over there, just to kind of pivot off of what Ashley was talking about. She's out in Kingsville, I believe, which is out in here. So she's still getting some of the weaker bands of rain and wind that is associated with Hanna. The area that, that would, is going to get some stronger winds than that, 70 to 75 likely, is in Baffin Bay and then into Kennedy County. And you do not want to be driving on 77 between Kingsville, Raymondville, into the valley while this storm is moving in. It's going to produce strong tropical storm force winds at minimum and likely produce Category 1 hurricane force winds. And that's just not something that you want to be driving in. So Kingsville to Raymondville on 77, not a good idea to drive. Then you compound that with all this rain that's falling, so there's going to be ponded water potentially on the road. And then the other variable that is not seen on this map is the way the winds wrap around this thing, around the center. It's going to throw in large amounts of water into the coastal areas, and that's where that storm surge inundation starts to become a problem. And you see how one of the things that I think is interesting is how our reporters are reacting to what they're seeing. It's not like they're just saying, oh, it's a little bit of water on the road, no big deal. They're reacting to it. And they're saying, wow, there's a lot of water on the ground. I was not expecting to see that. And we think 4 to 6 in terms of feet on the storm surge inundation. That's a lot. That's the size of a person, give or take. On the storm surge inundation. So it's not something to tread lightly on when you're trying to go and navigate through these areas when you have the storm surge, the inland flooding, and the hurricane force winds. So kind of practicing what we preach by saying we're not going to go in there to see what that is like and experience it.
Right. And we're going to have an update shortly, I think, on the conditions. Okay, we're going to go to some video on Padre Island here right now first, and that is coming to us from Carlos V Court on the island, one of the streets out there in the Padre Isle subdivision, where you can see, and we've had reports from Padre Island of water being high enough to go over the bulkheading system out there, and that is not good. Everyone out there expects the water to be higher whenever there's a tropical storm or certainly a hurricane anywhere nearby. That always happens, but this does seem to be more than what they have seen recently. So that's interesting. The video just into us from Padre Island.
I'm surprised by some of these pictures. The amount. That was a dramatic picture to me. You usually don't see anything like that.
Not that much. You bet. Yep. Let's go back to Clayberg County, though, that sheltered HM. What now? We're going to Padre Island. Okay, let's go back to Padre Island. We've got Leslie Adamy standing by with a look at what's happening out on the Gulf, which has been, right there. That's kind of ground zero, not in terms of where the eye is, but where it doesn't get any more east than that as the storm heads toward us. So, Adamy, what can you see right now?
Adamy, I feel like I'm back in high school. Hey there, Joe. By the way, guys in the back, I can hear myself mix minus. If we can get that fixed really quick, where I can take this out just for a few minutes. Yeah, guys, so kind of the same thing actually from when I talked to you guys last. Whenever we were up on that second story balcony, the big thing was that rain hitting us in addition to the wind. And Alan, Bill, Ryan, maybe you guys can give me an update on what this area will look like a little bit later. But as of right now, it's kind of the same thing. Still a little windy, but now at the last live shot, there was some sprinkles. Right now, I'm feeling nothing. So we have continued to see folks. Take a look at this, though. This is really interesting. I was definitely not expecting to see this while we were doing storm coverage. I expected to see surfers, maybe here and there. But folks actually out in the water, like as if it is a beach day, I suppose, enjoying the rush of those strong waves, I'm not really sure, but I'll be honest, I'm trying to keep an eye on them while we're out here, just, you know, just another set of eyes while we are here as well. But other than that, it's kind of just been the same thing, super gusty, but rain has died down. You can see where the water level has increased to where that sign is, where it says not allowed. So water just continues to come in, as we mentioned earlier today, as we talked about yesterday. This is why talking about storm surge is just so important when we see storms like this. And like I had said yesterday, when we spoke to that professor from TAM-UCC who kind of explained storm surge being this thing that kind of sneaks up on you. So that's why if we can talk about, the more we talk about it, the more aware we can be, always the better. Joe?
All right, Leslie, thank you. We don't know what's allowed. Not allowed, that is, because the sign is
tell you what,
covered up.
You're taking your life in your hands when you're out in the water like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, we understand, as we have said here before, we understand the curiosity, but it doesn't pay, because we've seen and heard about tragedies that do happen. The rip current, for one, must be horrendous out there right now.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Just think of the rip current's bad enough on sunny days sometimes when there's just a thunderstorm out in the Gulf.
Yeah.
But this, oh my, no.
Absolutely. All right, watching and tracking.
Oh, can I interrupt real quick? We mentioned this off air. Buoy 20, which is offshore.
It's right under the eye, it looks like, right where the eye is right now.
Well, it must be in the eye wall, because the last report I had was 83 mile an hour gust there.
Okay.
So if it's one under the eye, this is a little bit older information, but that's the strongest gust we've seen and heard.
I'm just looking for Leslie, because she was asking what the forecast was calling for at her location. It's going to be pretty steady there in terms of the effects. It's going to be gusty winds, similar to what you're seeing right now out there. And there's going to be periods of heavy rain. There's going to be periods of lulls in activity, and that's just the way it goes around these systems. You see how there's some gaps on the radar there, and then it fills in other areas. I'm just looking at additional data where Leslie is. Right there on the island, I'm finding a little weather station out there, and it looks like there's 49 knot winds, which translates to about 56 mile per hour gusts on the island right now. So that looks like the rule of thumb. We've been saying the winds would be tropical storm force. That's right in the heart of tropical storm force. Then you couple that with the driving rain, and you know, it just makes for a day that you don't want to be outside in. So Leslie, if you can hear me, Atomy, more of the same, gusty winds, rain off and on at times, and that's what you should expect on the island if you're hunkering down out there. Joe and Ryan, I think, is up here with a bottom of the hour update on what's happening right now with Hanna.
Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely, Alan. You know, we've been talking about Hurricane Hanna, and it's still strengthening as it makes its way to the Texas coast. And as of this hour, landfall still expected over the next few hours through the early afternoon. While the National Hurricane Center is calling for a 7 p.m. landfall, we're not expecting that. We're expecting landfall in the next few hours in Kennedy County. Now, it is moving west at 8 miles per hour. And in terms of location in Kennedy County between Baffin Bay and Port Mansfield. Now, in terms of primary threats, storm surge 3 to 5 foot and flash flooding. Tropical storm force winds between 39 and 73 miles per hour. Now, what you really want to focus in on is the cooler cloud tops out across the deep South Texas area. I mean, where you notice these black and white color shades right around the southern and eastern side of Hanna, that's where the more widespread tropical downpours that are just providing tons of rain. And you'll notice some of that is extending into Corpus Christi, just along the island. And of course, as Alan mentioned, we're going to see lulls in activity. We're going to see waves as tropical bands continue to swing in on the northern side of Hanna as it makes landfall in the next few hours, as previously stated. Now, here's the timeline. 7 p.m. tonight, inland off of Highway 77, but again making landfall in the next few hours. By tomorrow morning, around the Rio Grande, I mean between Laredo, Rio Grande City, along Stark County. And then as it moves west and southwest into the mountains of Mexico, it's going to weaken a lot. I mean, hurricanes and storms, they need water to survive. And as they move inland into mountains of Mexico, in fact, which is expected by Sunday night into Monday, it's just going to be torn apart. And this is typically what happens with tropical systems as they move inland. Right now, sustained winds at 30 here in the city, 35 in Flower Bluff. However, we've been getting reports up to, for wind gusts up to 80, 85. So again, these are reflecting sustained winds. However, they are fluctuating back and forth. And here's a forecast for the next several hours. Winds sustained between about 35 and 40. That's sustained. Higher wind gusts up to 40 to 50 to 55 miles per hour. So again, that is within the tropical storm criteria of a tropical storm force wind, and that can definitely cause some damage in and around the coastal bend. So please stay inside, ride out the storm. Don't spend any time outside, especially do not drive out on the roadways nor on the highways. Current look at radar getting soaked in Nueces County, into Clayberg County, Rivera, Falfurrias off of 281. And you'll notice where the eye wall is, and it's slowly inching towards Kennedy County. You can see this clearing right on the western fringe of the eye wall. Now remember, for it to make landfall, the center of circulation, the center of the eye has to move over land. So again, we're getting closer and closer to that. And again, we're expecting the next couple to few hours as it moves west at about 7 miles per hour. A closer look at, the island, Port Aransas, Rockport, into Sinton, all moderate heavy rain, especially in downtown Corpus Christi. As you move your way north and east on the bridge, the harbor bridge that is, and also into Texas, or at least Highway 181. So again, a good amount of widespread coverage on that rain as these tropical downpours are swinging on the northern side of Hanna, moving in from the northeast to the southwest. A closer look at Refugio, Bayside, Sinton, more on the dry side, but again, we're going to experience that for the most part, just these waves of rain, tropical rain, and again, just some good rainfall out there this afternoon. Here's a timeline. Temperatures remain in the 80s and 70s. If that's the saving grace with this forecast. I mean, we have clouds and cooler temperatures, but again, rainfall is around. Tropical downpours all day today, extending all day tomorrow. Also, east winds from the Gulf of Mexico. I mean, 30, 40, 50 miles per hour sustained with some higher wind gusts. We'll continue to update the forecast and give you the latest on Hurricane Hanna. Guys.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Keeping track of this storm as we continue to do here. Go ahead. Miranda, what were you saying? Okay, good. Let's go right now to Clayberg County once again, where we've been there at H.M. King High School, where they've got a FEMA dome that has turned into a shelter for some of the folks there. And we're actually inside now, where we can give you a look at some of the folks who've chosen to seek shelter there. Ashley Gonzalez is standing by. Ashley?
Hey Joe, yes everybody, hey everybody, Ashley Gonzalez here, and like you said, Joe, I'm here at H.M. King.
I can't find how to put
I want to show you the process that people have to go through if they want to indeed come to and seek shelter. So the general public would go this way. There's hand sanitizer, and you can't just get in unless you have above 100 temperature. So I'm just going to show you exactly what that process is.
Please face to the
All right, so it's
normal temperature.
Normal temperature, so now we're good, and now the next step would be to come through here, and here's where you would sign in. And already there's not a lot of people, but as the storm progresses, city and county leaders, like officials, want to remind you that this is a safe room. And as you can see over here, the beds are 6 feet apart, and there's more if need be. However, since there's not a lot of people here, not all of them need to be out. And over here there's water, and let's get a little bit closer, Joe. Over here, there's a bunch of sanitizing napkins, and we're going to zoom in a little bit closer so you can see for yourself, and some face masks. Alrighty, Joe, right over here. All the things that you would need if you do indeed want to come and look at all this water. And again, we want to show you the beds, how they are apart. We're going to walk this way. There we go. And of course, not all the beds are out, like we said before, because there's not a lot of people seeking shelter. But if you do, they are here. And the safe room is here for you if you're whether in Kingsville or in the area. Back to you, Joe.
Thanks very much, Ashley. So not many people taking advantage of the shelter yet. As we've said, there's probably good reason for that. It's not something that conditions really warrant yet, unless you are convinced that your home is not a safe place to be. Then by all means, take advantage of that. Joining us on the telephone live now is Nueces County Judge Barbara Canales. And Judge, we appreciate you doing this, taking the time. It's been an interesting 12 to 24 hours, and it's going to be another interesting 24 hours to come. But it appears Nueces County has kind of dodged a situation that could have been far worse. Would you agree?
I would, but I also want to just caution that it's not over yet, and I just literally got off the call with basically our entire sector of emergency managers from all the different counties, and we all agree that we would rather be, safe than sorry, so we still want people to heed the warnings to please stay inside. The storm surge really is very dramatically different than what was predicted 48 hours ago. I will tell you, Bob Hall Pier took a beating this morning, and we're still seeing, quite a bit of inundation in Packery Channel, and we expect that these bands that come in later this afternoon will cause some flooding.
Yeah, we saw some pictures from Bob Hall, and the walkway up to it, those concrete slabs that are there have been torn up pretty dramatically.
Yeah, they look terrible. In fact, I have Scott Cross here in our EOC, Director of Coastal Parks, and I asked him when that was built. He said early 80s. And I said, well, it's going to have a new Circa. It's going to have a Circa 2020 because we're going to have to rebuild that. It really took a hard slashing this morning. And, of course, we're so glad we moved all the campers out yesterday. This is why it's so important when we make these decisions in the interest of public safety that people go, yeah, they know, they've got good intel, we better do what's right, because had those campers been there this morning, it would have been a very difficult, it would have been a rescue this morning. So I'm so glad that we made that call.
Right, we're seeing some video now of that area, just showing that high water, the storm surge and everything. We had a photo earlier of Bob Hall Pier itself. I'm wondering why the picnic tables were not moved ahead of time. Do you have any knowledge about that?
I don't. I'll be sure and ask Scott, so the next time we give you an update, we'll make that determination. I'll tell you, we started at noon on Friday, and we did so much work. We learned the lessons from Harvey. At least I did, from all the notes that were left for me. Right. You want to move your heavy equipment. We did that first, really protect that. We moved all the trash cans so we wouldn't have any debris, got the people off so we could protect life. He did a lot of removal of items over at IB McGee, which we also manage. And I'm not sure if it was a matter of he ran out of time or just didn't think that the surge would really take it up. I will tell you, this surge is very different than Harvey. It's completely coming from a different angle. We're getting a very different portfolio. Even inside Corpus Christi off Ocean Drive all the way to Naval Air Station, it looks different than it did for Harvey. So it just goes to show, Joe, every storm is unique. Indeed.
Yeah, and we've been saying that right along, and you're absolutely right. And we've just seen this storm surge is significant, even though the winds and the amount of rain at this point appears to be something that we can handle, and that is certainly good news. So in terms of damage, we know about Bob Hall Pier. Have you heard of anything else in Nueces County that was particularly hard hit?
No, not yet. Port Aransas did not join the call just a second ago, so I'm going to get an update from them. Obviously, those are the big. The storm surge there is really what I would want to know about and what's going on there. I did speak with the mayor, I guess, around maybe 1 o'clock, and he said all was well. So we would love to be able to report back to you tomorrow at the same time that we dodged a bullet. And I do understand the governor's going to have a press conference, so I think all of us are very still mindful that it's a long night ahead, and any one of these bands can spin off a tornado. And that's why I want people to not get too excited that the rain has not affected us yet. I really want us to be watchful of tornadoes that can do, some damage. So let's stay vigilant and get excited tomorrow or the day after when we really know all our worry is over. Okay, and of course, even then, we're in the midst of hurricane season. We're coming up to the peak, as you know, of when we have to really pay attention to what's going on in the tropics. So, hopefully this one we have gotten past, but we will certainly remain vigilant for the next 24
hours or so to make sure of that. Barbara, thank you so much. Nueces
Thank
County
you.
Judge, we appreciate that, and maybe we can check back with you to get an update if we need to.
Please do. Let's do that this evening. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. County Judge, Nueces County Judge Barbara Canales, and she mentioned that the governor will be having a news conference coming up in about 20 minutes at 3 o'clock. We intend to take that live right here on TV3, so you won't miss anything at all. Just got some bad news, sad news, in that it has nothing to do with the hurricane, but we've learned that Regis Philbin, the my goodness, he goes back, I don't know what you'd call him. Yeah,
icon, television icon.
Icon, but entertainer, talk show host, game show host, that sort of thing.
I believe he holds the record for being on TV the most hours in history.
There you go. Has died at the age of 88. Interesting story. I used to work in Los Angeles. I got my start in radio there, and I was on KABC, which is one of the big stations right out of college. It was that's a long story in itself. But one of the people I worked with there at the ABC station was Regis Philbin. And when I went in, just to kind of show you the kind of guy he was, when I went in the first day and shook his hand for the first time, he said, "Oh, I'm such a big fan. I can't believe you're working." And I had never been. I was a kid, and he was this established star, and he was obviously just being funny. But that's Regis Philbin for you, and he's just a great guy. And
that is
anyway,
sad news.
Sorry to hear about him passing. Okay, let's go to Marissa. Marissa Cummings, who is on North Beach watching what has been a significant amount of flooding there for this storm. Marissa?
Hey there, Joe. I am standing outside at the base of the Radisson Hotel on North Beach. This is far from a glamour shot for me. It is definitely raining really hard, and now we are down at the ground level to where we can see again how bad this flooding is. As you guys have been coming out to me throughout our live the past couple of hours, you can kind of see where the water just keeps on getting higher and higher. Even looking at the trash can over here, at a point we could see, where the trash can started. Now the bottom of it is completely covered. Now I'm standing on the steps of the Radisson here, and I'm going to step down. Each step, I asked the maintenance man here, each step is 8 inches, okay? I'm standing on the last step of this hotel here that goes out to the beach. It is covered. It is at my ankles. That means that this is above 8 inches of water, and the rain is not going to let up. It does not look like the ocean is letting up at all. You can kind of see the swells over here that are crashing. It's almost, there is a significant incline from where the ocean starts and where the beach starts, and you can see where it kind of crashes and then it just floods over. There's nothing stopping this water coming this way. It is incredibly flooded. Nobody needs to be out here at all, and luckily we haven't seen anyone out here in a bit. Now, if we look down, we can barely see the intersection where the palm trees are this way. There was a man walking out there. Do not recommend, but from what I could see, the water went above his knees, between his thigh, almost going up to his waist. That is just giving you an idea. And we don't know the different levels here, so I'm not even going to risk stepping out, because I remember that there's some semblance of a sidewalk here. Not going to risk it. If I'm not risking just taking a step down to a sidewalk, no one needs to be taking their cars out into the streets. We'll be back up in the hotel a little bit later, and I want to show you guys that you can actually see, it looks like currents in the intersections. Again, if the intersections look like an ocean, it's not something that you want to go out and play with. This is not the case at all. I'm just standing out here to show you guys that and reiterate this point. I'm not out here for fun. Trust me, I haven't looked at a mirror, so I don't know what's happening with my eyeliner right now, but it's definitely nothing to joke about. And turn around, don't drown, do not come out here. Again, I want to reiterate, we keep on talking about how it's only going to get worse and how it's also going to get way worse down in Clayberg County and past that. But again, this is North Beach. This is the northern part of Corpus Christi. And if it's this bad here, imagine how bad it is everywhere else. I mean, we have all these little markers on the beach to show us, hey, that's where a trash can is. That's where a fence line is, all the way over there, and that
you know, this is nothing you want to play with. That shows you that that will probably go up to your waist. I'm not going to walk up there, and I want to show you one last thing to give you an idea of how high this water is. There's a lawn chair right there. There's a red lawn chair. They're all stacked up. Imagine sitting in that chair and the water being up to your waist. Again, it is nothing to joke with. So we're going to keep you updated on these conditions. These waves don't look fun anymore. And, you know, Bill, like you were saying, it's churning underneath. Well, it's definitely churning on top of the water now, too. So, guys, stay safe, stay at home, stick with Channel 3. We're going to do our best to give you the best information about what is happening around the coastal bend. I'm going to try to go as far as I can and as safely as I can. Definitely not going to get in harm's way, but I do want to make it very clear that this is a serious situation, even if it is a Category 1 going into a Category 2 hurricane. This may not be a Harvey, but this does not mean that we should not be taking it seriously and taking extreme precaution. It just isn't worth it. Reporting at the base of the Radisson Hotel in North Beach, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Marissa, thanks very much. Yeah, flooding a main concern there on North Beach, as it usually is when we get a good storm of pretty much any kind coming through, and this is not just any storm. Fortunately, it is moving, as we saw, into the Kennedy County area.
And even farther than that. I mean, we saw part of the eye starting to move inland just north of Mansfield Pass.
So there you go.
At the very end of the National Seashore.
The thing about this storm, as we kept pointing out, though, is that it is so large. It covers such a wide area. And that's why we need to, you know, pay close attention to it, because the storm surge is affecting us. It's affecting, you know, everybody along the coast.
Everybody. In fact, I've been looking at data from the Conrad Blucher Institute at the Island University.
Yeah.
And they do a great job of keeping an eye on water levels, sea level temperatures up and down the coast. At the Texas State Aquarium, kind of where Marissa was right now, the water level is 2¼ inches above normal and headed toward 3 feet above normal. At Port Isabel, expected to get up to 4½ feet surge. Port Aransas right now is a 3-foot surge, expected to get maybe 3¼ Packery Channel right now is a 3-foot surge, forecast 6¼
Wow.
So a big surge expected at Packery Channel by later tonight.
So the water rising out there, people should be aware of that. Right. Okay. And that's not too far from Bob Hall Pier, by the way. So, so I mean, that could be, that'll be interesting to see what happens. The damage already there, we saw a picture earlier. I'd like to actually put that up again.
That's incredible picture.
So that people could see what has already happened out there with regard to those
slabs. The concrete walk slabs.
Bill, did you see the latest buoy info coming in out at our old friend Buoy 20 in the Gulf of Mexico?
What do you got?
87-mile-per-hour wind gust in that buoy, and I've actually been able to pull the info on that buoy up. It's going to be way down to the south. I've actually got to move the map off of our coastal bend viewing, and that's the buoy in question that we've been looking at data on. That's the sustained number. I think the most recent number, this hasn't updated yet. We're still at that 81 mark, but it's getting reported from the Weather Service that the next update should show 87 miles per hour there. And that buoy is very close to the eye wall. You see where it was, right? That buoy is sitting right in here, and so that's going to take on the brunt of what the winds are giving and producing from this storm. So the buoy, if we can get the radar back up, is right over the eye wall, the most concentrated area of rain and wind with this storm. The buoy's right in here, and that's where those 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts are being reported from. And I do want to, do we have any live shots coming up here?
Go ahead. That's
okay.
fine.
Yeah, I want to just talk about the duration of storm surge and why the storm surge will actually go down and not be a problem tomorrow. And it's because of the way the storms
move in and their spin around the center. So we're just taking a broad look at this thing right now. I'll pause the radar imagery, and the winds are going to circulate around this thing. That's why when Bill just said, what was the location where 6+ feet of storm surge? Packery Channel. That's a popular, beach spot for locals. The Packery Channel is going to get and exceed that 3 to 5 inch or 4 to 6 foot storm surge. So it's these winds that continue to wrap around and into land that create that storm surge. And as these storms move, if you were out and about yesterday evening, it was a nice north wind. It felt kind of nice out. It was like cool. It did. Wow, how did that feel that way? Well, it's because the winds circulating around it were giving us that north wind because it was far enough in the Gulf of Mexico to supply us with those. As this moves in, we're going to see the winds become more southeasterly around the top side of this storm, and that's when the storm surge potential is going to be the greatest. So as this gets farther to landfall and then a little bit farther to the west of that, the storm surge is going to get a little bit worse in locations that are already getting the storm surge. But as we move farther in to Mexico yesterday, or tomorrow, like it's forecast to do, those winds are going to start to come out of the southwest, and that'll be, it'll be over and done with respect to surge by the time this gets far enough to the west to where we get those southerly winds in place.
A distant memory by this time tomorrow.
We've heard about V curves with the recession and everything going on. That's what the storm surge model looks like, just a straight up and straight down.
Yep, and it's going to peak with landfall.
Unfortunately, it does damage while it's here.
Yes.
So, okay. I hope that we still have Leslie standing by on Padre Island. We do not. Okay. Okay. Well, we were going to do that, but keep in mind also we are going to join the governor live for his news conference coming up in about 7 minutes from right now at 3 o'clock. But we were talking about the damage at Bob Hall Pier. Just look at that.
It's incredible.
Boy. From that surge, that's the only reason for it. That's what causes a lot of damage. And in many circumstances, when you have major hurricanes coming in, the surge is the most dangerous part. It's the biggest cause of fatalities. This surge just comes in quickly, surprisingly in many cases. They're not ready for it, and it kills and it damages.
It's in the weather business, we try to emphasize that all the time. It's storms. It's not the wind. It's not the rain. It's the storm surge that will get you. If the water can lift up those concrete slabs.
Imagine.
Yeah, just to hammer that point home, I've got the little chart up. 75% of people that die in these storms, it's not the wind. It is inland flooding and storm surge. That makes up 75% of the big problems that people end up having with these storms. The wind, 8%. People going out trying to surf, it's just not smart. There's really bad rip currents out there too, and the beach. Some surfers are really in tune with where the dunes are, where the little currents are under the water. Those are all shifting at this point, and it's dangerous to be out there.
That's going to be another thing. I'm sorry, Joe. That's going to be another thing for surfers. You're right. And this is all shifting underneath. When they go out there next week, it's going to be totally different from how they surfed last week.
Take a look at this video just into us here from a place called the Lost Colony. This is a subdivision just off Highway 361 on the outskirts of Port Aransas, and you can see here the kind of beach erosion that we have been talking about. I mean, look at that.
Yeah.
There's no beach anymore. It's all water. And when that water goes back and recedes, it just takes so much of the sand with it.
This is a really good learning experience, I think, just from a visual perspective as to just how much just 4 to 6 feet can do. Imagine if it were 10 feet or 12 feet or, in the teens with the feet. I mean, so it's an eye opener for sure when we see this water coming in like that.
You can see some of the erosion right there.
Right, but it's almost to the point, the building is pretty close to the edge of that grass line there, and
the stilts on
you know, if there were much more erosion, even those structures might be in danger.
Yeah, even that picture that was aimed a little bit to the south, you can actually see the sand falling in this picture there, a little farther back.
Look at that.
Huh.
Well, that's, again, off 361 by the Lost Colony development out there.
Yeah, the colorful houses, I believe, they have out there.
And we've seen some flooding along 361. They had to put barricades up on part of that. Not that anyone is advised to be doing any traveling on that road.
Do you know if there's a way to make
right now,
storm
but
surge,
the flooding,
like tide type graphics?
I just got information here that the tornado warning we had earlier, apparently there was a touchdown between Sinton and Refugio.
Like just put a blue screen
at 10 till 1.
And get info on
Don't
the
see any
tide
damage
going up.
reports, but apparently it was a confirmed tornado on the ground at 10 till 1 between Sinton and Refugio.
All right.
Earlier today.
That's what
we were talking about. Right, that's what that. So there was one.
Okay.
One confirmation of a touchdown.
that's where that warning came from.
Right.
Yes.
Hopefully it didn't do any damage.
Don't see any damage.
And as Alan was pointing out, those tornadoes, even though they are potentially dangerous, usually are on the very low end of the F scale.
Right.
So that it's not going to be a hugely damaging thing, but
Tornado's a tornado.
Exactly. Yeah. That's exactly right.
I've got the storm report on this, actually. I can go and zoom in and see exactly where that was reported on the map. So if we can pull graphics up full, this is going to show us where this report is coming from, and it's exactly where we were pointing at on the map when that warning came out. If you were with us at that point, we were saying it was going to be to the south of Woodsboro and near the Bonnie View area, and that's where the report that we're referencing is stemming from, and that's it right there. This is the data that Bill was just reading, and it was a report that came in to the Weather Service, and that was that. So thankfully we were on that. Ryan, good catch with seeing that alert come up. We were able to talk about that tornado, but hopefully, yeah, it didn't do much damage. You can see Bonnie View on the map, actually, the little community there and some structures. Yeah. So hopefully it missed that and stayed in more of a rural spot without structures. But I'm going to kind of investigate this chart here to see some of the other reports. I was just looking at it, and there's more reports of stuff happening down to the south of us. I don't know what they are. I haven't been, but they're wind reports to do with this hurricane. So do you want to just look at them right now, real time? You got something else?
We're down to our last minute before the governor is supposed to talk here.
We'll do it
I just thought it was interesting when you look at that storm, that satellite view again of the rotation and so forth. You can see that we're still looking at the backside of that storm that's going to come across land, and that's part of the eye wall.
Yeah, I mean, there's some big rain still headed for Corpus Christi. Look at that, all that yellow and orange out there. Yeah. Due east of Corpus Christi, that's headed that way, and that's a lot of water coming our way. Mm-hmm. And look at the eye. Alan, a couple of hours ago, you were wondering, if this thing continues straight west, we're going to catch some bad winds. Look how far south it has drifted.
Which is good news for Corpus Christi, Kingsville, all these places that were right on the fringe of the chance for hurricane force winds. With this moving south like this, that is definitely good in terms of avoiding the strongest winds with this thing.
Look at Baffin Bay. They're really getting hit hard, it looks like right now, both wind and rain.
Yeah, yeah. So Kingsville, I would say too, with this track, we're just waiting on Joe, just interrupt me if that starts, that press conference. Yeah. If this continues on this southwesterly motion, I'm going to pause this right now. Kingsville, you're going to be close to that hurricane force wind with this moving into the southwest like so. So we have been showing this chart where it predicts the percentage of the chance to get a hurricane force wind in your area, and you can see that the yellow shades do include and encompass all of
Kennedy County, and then extend into Brooks County out toward Falfurrias. Kingsville, you are in the mix, but the chance for a hurricane force wind speed to be observed in your location is relatively low. Kingsville up in here 20%. So, you know, it is what it is. I don't think the winds are quite as bad as if the storm would have been coming right at, you know, the Baffin Bay or even a little bit to the north like we were looking at last night. You know, when we got that initial hurricane warning here, when all the phones went off, that track was a lot more threatening, given that it was going to be a hurricane and that track was near the Baffin Bay. So there's a significant shift between then, about 24 hours ago, and right now in that track shifting south, which is, you know, it's sparing us with those highest winds.
So the next update from the Hurricane Center, the big update, an hour from now, officially at 4 o'clock. We'll probably get it a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
But it's going to be very interesting.
Okay, we got one at 3 also, just on the stats.
Okay.
It's the same, 85 miles per hour, 100 mile per hour gusts, still moving west at 8 miles per hour. That's 3 p.m. update there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and we will continue to watch. The governor is about ready to begin his news conference talking about this hurricane and the state's response. We talked to the governor live last night during 3 News at 6, and he was telling us that state resources are in place in the event that anyone had to be rescued, anything like that, that we were in a position to do that, and that in this unique time where we've got the COVID outbreak and so forth going, as well as the concern about the storm, that rescue operations and any kind of evacuations, should they be necessary, would be carried out in accordance with, you know, the social distancing rules and just the rules of safety that we've all come to accept now as a way of life in this pandemic.
I'm about to say that hats off to our first responders, Coast Guard people who would have to go out in the air to be able to rescue somebody or get on a boat and rescue somebody. That's a tough job.
Indeed, they put their own lives at risk anyway, but when you add the COVID threat on top of that, just imagine. So that is, and I don't know exactly what the governor is going to be saying during this news briefing, but I would imagine something along the lines of being ready and able to move in if it should become necessary, but also I'm sure updating folks on what has happened thus far and what he anticipates happening in terms of damage and so forth.
Still a lot of bad weather coming. I mean, that eye is still out there. It still has a possibility of intensifying a little bit more.
I'm seeing a little change in the update, and I don't know whether it's because in the track, the forecast cone, whether it's because the center of the storm is now a little bit farther to the south than it originally was forecast to be. But if we look at the forecast cone right now on Hanna, watch the trend that we're going to see on the forecast cone.
Whoa.
A little bit of a jog to the north on the cone, so that would bring in at least a chance for, you know, a little bit more of a northerly shift and that chance to get stronger winds in places like Kingsville, Corpus Christi, southern Nueces County. But that's a change I just saw. It's a really small change.
Subtle,
it's a really nuanced change, but it's a change. And I don't know whether that's because the center is farther south than they originally thought it was going to be, so they're adjusting to that by giving it that little northerly jog, or they think from where it is right now it'll go to the north and then back down to the southwest. But that's a change. And I was looking at the weather, you know, the spaghetti plot, the weather models on the center of this thing to just see, and they don't have that. You know, it's just a straight southwesterly line on most of them. There's the nav gem is showing a little bit of a jog, but no one's going north.
Yeah, that's interesting seeing that. Kind of throws me a little bit.
Yeah,
because
so
the
that was
trend all afternoon has been southwest.
Yeah, and what I've seen is that the eye is kind of redeveloping and restructuring itself, just stepping down in latitude, if you will. That's a good way to describe it. It's just as it's going to the west, the eye has been
trying to redevelop farther to the south than it previously was. And I think you're going to be able to see that when we, maybe not.
So you're thinking that the eye is positioned a little bit farther south, and they're still basing their predictions on the original point where the eye was before it.
That's what I think would be a good explanation, because I don't see any reason to think or believe it's going to just have one jog to the north, enough
in real time.
Yeah, enough to bend the cone and then go continue to the southwest.
I don't see it in real time.
That was just interesting. That was something, you know, that caught my eye. Does it really do much to the effects at this point? I don't think it's going to do much to change or alter what we feel and experience here in Corpus Christi, but
how much, you know, these storms have been known to wobble, especially as they get close to land. How much of that has been going on here? It seems like quite a bit.
It's this one's wobble, if you will. It's the kids know that phrase as a dance name. But this is a storm that isn't oscillating, I guess is a better way to put it. It's not going back and forth on its wobbles. Every time it does, it looks like, to me at least, that the change is to be farther to the south when it does redevelop on that eye. That's just me purely looking at this right now and seeing how it's moving, you know, but a lot of times, like with Harvey, the Harvey wobbles were more west to east on its track to the north. So what we were seeing is, okay, there's a little jog to the west, okay, now it's back to the east, and then it's to the west on its journey north. This one, on its journey to the west, keeps going a little farther south each time.
And Harvey, of course, just kind of sat there almost stationary for a long period of time, and that was one of the worst things that could happen. We're not seeing it develop that way with this storm.
Well, I'm just looking at this loop, and this is a 3-hour loop, and if you take the whole 3 hours, I just, you know, I see it going south. I see it going southwest.
It's pausing right now because I just told the computer to say, let's go back 6 hours. So it's trying to get the data right now. In other words, we're stuck on this image until I get off of this screen. So yeah, thank you for taking us off camera. But I'll see if I can get a longer loop so we can see a bigger trend of what's been happening with the eye of this thing.
Here comes the governor.
Okay. Yeah, the governor is getting ready to start his news conference here, and let's go ahead, and that's why I've been looking off to a monitor I've got set up, and I see him just arrive here. Let's go ahead and go to that live right now.
Thank you for joining us today. I want to start out by thanking those who are behind the cameras here, who are working in this operations center, first to help respond to COVID-19, now additionally to help respond to Hurricane Hanna. Any hurricane is an enormous seeing that it is sweeping through an area that is the most challenged area in the state for COVID-19. Our hearts go out to everybody in the entire region affected by the hurricane. Our efforts will go toward addressing those impacted by the hurricane with a concentrated focus on making sure that we as a state do all that we can to continue protecting everybody in the swath of the storm from the spread of COVID-19. The most important thing I could say today is to issue a reminder to everybody in the state of Texas that just because a hurricane comes to the state does not mean that COVID-19 disappears. This is a time in response to a hurricane where sometimes people will come together to shelter, come together just as close family, come together as friends, come together to respond. That coming together will continue to provide the ability for COVID-19 to transmit from one person to another. Hurricanes can be deadly events. Unfortunately, I have not yet heard of a death resulting from Hurricane Hanna. But we cannot allow this hurricane to lead to a more catastrophically deadly event by stoking additional spread of COVID-19 that could lead to fatalities. We're very, very concerned about the status of the storm and what it will be bringing in the coming days and hours. We are seeing hurricane level winds lash the shoreline, we are already seeing and will continue to see dramatic waves of flooding, including flash flooding that will come upon people suddenly. One moment they will be in an area, it could be all the way over to Laredo, where it seems like there is a little rain, and then moments later, they could be awashed in water up to their doors if they're in their cars, up to their knees if they're walking around. So as we speak, the hurricane is in the process of making landfall. The highest risk, as I pointed out, is heavy flooding in many regions, most of all in the Rio Grande Valley area, where people should expect to experience flash flooding and severe high-level flooding. This flooding is so severe that it can be very life-threatening. Everybody that's in the zone of where either this hurricane or the flooding may occur, you need to take precautions to make sure that you protect your own life, knowing that you can keep yourself out of danger's way by making sure you do not go out into the storm. There will be possibly, probably, substantial property damage, in large part because of flooding, but also in part because of the winds whipping around the entire region affected by Hurricane Hanna. In some areas, especially along the coastline, especially in the Corpus Christi, Nueces County area, you can expect storm surges of up to 4 to 6 feet. Comprehend that size. You will see a storm surge as tall or taller than most individuals in Texas. So that shows you the size of the waves that could be coming in and how threatening it can be to the lives of the people in the area. Do not go into that storm area knowing that it could take your life from you if you do so. We also do want to point out the possibility of tornadoes. There has already been one tornado warning northeast of Corpus Christi. There could be others arise, and it's always to be anticipated and expected in the course of a hurricane coming onshore. So in this regard, and also with flooding, it's so important that everyone in the region affected by the hurricane stay tuned to local news agencies and local alerts, so you can be aware of a potential tornado in your region, you can be aware of potential rising waters in your region, so you can take the action that's recommended to make sure that you can be as safe as possible. Already, in response to this hurricane, I have issued a governor's disaster declaration for 32 counties in Texas. This provides the governor the ability to waive statutes or administrative rules that may hinder the response or the recovery. This declaration provides Texas the ability also to ask the federal government for assistance in response to Hurricane Hanna. I'm also issuing a federal emergency disaster declaration request. This request is for public assistance, direct financial assistance, and hazard mitigation assistance. For public assistance, it would provide funds to assist communities responding to and recovering from major disasters or emergencies declared by the President. The direct financial assistance would allow us to access direct federal assets to meet critical emergency protection requirements, for example, for federal search and rescue teams. Hazard mitigation would also be a component of this, and it would provide assistance for actions taken to prevent or reduce long-term risk to life and property from natural disasters. I'm proud to say that we are partnered today by both FEMA and the U.S. Coast Guard as the state and local governments respond to this challenge. Speaking of local governments, I've had the opportunity to speak to many of the local governmental leaders in the pathway of the storm over the course of the past 24 hours. And in typical Texas fashion, they were prepared for this storm, working with the residents of their communities, making sure that all was being done to both prepare for and to gird for the forthcoming storm. We have with us a team of state agencies that are stepping up to assist local communities in responding to Hurricane Hanna. With regard to the Texas National Guard, they are providing 2 ground transportation companies, which equals a total of 100 personnel. One of those companies is going to be in Weslaco, the other in Corpus Christi. They will provide 20 high-profile vehicles. 2 more of these ground transportation companies are on standby if needed. They will also have helicopters on standby as needed for rescue missions. The Texas Military Division also is providing 17 mobile testing teams focused on shelters. When I'm referring to testing teams, I'm talking about COVID-19 testing teams. We will be responding in the way that we typically respond to a hurricane, but on top of that, we will be responding in ways that respond to the COVID challenges, and that includes these military division operated testing teams to make sure that we will be able to continue to provide the COVID-19 tests that are needed to help secure the region from the spread of COVID-19. In addition to that, the Texas Military Division will also be working to sanitize shelters where people may be sheltering in place in a way similar to the way that the Texas Military Division sanitized nursing homes to do everything they can to eliminate any type of COVID-19 germs in the shelters that people may be seeking safety in. They also, they being the Texas National Guard, are providing 100 medical personnel available to help with those who may be sheltered. The Texas Department of Public Safety has 390 personnel staged to respond. They are providing 4 helicopters, 2 search planes, 6 rescue boat teams, and can also assist in security operations in the regions affected by this, as well as assisting local law enforcement agencies to make sure that all their duties are adequately addressed. TEACS is providing 8 boats and 30 personnel in the Rio Grande Valley region, as well as 6 boats and 20 personnel in the Corpus Christi region, and 80 personnel staged in Pleasanton, Texas right now to be ready to surge for search and rescue as needed. With those efforts, they have 6 boats and 4 search squads. The Texas Parks and Wildlife, they have announced that parks are closed along the coastline from Galveston all the way to Brownsville, and 3 state parks in the Rio Grande Valley region are also closed. Additionally, Texas Parks and Wildlife Division, they are providing search and rescue teams for water-based search and rescue. They are providing 60 game wardens, 4 swift water boats, 15 shallow water boats, as well as a helicopter with a hoist for rescue if needed. The Department of State Health Services remains actively involved in the COVID-19 response during the course of this hurricane. Related to that, they are setting up medical shelters. They will primarily use these medical shelters to provide for those who have medical needs but don't need to be hospitalized. One of these shelters will be set up at the Freeman Coliseum in San Antonio with the capacity of being able to treat and hold up to 100 people. There will be an additional facility prepared to be open in Pharr, Texas, where they will be able to set up and treat up to 40 to 60 people. The Texas Department of Transportation is, they actually worked in advance to clear culverts and ditches in the area to be prepared for the oncoming rains and flood waters. They are working on road closures, and they are providing 30 high-profile vehicles on standby. They have a website address you can go to check out for closed roads, and it's called drivetexas.org. That's drivetexas.org to find out about road closures in the area impacted by Hurricane Hanna. The Texas Division of Emergency Management, NIMKID, Chief Nimkid will tell you more about that, but I will tell you that they continue to surge personal protection equipment to the region. We know that there will be even an escalated need for access to that personal protection equipment. They have food and water available for anybody who will need access to that food and water, and part of that will be through the Texas Division of Emergency Management. Also, part of that is being provided by FEMA. And they are preparing for debris cleanup. We all know in the aftermath of a hurricane, debris cleanup is something very important. I would like to once again both recognize and thank the Texas legislature for all they did this past session to create a very robust system to respond to hurricanes like this, including the additions they added to Texas statutes concerning debris removal and cleanup. And it means that Texas is even more prepared to deal with Hurricane Hanna than we were in the aftermath of Hurricane Harvey. So I will pass it to Nimkid, but before I do, I want to emphasize one thing once more, and that is as people are doing everything possible to protect their lives and loved ones from the storm and the damage the storm can cause, I strongly urge you to remember to do everything you can to protect your lives and loved ones from the transmission of COVID-19. Do not, in haste, take action that could cause you, a family member, or a loved one to lose their life in the coming weeks to COVID-19 by disregarding all of these practices that we've become accustomed to using, such as wearing a face mask as you respond to COVID-19, maintaining distance where possible, and most importantly, avoid gatherings of more than just a few family members. With that, I'll pass it off to Chief Nimkid.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor said, this is a very dangerous storm. The wind will be part of our concern, but mostly we'll be concerned with the rainfall and the flooding. And need to remember, turn around, don't drown. If you do not have to be out in this weather, do not get out in this weather. Please stay high as you can. And there's no reason to get out and travel just to go and look and see what's going on. Second, our local, state, and federal partners are working very close to each other with the priorities of life safety, property conservation, and environmental protection. We're doing that through providing rescue assets to our local partners in consultation and cooperation with our federal partners. And then at the local level, we've talked to several officials this morning that will be opening emergency shelters in their jurisdictions. If you had the chance to evacuate and are on your way now, the City of San Antonio and Bexar County has opened up the Freeman Coliseum as a reception center, and the American Red Cross will be providing hotel rooms for people that make their way into San Antonio. As the Governor said, we'll continue to provide personal protective equipment, testing and cleaning in all of our shelters, working very close with our private contractor partners to get debris cleaned up as soon as possible. We'll continue to push for the disaster declaration to support our local governments and our citizens. And finally, I would like to thank all of the local officials that are out there, Governor. In the midst of this pandemic, they have been planning, training, and exercising for hurricane response. It was last week and a half ago that we've had virtual exercises with all of our coastal partners to respond, and so I know they're engaged and they're ready.
And that's worth emphasizing because back in May, you and teams were working on this very scenario. We did not come to this today or yesterday by any sense of surprise. At a time when we knew COVID already existed in the state of Texas, the Texas Division of Emergency Management was working with those behind us right now, as well as with local officials, to be sure that we were prepared in the event that a hurricane did arise, and that preparation months in advance is paying off today and in the coming days. We'll take a few questions. Sure. Sure. Chief.
So, Jen, I think I heard the question right. How many tests will each team be capable of delivering? And the answer is hundreds per day. We'll be using the curative test, which is the oral swab test. We've been seeing lab turnaround times after transportation to really be about 20 to 24 hours. And so to get in and test within those facilities, the other thing the military department teams are capable of doing is surveying people to see who's sick and who's not sick right there, so we can segregate as much as possible. And so we'll see those people come in to do the cleaning, do the testing, and get those results back. If we need to open up additional space for people to quarantine, we will be using hotel rooms. We don't want to set up any more congregate settings than we have to. Yes, ma'am. So shelters, normally when you come in, you check into a shelter so that at the local level, the folks running those shelters should have the names and addresses of the people that are in the shelter. If there is a positive, that will be the basis to do any contact tracing at the local level. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So right now we are surging PPE into the area to make sure that all of the PPE needs will be met. This storm could slow the robust testing that was in place for a day or two while the communities get stabilized. And so there could be a possible decrease in the number of people being tested. But we will be prepared to go in and surge testing in the coming days and coming weeks to help the communities respond to the COVID response aspect of this hurricane.
When it comes to social distancing in shelters, how is that going to work?
So as Chief Kidd was talking about, we planned in advance for strategies to make sure that in people who are going to shelters in response to a hurricane, that it would be different than what has been done in the past. In the past, they've been going to gymnasiums or convention centers, things like that, where you would be bringing a lot of people together. Here it's important to keep people separated, and hence we have hotel rooms set up to make sure that family units will be able to stay in one hotel room themselves without exposing themselves to others. Sure. Go ahead.
Sorry, Governor. Two aspects of the Freeman Coliseum. One would be the medical sheltering aspect of it, of where you would have people very much separated. The second, the Freeman Coliseum, how we used to use that as a shelter reception hub, will now be a hotel reception hub. So we spoke with the Vice President of the American Red Cross last night. They're providing hotel vouchers. If they run out of vouchers, we will contract for hotel rooms. But the idea is you come and check in at the Freeman Coliseum and then go to your hotel, not go to a shelter unless you have a medical need. You'll be determined if you need to go to a hospital at that point, and if not a hospital, then you'll have the medical shelter if you have medical conditions that require such. Well, it's not a busy travel season in San Antonio right now. We talked to the city manager this morning, and he says they have plenty of rooms.
Facilities that house vulnerable populations like nursing homes, what guidance and assistance are they being given this hurricane season?
We've worked very close with all of the nursing homes through the testing and the cleaning. We know exactly where they are, how many residents they have, and all those addresses will be shared with our search and rescue partners if there's any need to do that. If we need to evacuate a nursing home at this point, we still have all of the resources that we've had in every hurricane season to do that. The difference will be we'll be wearing more PPE than we would have in the past.
Governor, with the $600 extension on employment expiring, 3 million Texans unemployed, do you support the extension of that $600 supplemental income for people who are unemployed?
I think it's important that we continue to help Texans who are working through this process of navigating a pathway forward from COVID-19, and I'm confident that the U.S. House and Senate will reach an agreement that will be helpful to our fellow Texans.
So is that a yes or no?
I want to see the House and Senate work collaboratively toward helping both individuals as well as communities in the state of Texas. Yeah. I support the United States Congress working with the President to help fellow Texans in the way that they find is going to be most important and effective.
Any more questions on the hurricane? What resources from the Austin area are being sent to
Resources from the Austin area? So very few from the Austin area, unless they're part of Texas Task Force 1 that's been pulled up, or one of the emergency medical task forces. The team behind us has done a great job of not pulling any of the COVID responders off of the COVID mission to go and do this. These are additional resources above and beyond what the state has been focused on COVID with.
How do you divide the PPE surge between the first responders and the people that need to go to a hotel room, go to shelter, or who are
We make sure everybody who needs PPE will get PPE. So you'll know. And they've done such a fabulous job of making sure that we have ongoing supply chains of PPE, that we have plenty of PPE available to make sure that the PPE needs of everybody both affected by the storm and affected by COVID-19 will be able to receive that PPE.
All right, continuing our coverage here now on TV3 of Hurricane Hanna, and it's in the process of making landfall. We think the official landfall will be about 5 o'clock. Alan will have more on that in just a moment. We were listening to Governor Greg Abbott's news conference, in which basically he was just saying that what we are all very well aware of, that this storm is affecting a part of Texas that is actually the worst area in the state, that is also going through the COVID pandemic.
That's right.
And with the number of new cases and so forth, and hospitalizations and whatnot, the Coastal Bend and the Rio Grande Valley are right there as number 1 and 2, I believe, in the state of Texas. So not good. And he also talked about how the Rio Grande Valley is going to be subject probably to a great deal of flooding as a result of this now, and to expect that. And also he was talking about his, as we suspected, his plans for making sure that there are enough state resources in place to handle any necessary evacuations, necessary rescue operations, that sort of thing. He has said that there is a disaster declaration that he declared covering 32 counties, which basically clears the way for not only additional state resources, but also federal resources to help people recover and get back on their feet as a result of any hardship they suffered from Hurricane Hanna. The National Guard going to be set up in Corpus Christi and Weslaco. There are bases here in those two areas that are going to be deployed as part of this state effort to make sure that everyone is okay. Also, in terms of getting around the state, driving around, you don't want to be doing it unless you have to. A lot of roads are closed, barricaded and so forth because of standing water. And if you must do that and you want to find out if a road is closed or not, there is a website, drivetexas.org, which will give you the latest update on whether a road that you have in mind is closed. It basically tells you where all the blockages are, and so keep that in mind. We are going to continue here now with Ryan Shoptaw, who is standing by to give us an update on where we stand with Hanna.
Hey there, Joe. Yeah, it's still meandering off the Texas Gulf Coast closer to Kennedy County, and we'll take a look at radar and satellite in just a bit. But first, what has changed over the last hour or two? I mean, landfall expected in the next couple hours, closing in on about 5 o'clock. Hurricane Hanna currently moving west at about 8 miles per hour, and that is the latest data from the Hurricane Center. And, primary threats remain storm surge, 3 to 5 foot storm surge. I mean, primary threats include also flash flooding, tropical storm force winds. That's between about 39 and 73 miles per hour, and that's included in Corpus Christi. Now, the farther south you go, down into the valley and where the exact center of circulation is, that's where you're going to encounter more of the hurricane force winds, 74 plus, with higher gusts up to 100. In fact, you can see the current stats on this. Wind speeds at 85, wind gusts at 100. Truly impressive as it slowly starts to make its way into Kennedy County. Now you'll notice the reach of things. I mean, the Hurricane Hanna is just stretching as far north as areas near Beeville, at least the tropical band, and as far south as Brownsville and in the western Gulf of Mexico. Now here is the most up-to-date forecast cone. It makes a slight bump to the north. However, we just have to watch it very closely, remaining a Cat 1 through landfall, and slowly downgrading itself to a tropical storm through tomorrow night into early Monday, where at that point should become a remnant low as it starts to interact with the mountains of Mexico just west of the valley. Now again, rainfall, the biggest threat, storm surge, and not to mention the winds. Now again, just because it's south of us doesn't mean winds will not be a problem. Look at these sustained through about 9 o'clock, sustained at about 40 to 45, wind gusts up to 59 and 60. So again, this can, launch a lot of things in the front yard. If you haven't already secured it down, they can act as projectiles and cause some damage in the neighborhood. So please, if you can, don't go outside, but if you can, bring things inside if possible. Now, in terms of rainfall, you can see everybody getting soaked out across the Texas coast. I mean, from Kennedy County, you can see the eye located right off the coast. I mean, it looks truly impressive, and this is where it's mostly clear and mostly calm, the calm inside the storm. Now, this is just offshore of Kennedy County, and as you saw in the forecast cone, this will make a bump to the north. However, it's moving west at about 8, so it's going to continue to drive into Kennedy County as it makes landfall again in the next couple hours, we're thinking here at TV3. A closer look and zooming in into Nueces County, San Pat, along the Harbor Bridge, still, just some good tropical rainfall wrapping around Hurricane Hanna as we speak. And up to our north, everybody's seeing rainfall. I mean, from Refugio to Beeville. George West is dry at the moment. However, these bands of rain are moving in your direction as Hurricane Hanna makes landfall later on this afternoon. Now, I did mention this earlier on Facebook Live. It just shows what Hanna is capable of. This is estimated rainfall over the last 12 hours. You can see on the southern side of Hanna, it's dropped upwards of about 8 to 9 inches of rain. Again, that's the open waters of the Gulf. Not everyone and not even anyone seeing that. But it just shows you what Hanna can produce in terms of rainfall as these bands wrap around into Corpus Christi and into our viewing area. Rainfall totals estimated over the last 12 hours since this morning, 0.6 of an inch. Close to the Caddo Island, Robstown here in the city, 1.8 and 2 inches of rain in Flower Bluff and some spots out to our east. Again, as wrapping up, Hurricane Hanna is currently a Cat 1, sustained winds at 85, higher wind gusts up to 100. And we'll continue to monitor the strength of Hanna as it makes landfall in the next couple hours. Joe, I'll send it back over to you.
Ryan, thanks very much. Yeah, we're watching the progress of Hanna in the process of making landfall and officially doing so probably about 5 o'clock. That's what we're thinking when the actual center of the eye crosses over land. Well, we've heard so much about the impact on Bob Hall Pier on Padre Island, either from the storm surge or the wind or both, a combination, probably mostly from the storm surge. But we actually have a bit of a time-lapse video here which will show you, watch what happens to that pier as this surge comes in, and you might be able to see what happens to the end of it. So that was yesterday, going through it now. And we're just watching it all together here. I have not seen this, but it's a 24-hour time lapse.
Okay, yeah.
Look at that.
8:30.
And you can see,
whoa,
what happens to that pier. Wow. And that's most of the end of it now
is gone.
Most of it had a little T, a T head on that pier. That is gone. And then I believe this is is that still the time lapse?
This is from yesterday. Now we're into last night.
Because we can give you a live look.
So right before midnight there.
Okay.
So the end of the pier is gone now.
End of the pier is heavily damaged. And
still there, still there.
Yeah, and look at it, and it just kind of goes.
Middle is gone.
Huh.
Wow.
Right there.
Looks like the middle sustained some damage too. Wow.
Do we have a live picture now or not? Okay, we have a still picture first and then a live shot.
I've got the storm surge map up here because that's what's really, you know, the culprit here. I don't think it's to the point where the winds were so strong that it took off that portion of the pier. That was probably
so it was just all surge then?
I would think so. I think that was probably some vulnerability at the very end of it, maybe, you know, beneath the surface. Or we talked about how the dunes and the sand underneath may shift a little bit.
Right.
So that spot that Bob Hall Pier is at, it's, you know, it's in the prime spot for where the worst storm surge is going to be. And Bill and I were looking at where the highest numbers would be with respect to the feet above sea level, and that looked to be the Packery Channel area, which is a little bit north of Bob Hall Pier. But 4 to 6 feet of surge. I was looking also at the Weather Service. They send in reports from time to time about what people are saying around the area, and there was a report that came in from the Rockport area, actually in Fulton, 1 mile south of Fulton. Police officer there saying a report of a storm surge, and there wasn't a number on this, but if you're familiar with Fulton, the Fulton Beach Road runs right along the water out there by the Fulton Mansion. That Fulton Beach Road is the road that you just ride right by, and it's on the water, and you look to the side and you're like, wow, the water's right there. Well, that road is covered according to law enforcement out over in Fulton. So that's a report that just came in. And then we've got another one. This came in 3 minutes ago. It's southeast of Flower Bluff. And this is from just a public report that a sand berm blocking the Gulf on Access Road 4 was getting washed away. And it's allowing actually water to get on to the road. So there was a sand berm that got washed away on a road that's 7 miles to the southeast of Flower Bluff. There's not a report on the road, but it says, okay, Gulf on Access Road 4 near Flower Bluff. And so that's what storm surge is capable of doing. You know, we're seeing these reports and we're seeing the visual cues.
I'll tell you what, and we just got, I hate to interrupt, Alan, but we just got this into us from Dale Scott, the fire chief of ESD number 2, used to be the Flower Bluff Volunteer Department, talking about what happened to Bob Hall Pier and saying basically the end of that pier is simply gone now. It has collapsed, it has fallen off, and just take a look at that. It's not there anymore. And this is a live shot right now. Okay. With us now is Matt Valadale, our assistant news director here at TV3, who's showing us a live picture. Why don't you explain what we're looking at, Matt?
Hey, Joe. I'm here at the entrance to Bob Hall Pier, and what you're seeing here is the storm surge coming up from the entrance. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. And it's going to get a little shaky, but that is the entrance right there to the parking lot at Bob Hall Pier. And there's about 2 to 3 feet of water.
The National Weather Service in Corpus Christi has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Port Aransas to Matagorda Ship Channel out 20 nautical miles, waters from Baffin Bay to Port Aransas from 20 to 60 nautical miles, waters from Port Aransas to Matagorda Ship Channel from 20 to 60 nautical miles until 4:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 3:41 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located 35 nautical miles southwest of Brazos A70, moving northwest at 50 knots. Hazard, waterspouts. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Make sure all on board are in a secure location and wearing life jackets. The severe thunderstorm will remain over mainly open waters. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Seek safe harbor immediately.
The landmark there along the beach, right near, not too far from Packery Channel and Whitecap Beach, just a very popular spot for fishermen and so forth, but it really gives you a sense of the vulnerability of those kinds of structures when you've got a hurricane in the Gulf with a surge. Okay, and talk a little bit more, Matt, if you will, about the wind. What would you say, any way to estimate how fast it's blowing right now?
I am not an expert at that, but I can say that it was enough to keep me from walking forward at even a normal pace. I really had to lean into it to even stand up. Maybe give you an example here. I'll show you this stop sign right here and how much it's shaking in the wind, and that is just wood and steel, and it's shaking pretty seriously.
We can tell, and that's a sustained wind. We're not talking about gusts. We're just talking about sustained wind there. All right, so clearly this storm's still going on as it affects the folks on Padre Island and right there on the beach at the Bob Hall Pier area. And Bob Hall Pier is obviously going to require a lot of repair work. Thank you so much, Matt. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Joe.
You bet. Matt Valadeo, who's our assistant news director. And yeah, that is shocking. And it all happened there. We kind of saw the time lapse of how that took place. And it shows you the sheer power of a storm surge like that. Okay. Let's go live to Marissa Cummings, who has been watching the flooding on North Beach. And Marissa, what can you say about the conditions there now?
Joe, it is only getting worse, unfortunately. We're not surprised, being from the Coastal Bend area, you know that this is an area that's prone to flooding. This is beyond that. So, I kept on using markers on the beach that kind of let us know how bad it's getting. Well, I was using those lawn chairs that were stacked up as a reference. Well, now those are knocked down completely. Not surprisingly, because like we said earlier, out in the intersection where there were barricades, where there were traffic cones, that is gone completely now. The median in the street is almost completely covered, and so it's no surprise that things are getting knocked down, that's getting swept away. We've been saying earlier yesterday and even the day before that, make sure you put your things inside, and this is exactly why, because whether it is the rain, whether it is the flooding, whether it is the wind, not everything is secure. I just heard Matt talking about how windy it is down there at Bob Hall Pier. This is nothing that we want to play with. And another marker that we used a lot was, okay, let's talk about what do these waves look like. They're aggressive now. We were talking about how, they were churning below the surface. Now they are swelling above the surface. And you can look down that the waves are crashing, all the way down the coastline here. It's really bad. I'm standing on the balcony, but I'm still getting pelleted by rain. It's not letting up, but definitely I just want to constantly remind people we have to wipe the screen there because we're getting water on the screen, so sorry for that if that startled anyone. But yeah, this is no joke. I'm standing out on the balcony and it is aggressive and scary to me, so that just want to remind you guys, stay at home. We don't know the different levels here, the different elevations in the ground, and you don't want to risk it. I don't even want to walk out there, so you definitely don't want to drive in these conditions. Turn around, don't drown, stay at home, stay safe. We'll keep you updated on everything that's happening out here at North Beach. Reporting live, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Marissa, thanks for the update. We appreciate that from North Beach. By the way, the city does have a call center, and I'm kind of springing this on the crew in the booth, so you won't have a full screen probably for me, but they have a call center that they answer if there are any kinds of problems like down trees, down power lines, things that need to be cleared up by city crews, and that number is 826-2489 or 826-CITY, C-I-T-Y, and they will respond. There we go. You guys are sharp. Doggone it. Found that full screen for me, and that's what we're talking about here. If you need to call that, feel free. The mayor was saying that's exactly what they are there for. There are folks manning the city's emergency operations center. And these things are happening now. We're seeing some of the damage that has happened as a direct result of this storm surge. Nueces County Judge Barbara Canales was on with us earlier talking about how the surge is not like Harvey. Harvey's storm surge it didn't seem to be nearly as damaging. It wasn't the surge that caused the problem, it was the wind.
Huge storm.
Yeah, it was a huge, yeah. So this surge, far different, and in its own way, more powerful, more damaging.
Which brings up a good point, and one of the reasons, and Alan could probably jump in on this, that storm surge is no longer...
Is your mic turned on, Bill?
I have no idea. She's probably in the back in the booth, I would guess. She likes to watch.
Okay,
back there.
We'll get you another mic here. I want to hear.
There you go. Pass this over.
Talking about the uniqueness of these storms as
one of the reasons why the Saffir-Simpson scale doesn't include any storm surge anymore, because like with Ike, it's a Category 2, and see what that did.
Tremendous damage.
Harvey was Category 4, seemed to be less damage than Ike, and here we are with a Category 1, which seems to be right up there damage-wise. So it's mainly the area of the storm. Going back to the Superstorm Sandy on the East Coast years ago.
Right.
That was so huge, it caused significant damage. Wasn't a strong storm, huge area-wise. That's where we're looking on this one, just a huge area of storm. It's been churning out there for days. It's pushing this way, and here are the results. And the issue is there's still a lot of water to be pushed up. That storm still is taking up a significant area in the Gulf of Mexico. It's still churning out there, and it's going to be pushed up against the coast.
All right, we're getting your microphone switched out here.
I can put that in. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
All right. These batteries, we've been on for, I guess, a little over 6, almost 7 hours, just with this crew, and before that we were on from early in the morning. So these microphones, which depend on batteries, being put to the test here for sure.
Before we cut away to get to that that briefing from our governor, we were talking about these reports that had been coming in. We had one in from the Rockport area where the water was coming over Fulton Beach Road. I'm going to go south now. This is now outside of our viewing area, so I don't really, go too far, stray away from talking to people that can't even watch us when we're on the air. But these are the storm reports, and what I want to do is focus on one of these because it's going to give a clue to how the wind speeds are within this storm, and it's the one that's just to the north of Port Mansfield. I'm going to just click on it and we can read it together, what this is saying. And the wind speed, the wind gusts were well up around 65 miles per hour at this reporting station. That was at 2:06. Look at the knots, 103, or a wind gust of 189 knots with a 103. Updates in. Bill's whispering. I think we could hear that. But the 103 mile per hour gusts, look at that. Just north of Port Mansfield, 103 miles per hour right there. 103 on the gust there. That was at 2:06. So what I'm getting at is there are some strong winds on the south side of that storm. Bill, you could have been louder when telling me that.
The update's coming in right now.
Okay, I'm going to get the graphic up to just show. 4 p.m. update. And we just looked at the gust down there of 103 miles per hour, and the update now has this as a strong Category 1, 90 mile per hour wind, 115 mile per hour gust.
Yeah, that's the 90 we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, you said that 4 hours ago, though. Yeah.
So what about, do we have an update on the cone?
I'm going to pull that up right now for the cone. This is the one we were waiting for to see.
Right.
This is the big update. They put out all the new products. It's not an intermediate update. And this is the cone. We're all looking at it right now for the first time. And that jog is gone. That jog to the north is gone. That we were looking at previously.
Yep.
So it's going to make landfall as a strong Category 1 is what this is saying.
Strong Category 1, but a Category 2 was 96, right? So
yes.
The difference between 90 and 96?
Yes, and it's
noticeable.
It's gusting to Category 3 strength.
Yep.
So gusts of 115 miles per hour, that puts the gusts at Category 3 strength, and that is something that can create some really bad damage. And the thing about this storm is that it's going into an extremely unpopulated part of the state. It's very rural.
Definitely.
And, you know, there's not a whole lot of structural damage that this is going to be doing. And thankfully, there's not a whole lot of people that do live in Kennedy County. If you are living in Kennedy County and you're watching us and you still have power, or you've got, you know, shelter, you're gonna have to hunker down, because you know those 100+ mile per hour gusts, that will be able to do some damage, maybe remove parts of a roof. It could blow windows out, and the area that we're focusing on for those winds, you know, we're talking another level of wind now, would be in the Kennedy County area, and maybe even parts of Baffin Bay. In that part of the our viewing area, the Baffin Bay is right here. This is Kennedy County, and then you start getting into the Rio Grande Valley. Right. That wind report was right down here of 100 mile per hour, 103. It was right in there on the eye wall of this now, again, powerful Category 1 hurricane. But the strongest winds, I'm just going to pause it, are going to be within that band around the center where there's nothing there.
And that eye, as we've been watching it right along, getting a little bit smaller, tightening up, and that would account for the higher wind speeds.
Let me just, yeah, a little, 5 miles or so, tighter, but visually smaller, that we can for sure see.
Looks like the forward motion of the storm is slowed down a little bit. Alan, do you have that information?
Okay, forward motion it was 8 miles per hour. It's still 8, but look at the direction. West to southwest now.
Oh, there's
so they're finally saying that it's making that turn, and we've been kind of following that progression. So we were talking about maybe having a landfall around 5 o'clock somewhere in Kennedy County. Is that still North Padre Island?
Kennedy County? No.
What island is the barrier island?
Kennedy County is Padre Island.
Okay, it's just Padre Island.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's going to be a Padre Island landfall. I don't know where that separates North Padre to Padre.
At Mansfield Pass.
Okay.
Which is a little bit north of the valley. There should be able to right near Port Mansfield.
Oh, so it's right there.
There
I see it. Okay, so that's going to be interesting. Is it on Padre Island or North Padre Island?
It's not north.
That's not North Padre. Where's the separation?
North Padre is right here.
It's right here.
I don't know how far south North Padre extends. Is what I'm asking.
I think it goes to. I think North Padre is basically, I don't know, to the national seashore and beyond. I don't know.
I don't think it includes the national seashore.
I think
it's going to be on one of the Padre Islands.
It does not. Yeah, I don't think it does.
So what I'm trying to look at right here is.
But that's south of that.
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay.
If it's moving 8 miles per hour and the center is right in there, I mean, we're talking about 1 more hour, which is going to put it at 5 p.m. landfall on Padre Island. It's going to be that barrier island right across from Kennedy.
Tropical storm warning in effect. Hurricane warning is canceled. What? Southeast winds 30 to 40 knots with gusts up to 60 knots and seas 14 to 19 feet. Where? Bays and waterways from Port Aransas to Port O'Connor. Coastal waters from Port Aransas to Matagorda Ship Channel out 20 nautical miles, and waters from Port Aransas to Matagorda Ship Channel from 20 to 60 nautical miles. When? Tropical storm force winds possible from through the next few hours. Impacts. Very strong winds will cause hazardous seas which could capsize or damage vessels and reduce visibility. Mariners should alter plans to avoid these hazardous conditions. Remain in port, seek safe harbor, alter course, and/or secure the vessel for severe conditions.
Picture, by all means.
It's actually, when you talk about putting your life in danger, you can do it in two ways. One, just because it's a dangerous situation with the wind and so forth, and the water and the rip currents and all of that, and of course with the threat of COVID-19 being very much still with us. So
most definitely.
And beyond that, I'm sure that you don't need folks, you know, kind of hindering what you have to do if you're called into action.
Yes, and officers are still responding to calls for service. You know, on top of that, you know, we're all dealing with, you know, the tropical storm that's coming in. You know, they're out there. The officers are out there looking for, you know, standing water so we can get barricades put out there by the street department. We're looking for down power lines as such.
Right. Very good.
Well, yeah, we're definitely hearing the calls.
We've heard of a few isolated cases where, you know, high water has forced barricades and so forth in the city of Corpus Christi. Anything recent that you want to mention, or are we?
Nothing. We're pretty much up to date, I believe.
Okay.
But I would definitely recommend that if anybody sees, you know, a hazardous scene, you know, maybe lights are out or down power lines, to give us a call at the 886-2600. That way we can get an officer out there and get the proper person out there to handle that, whether it be the street department to put up barricades or, you know, the power company to check on those lines.
Okay.
By all means, give us a call.
That sounds good. What was that number again?
886. Yes. 886-2600. That's the non-emergency line for the Corpus Christi Police Department.
That's right. Okay, very good. Because the city also has a call center line of 826-2489 or 826-CITY, C-I-T-Y, and they can also call that. Lieutenant Michael Pena, thank you for joining us live. We appreciate that.
Yes, sir. You all be safe.
Okay, and you as well. And let's go out live now to Leslie Adamy, who is standing by live on Padre Island with an update on what is happening out there. And it's just been, she's not far from Bob Hall Pier. Leslie? Okay, the live shot just went down.
I'm just looking at information here. The highest wind gust at the airport has been 48.
Wow, okay.
The highest wind gust at the airport has been 48, compared to the 80-mile-an-hour gust we saw down on the buoy in the middle of the eye wall down there.
And there's been one that's been over 100 just to the north of Port Mansfield also. That's the highest that I've seen reported by a weather station so far. This is an interesting map now. This is updated. This is the probability of hurricane force winds, and we're now focusing basically exclusively on Kennedy County and the Baffin Bay area. They're not going to extend, I don't think, farther out than that specific location, and that's the probability of, again, experiencing hurricane force winds of 74 miles per hour or greater. It's got winds sustained at 90 miles per hour, but those are likely going to be confined toward the center of that storm. And then the tropical storm force wind speed probabilities. This one is obviously a lot more expansive, and this extends well away from the middle of that cone, well outside of the cone. So if you're thinking, oh, I'm outside of the cone, don't have to worry. Well, you're going to still see tropical storm force winds basically from Nueces County and Rockport, Portland, San Patricio County, all the way down to the valley.
All right, Alan, thank you. And let's go over now to Ryan Shoptaw, standing by near the top of the hour with the latest updates, so you can kind of put it all together for us, Ryan.
Yeah, hey there, Joe. You know, per the National Hurricane Center, they gave an update just about, let's say, 5 minutes ago or so, and Bill Vesey talked about it previously, and also Alan. Now, as of right now, it's expected to make landfall just after 5 o'clock, give or take a few minutes or so, in Kennedy County. Now, sustained wind speeds have upped. They've upgraded to 90 miles per hour. That's in the inner core, the eye wall of Hurricane Hanna. Now, primary threats continue: storm surge, flash flooding, and tropical storm force winds, just as Alan mentioned, between 39 and 73 miles per hour. In Nueces County, San Pat, as far west as Jim Wells, southern tips of Duval County, all going to see tropical storm force winds through tonight as Hurricane Hanna makes landfall around the 5 o'clock hour. You can see just how close it is offshore. And you'll notice just right here the amount of thunderstorms that are still flaring up on the south and eastern side of Hurricane Hanna's circulation. And that's where they've seen, in the open waters of the Gulf, and we'll show that in just a minute, upwards of about 8 to 9 inches of rain over the open water. Not here in the city. We'll take a look at that in just a moment again. But right now, winds sustained again at 90 miles per hour. Higher wind gusts up to 115, so it's gusting up into Category 3 strength, but still a Cat 1 at this hour. You can see how it's meandering just off the Texas Gulf Coast, more so into deep South Texas. Now here is the most up-to-date forecast cone set out by the Hurricane Center. It downgrades to a tropical storm by, let's say, tomorrow afternoon or so, and then starts to weaken substantially as it moves southwest into the mountains of Mexico, where in fact it'll be sheared apart. Remember, tropical systems do not like the lack of water. It needs the Gulf of Mexico to survive, at least in terms of providing more rainfall in those tropical bands wrapping around that area of low pressure. Now here are expected wind speeds and wind gusts for Corpus Christi. You'll notice sustained winds upwards of 40 miles per hour through 6 o'clock. And that fluctuates just a tad. We're still looking at tropical storm force winds above 39 at least, not to mention the wind gusts upwards of 55 to 60 around the area. And that's here in Nueces County. The farther south you go towards the eye wall, and that is where you're going to run and encounter more into hurricane force winds upwards of 74 plus down closer to Kennedy County. And here's a look at current look at radar. You can see, most of the county area in Clayberg County and Nueces all under the influence of the tropical bands of Hurricane Hanna. And you'll notice Nueces County just giving covered and soaking rain at this hour. And that does extend as far west as Rivera, Falfurrias, into Benavides, Jim Wells County, also into Duval County as well. And we look closer to the center of circulation. Now, I do want to mention this and emphasize, now, just because the eye reaches land, that does not mean it's going to make landfall at that particular location. It's the center of the storm, center of the hurricane right here. That particular area has to make it over land. It has to make it over land to be considered a full landfall. So right now it's just about there, just along the barrier islands, and that'll be pretty much the first landfall. The second, depending on what the National Hurricane Center wants to go with, will be the official landfall. So again, it's just right off the shore, expected to be a Kennedy County landfall by 5 o'clock or so, give or take 30 minutes or so. Now, the National Hurricane Center in the last few hours was indicating a 7 p.m. landfall, but right now we're expecting a 5:30 landfall, again in central Kennedy County. All right, a closer look and zooming into more rainfall. The rain just does not stop. You can see over in Encinal and also into, let's say, Robstown, Cal Allen, Orange Grove, Mathis, all seeing some good beneficial rain out there, all cashing in on some good rain at this hour. And the thing is, the problem with these tropical bands, they don't stop. So, yeah, this doesn't look like impressive rainfall, and it's not. It's the fact that it's going to continue to train. It's going to continue to swing in onshore. You still look how much rainfall is ahead if you're in Corpus Christi, if you're in Orange Grove, Mathis, Sinton. Yeah, it's moderate rain right now, but look at how much rain is heading in your direction into the, let's say, Aransas County area, Refugio, also in the Rockport. So again, this is still tremendous rainfall moving in, and the outer bands of Hurricane Hanna still extending as far north as George West Beeville. It's also extending upwards of, let's say, Houston, also into San Antonio. But right here in our neck of the woods, we're just going to stay under the influence of flood-provoking rainfall and also storm surge. In fact, Bob Hall Pier, pretty much a lot of the areas have seen water move inland, and that's a hot spot for storm surge in the last couple hours. And not to mention other areas along the Texas coast. If you have more pictures, videos, send them my way or to the KIII Facebook. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, storm surge is the big problem. Now, I did mention this earlier. You can see the amount of rainfall associated with the tropical bands of Hurricane Hanna. Now, this is not everywhere, and more importantly, this is offshore, so nowhere near land and nowhere near any neighborhoods. But you'll notice how much rainfall is dropping. 7.2 in some spots, 8.7, 8.2, 9.3 inches of rain. And that's just been since this morning. Imagine if that was inland, if that was over Corpus Christi. That'd be copious amounts of rainfall and flood provoking. And that'd be causing several areas of damage here in the city if this amount of rainfall was north into Corpus Christi. But I show this because I'm showing you what's capable from Hanna. It's not a widespread 8 to 9 inches, but as these tropical bands spin around the center of circulation, it's always possible that these tropical downpours could deposit that kind of rain across the Corpus Christi area, Nueces County, San Pat, and out across the viewing area. So again, flood-provoking rainfall, storm surge is the main threat. You'll notice some tips. Have a way to get alerts. Have the 3 News app with you on your phone. Download it if you haven't already. Toggle on notifications. You'll be able to get any alerts from us, Alan, me, or Bill Vesey. We continue to update Facebook. So just download the 3 News app, and of course peak storm intensity will be between about let's say 75 to 85, and that's south towards the center of circulation. Another look at Hurricane Hanna on infrared satellite. You can see the cooler cloud tops slowly moving onshore, and you'll notice the more heavier downpours of rain is offshore on the southern and eastern flank of Hurricane Hanna. Another update on the winds right now as of 4 p.m. per the National Hurricane Center, up to 90 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 115, and this is currently moving west-southwest at about 8 miles per hour. So to wrap things up, just to summarize what's expected over the next several hours, we're expecting landfall around 5 p.m. Sustained winds have upgraded to 90 miles per hour, so this is a strong end Category 1 hurricane, and those wind gusts are upwards of 115, and that is closer to the center of circulation. So it's not here in Corpus Christi, but it is down south and into the more viewing into Kennedy County, and again around that center of circulation. Flash flooding, storm surge, and tropical storm force winds between 39 and 73 miles per hour. And again, here is a last look at the forecast track of it. Still maintaining Category 1 status as it makes landfall around 5 o'clock today. Moving inland to the south and west into the mountains of Mexico. From there, degrading and moving into a unfavorable environment and becoming a remnant low by Monday and Tuesday of next week. All right, Marissa Cummings, our reporter here at TV3, has an update on where she's at and what she's seeing from Hurricane Hanna. Marissa, what's going on?
All right, Ryan, flooding is the name of the game here. I am on the 6th floor of the Radisson Hotel, and they've been taking great care of us here as I've been getting soaked, definitely by going out there. Let me just show you here. We can see the Lexington. I don't know if you guys can see me over here on the 6th floor, but the front of the Lexington, the gate that you would go through to get up there, is completely flooded. There is no way that safely your car could go through there. Luckily, the attractions down here are closed today, and reasonably so. So remember, we have our markers out here that I keep on referring to talk about how intense it is getting out here. Let's look at the sign out in the water there. It is a holiday beach rental sign with prices. Half of the sign is coming off. The waves keep on hitting, and maybe the next time you guys come back to me, that sign may be completely down. Now, remember, those beach lawn chairs that were stacked up on the beach, we used to be able to see the sand. Well, that's not happening anymore, and those beach chairs used to be stacked up. Now they are completely down, and they have been fluctuating, and they could start potentially floating away. So again, if you come back and ask me, maybe that next update will be that they have started drifting away. Again, that's no surprise when we look down at the intersection. Remember, I told you about that median. Well, the median wasn't completely covered in water in the street, and now it is. That is a significant amount of water. And just between the hotel and the little tourist spot there, we were on this island of grass that we were standing on, and we're completely safe. But now that island of grass is essentially not there either. I mean, the water is continually rising, and of course we can't ignore the fact that the waves are just becoming bigger and bigger swells and getting, closer to the hotel as well.
So again, you definitely don't want to be down here. Stay at home, stay safe. Conditions are worsening, and of course we expect that as the hurricane makes landfall as well. But this is far from over. When I was in the hotel, a family from Austin said, hey, we just came down here. We weren't paying attention to the news. We were planning to hang out on the beach. I think that vacation, we can say, is a no-go for them. This is their first hurricane too. Being in Austin, they're not as familiar, but they definitely do get a close-up view here. Luckily, the hotel and everything on North Beach, because of the flooding, everything's risen up. So luckily, there is no damage to the hotel or anything. There's nothing coming in the lobby. They're staying extremely safe and taking extreme precautions by making sure the doors are locked, that nobody walks out here, because it's just dangerous. I'm just gawking at everything that's happening. Even though it's not raining hard, the wind is blowing that the rain feels hard. It feels like someone is just throwing little BB gun like pellets at me. It's not fun conditions out here, guys. Remember, no one should be out at this point, but if you're driving, in the case of an emergency, turn around, don't drown, because that is an emergency on top of emergency. And I just want to ensure and make sure everyone's safe, especially in this area from what I can see. So we'll come back, we'll look at these different markers to see how the storm progresses. Who knows if the sign will be there, the lawn chairs, but yeah, we'll keep you updated on the conditions here. The only thing that's out here are the seagulls on the water. I don't know if you can see them, but they're having a field day out here. So the only thing that's out here is things that are used to conditions like this happening further away from the coastline. But it is definitely up in our faces now, and this is something that we can't ignore. So don't take it lightly, guys. I'm going to keep you updated as much as I can and let you know how everything is going down here on North Beach. All right, back to you guys.
Okay, Marissa, thank you. That's a pelican out there, and it looks like good fishing for.
Get out of the water, Mr. Pelican. It's dangerous in there.
I know, but the fish are out there, I think. And thank you, Marissa, for that update. My goodness, it is shocking to see, stunning to see that water moving up as far as it has.
Even in the bay.
Yeah, in Corpus Christi Bay especially. We're now about, if we are to understand all the latest information from the National Weather Service, about less than 45 minutes from any kind of official landfall. You can see the eye as it moves ashore, and what we're waiting for is the center of that eye to cross the first land, and that makes it official. And then from that point, we can basically say without fear of contradiction that we're on the downside of this, because it will diminish. It has to. These storms cannot survive for very long on land. It can still cause some problems, but it's not going to increase.
Not at the strength it was.
Exactly. All right. Now, one place where we are seeing still significant high winds and rain and so forth is Clayberg County. We've got our Ashley Gonzalez standing by to let us know what is happening there. Ashley?
Right, Joe. Ashley Gonzalez here in Kingsville, Texas, as I've been since the beginning of the forecast, and well, since the beginning of all the coverage. And well, right now you can kind of see for yourself that the wind is picking up and the rain is coming down. But something that I've learned since my photog and I have been here is that this is very unpredictable weather. Maybe like 30 minutes ago, it was drizzling very softly. The wind was still up, but it was drizzling very softly. But then in the matter of seconds, the rain started pouring down. The wind started blowing through once again. So, you know, if you're thinking of heading out and driving because the weather has calmed down, I think we need to reiterate that the worst is yet to come. And again, we need to reiterate that in about an hour is when landfall is going to take place. So even if it looks like it's okay outside, you might want to think twice about it, because, I mean, like I said, in a matter of seconds, it can switch up. And I don't know if we showed you what the flags are looking like, but the wind is blowing very hard right now. And also to my left, we can see the emergency services on standby, ready in case, you know, if need be, that you need them. And also, I got Janine Reyes from the city of Kingsville said roughly, maybe over 1,300 people, AEP customers, do not have power right now. And they want to remind you, if you lose power, do not call 911, call the city or call the county. They should be able to help you from there. Again, roughly around 1,300 customers, AEP customers, do not have power right now. And well, let me just step out of the frame again so you can see for yourself what's going on and how unpredictable this weather is. And Joe, we'll keep you updated on the weather, what's going on over here. Back to you.
Thanks so much. You were talking about 1,800 people without power. I'm sure that is in Clayberg County. Just referring to that county because we have several thousand without power throughout the AEP coverage area here in South Texas.
In the Corpus Christi area, 25,144 outages, 460 cases. So 25,144 within this, it looks like the city of Corpus Christi.
Okay, so they're actively working. As we said, the AEP crews were setting up long before Hanna arrived to try to address problems, to put themselves in the best position to address problems when they occur. And when a storm like this comes in, you know that there are going to be some outages. So it's a question of being in the right place to address the problems as they develop. So we're waiting on them to restore things. You can go to their website. And how do you get there again?
Outage map, AEP Texas.
Okay.
So if you search for outage map AEP Texas, you'll be able to get Texas, and then you can zoom in on Corpus Christi, Kingsville, Rockport, the bigger cities in South Texas.
Okay. Alan, can we put up that loop again, that satellite loop that kind of shows where the storm is right now?
Yeah, we got that up. It's very close. This is just radar imagery. I have the satellite imagery stripped off of it because we obviously know there's clouds out there. But the radar is very, very close to landfall, which is going to be the center of the eye of this storm, which is right in here. I'm going to go and zoom in now and get really close so we can identify locations and just how far away it is. There's Port Mansfield on the south or center part of the screen. This, I believe, is Padre Island that it's going to make landfall on. I don't think it's South Padre Island. It's Padre Island. And if, I'm just going to take a guesstimate on where the center is just to my eye.
It's close.
Yeah, it's 5 miles or so.
Yeah, it's very close. And, it looks like it's going to be Port Mansfield where it makes landfall then, right?
I think
that'll be the closest city. It'll say north of Port Mansfield on Padre Island.
We were talking about landmarks when we were talking about Baffin Bay a couple of days ago. So the closest landmark to where this thing looks like it's going to make landfall will be Mansfield past Port Mansfield.
Yes, it looks like that. And I believe that's going to be the barrier island, Padre Island.
Correct.
Yes, that's what it'll be.
Yep. And
designated as.
Yeah. And so you're watching it there. That's an up-to-date image. Satellite loop, the latest information coming into us, and you can see just how close we are, and where the strongest winds have been concentrating themselves over the past few hours. We've been watching it and seeing that this area, the Corpus Christi area, not spared some of the damage of this storm surge, which has been really far and wide and very pronounced compared to what you think it should be for a hurricane of this category. You would think that it would have to be a much bigger storm to have the kind of storm surge damage that we have seen here.
This circle I drew is representing where the strongest winds are going to be. I guess I could draw a smaller one to exclude the eye, like the middle. Bear with me here, I'm doing my best on the drawing and the scope of things. But between those two circles, that's where the strongest winds are going to be as this starts to move in and then gradually shift to the south. That circle that I have there, if you were to fill in the gap between the two, that's where we're likely going to have those hurricane force winds, if there are going to be any to be had as this moves in, which are sustained right now at 90 miles per hour. So it's going to be that eye wall, that central part of the storm surrounding the vacant part, that's the eye. But the eye wall is going to be where the strongest winds, the heaviest rains are found within this storm as it moves in shortly here, probably within, by around 5 o'clock, the guesstimation on the time.
And that is still Kennedy County there, right?
That's Kennedy County. I don't know the county south of Kennedy County.
It's Willacy, south of Kennedy.
Okay, Willacy. It's going to, but it's going to be a Kennedy County landfall.
Okay. Kennedy County, once again, one of the least populated counties in the state of Texas.
I do want to mention, though, I mean, I don't know if people are watching us or capable of watching us from outside of where our airwaves go, you know, our viewing area, but Raymondville is going to be in line for some very strong winds. Raymondville, way down in the valley.
They can't see us off the air, but they can see us on, you know.
Okay, for
online.
streaming. Yeah. So if you're watching from Raymondville and those locations down south in the valley, there are going to be some strong, probably hurricane force winds. If that eye wall goes right over that location, I would suspect that hurricane force wind should be.
Yeah, and that's what the governor was talking about earlier during his news conference, that is the area that's going to see not only the force of, you know, the force of all of that wind, but also the torrential rains, the flooding, and couple that with the COVID outbreak and the pandemic that they are going through. It is just a bad time. The Rio Grande Valley of Texas is going to face the worst part of this, it looks like.
And you can see the rain, you know, that yellow shade in the valley isn't even on my chart at the top there to tell you how much inches are going to be falling. That's a 10-inch range right into this area right here. There's 10 inches of rain forecast to fall in the valley there, and then you step down. This is the 7-inch mark. Here's 5 inches. And then we get into the 4-inch range in Corpus Christi. So that's why I kind of included us in that 2 to 5 inch range. And once you get north of the coastal bend, the forecast totals at least go way down, because we're just getting removed from the center of where this thing's going to just kind of drift over South Texas.
Still a lot more rain out there.
Yeah, there you have it.
And one more thing, flash flood watches are still in effect. They're going to be in effect until Sunday night, till Sunday evening, because this is still going to be able to draw in moisture as it just slowly but at least steadily continues inland as we progress into the rest of the weekend. So this is how it all moves in. You see, even though the center of the storm is right over the Rio Grande tomorrow morning, by this point it's going to be weakening, downgraded to a tropical storm, maybe even lower than that. So the wind threat is going to go down substantially overnight and into tomorrow. But the pull that this will still have on moisture from the Gulf, you see, this even still looks like a band of rain over Corpus Christi, just the way the simulated radar is showing it.
Will the National Weather Service issue something in real time saying that there has been a landfall, or
yes.
not? Will
The National Hurricane Center will send that information out. And we'll grab that as quick as we can and share it with everybody. But there will be a statement that goes out.
Will there be a lapse, because it just seems almost subjective when you look at that eye and the space that there is there. The absolute center of it is kind of subjective, and so whenever somebody says that's it, that's it.
Yeah, I mean we trust them this far, you know, so we'll trust them with where they say that landfall is.
Yeah. And really the distinction is in name only, because
it's for historic purposes. Yeah, this storm made landfall here.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that all of a sudden things are going to change. It actually means the opposite. That landfall, in this case at least, with this storm moving in, as it starts to get farther inland, it's going to gradually weaken, and the wind threat will go down. The storm surge threat will also start to go down, because the winds are going to weaken, so you're not getting that pull of water into the coast. So, you know, we're just going to see a gradual reduction rather than an increase, even though we're focusing on the landfall.
And the other thing you're going to see when the water starts receding, you're talking about, you know, damage increasing, that's when you're going to notice more of the damage that took place, because right now water may be covering.
Yep.
Probably
exactly
is.
right. That's exactly
right. It may
right.
be covering a lot of what we can't see at this point.
Yes.
Let's go now to Padre Island Live, where I believe Leslie is up and ready to go, and she is live facing the Gulf of Mexico. And Leslie, what is the situation there now?
Hey there, Joe. So the last couple of times that we checked in with you, remember I was talking about how it was mostly wind that was the issue, but the rain had subsided, because otherwise it was kind of comfortable. You saw a lot of folks that were out there trying to, you know, get photos and videos. Now that is not the case. Rain coming down significantly harder. The wind is still there, and that's why I'm inside. We're going to take you outside here in just a second, but our camera was down, suffered water.
And it's down. That's the problem. You know, obviously, when you're dealing in a with live TV and cameras that are susceptible very much so to the elements, that, you know, anything can happen, and clearly it has there. We'll try to correct it and get back to it as soon as we can.
I think here's a hat tip to all our reporters out there.
Oh, and
yeah. I think everybody, y'all out there, understand the technical issues that we have during a hurricane,
during
for
a
Pete's
hurricane
sake, right?
And a pandemic.
So hats off, and good job, everybody out there. We appreciate all you're doing.
Yeah, and a lot of folks also, I just want to say thank you to the folks who've been sending in pictures and video and just kind of helping us tell the story here without making us actually go to the scene and put folks in danger, at risk, and so forth, just by sending pictures of what's going on.
Yeah.
That certainly helps everybody.
You bet. You bet.
And this you know, this will continue for a while. But as soon as the landfall officially happens, then, as we said, this will diminish slowly, and you'll see the rain. Well, I think we have Leslie back. No, we don't.
It's like the climax of a movie.
You got it, you got it,
Yeah.
you done got it. Yeah. Well.
Landfall is like the climax of the movie. And it's building, and it's building, and it's building, and you have the climax of the movie, and then everything starts calming down after that.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen here. And I hear something. I hear ocean in the background.
There she is.
There she is.
Can you guys see me?
I can. Let's go. Let's.
Okay, sorry. You guys were chatting, and so I wanted to make sure. So yes, we were inside. Let's take you outside. This is why our camera suffered some water damage. We're only going to be outside for a second. So yeah, the rain coming down a lot harder than the last two times that we were live. You can see the waves.
You knew it was going to happen, right? You knew that was going to happen. It's a question of when.
It's as she said, the rain's picking up, and that has an effect on everything going on out there. So
it does. We'll try to get that fixed. Maybe get another camera over there.
Yeah.
Something like that. Thank you for trying, though. That was good. We're going to be talking with the Nueces County Sheriff here in just a moment, Sheriff J.C. Hooper, to find out how his crews are doing. And you know, speaking of having to deal with two
major events.
Major events. I'm trying to. Calamity wouldn't be the right word.
Well, it's getting close.
Yeah, but two major events: the COVID threat and hurricane response. This is a department that's certainly faced with that challenge right now, the Nueces County Sheriff's Department. But tell you what, we're going to talk to the sheriff here in just a moment if we can. But we're tracking Hannah. We're going to be doing this for as long as necessary. We're going to go right through the newscast we normally have at 6 o'clock. This is Saturday, right? So we're going to be on at 6 o'clock. But watching as this storm gets very, very close to making landfall well to the south of Corpus Christi, as we said, around Port Mansfield, the Mansfield Pass, right to where, you know, frankly, it's one of the least populated areas of Texas. It's where you'd want a storm to go. If you could pick your choice of where you wanted the storm to go, you should probably go right there, and that's where you'd want it to happen.
I've seen some pictures from Port Mansfield. I can't show them, but it's pretty
bad,
pretty significant down there right now. The winds and the rain.
Yeah, I'll bet. I believe our Ryan Choptaw is standing by with an update on Hanna for us.
Yeah, as of 4:30, you know, these wind speeds are upwards of about 90 miles per hour, sustained around the eye wall of Hurricane Hanna, just to our south and east in the western Gulf of Mexico. Now, again, landfall is expected around 5 p.m. in the next half hour or so, just north of Port Mansfield. And again, sustained wind speeds at 90, wind gusts up to about 115, and Kennedy County is going to be the focal point for hurricane force winds through tonight. Now, primary threats for us: storm surge, flash flooding, and tropical storm force winds between 39 and 73 miles per hour. Again, that's Corpus Christi in and around our viewing area. The farther south you go into the center of the storm, or the center of the hurricane, is where you run into those 90-mile-per-hour winds, 115-mile-per-hour wind gusts. At the moment, the direction and motion of Hanna, it's moving west-southwest currently at 8 miles per hour. But you'll notice this satellite signature, just really impressive, stretching as far north as Houston, northeast into Houston. And you'll notice the breeding ground of these strong thunderstorms on the southern and eastern side of Hurricane Hanna. On the northern side, we're still seeing tropical bands of rain move in, and we'll take a look at radar in just a moment. But first, the forecast cone for Hanna, making landfall again in the next half hour, downgrading into a tropical storm by sometime tomorrow morning or so, give or take a few hours, around 1 o'clock in the morning. And then by Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, this time tomorrow, it's going to be moving into Mexico between about a tropical depression and a remnant low. So we'll continue to watch it and monitor Hanna as it gradually weakens as it makes landfall in the next half hour. And you'll notice the current radar loop. This is currently at this hour. Kingsville seeing some good rain off of Texas 141, Alice off the 281 corridor, all seeing some good tropical downpours at this hour. And, the main events right here, the eye of Hurricane Hanna. And remember, the center of the hurricane has to make landfall, not the western side of the eye. The center of the eye has to move inland to be considered a official landfall. And the National Hurricane Center and National Weather Service will give us update on whatever that happens in the next half hour or so. A closer look at Corpus Christi, Port Aransas, Rockports, all under the influence of the outer bands of Hanna, and all seeing these tropical downpours moving from east to west into Rockport, Sinton, Mathis, George West, Beeville. It's almost a certainty at this point that everyone in our coastal bend areas, in our coastal bend communities, is seeing rainfall at this point. Now, the farther west you go, not as much, but again, that may add up in the coming hours. Now, I want to take a look at this very quickly. Last 12 hours, you'll notice on the southern side of the eye wall of Hanna, and look at this, the focal point of torrential rainfall. Now, of course, this is offshore. No one has to worry about it, but look at these rainfall totals. Radar estimated 8.7, 9.3, 8.2. This is that swath of rain on that south and southeastern quadrant of Hanna. Now, in and around Nueces County, 1.8 over in SPID, outside our KIII studios, give or take. 0.3 over in Sinton, half an inch in Rockports, and 1 to 2 inches in Flower Bluff. And I'm going to wrap this up with the LexCam shot. Look at this. Palace Beachwear and Gear on North Beach. Take a look at this, guys. Look at that storm surge moving onshore, and I'll send it back over to you guys.
Yeah, just it floods a lot on North Beach whenever we have a lot of rain, but that is flooding like you don't see very often. Absolutely. I want to talk a little bit about, because we know that there are some other disturbances and waves that we're watching moving off the coast of Africa and heading, as they do this time of year, in this general direction. It used to be that it would be unlikely to have another storm follow in exactly the same path of a hurricane ahead of it.
Correct.
And there are reasons for that. One of them is that it kind of robs the water in that pathway of the heat that it needs to grow. And the other thing is steering currents that control the path of hurricanes are constantly changing. And so it would be unreasonable to think that the same factors would be in play for one and the one that follows it.
Correct.
But what about what's coming off Africa now? I mean, is there any way to look at the chances of whether it would follow in this same general path and hit Texas?
Well, if that comes up, this is going to be a big storm, that one coming off Africa. I don't know where it's going, a long way away.
Yeah.
It's going to get across the Atlantic. The models I've seen bring it into the Caribbean. But that would be 2 weeks, almost 10 days or 2 weeks after Gonzalo.
Right.
And everything would, in that 10-day, 2-week period, would be back to normal. And so the potential would be there for another development.
Direction.
A same general direction. Very rarely, as you mentioned, do they follow the exact same path.
Yep.
But 10 days to 2 weeks in tropical time is a long time. Things get back to normal.
Okay.
And
so, and I guess one reason you say that is because you don't want people thinking, okay, we've had our storm this year, and let down their guard.
It's not even August yet.
Yeah.
It's not even August, and we're seeing waves come off Africa. Alan, right? Yeah. We don't see waves come off Africa. in July.
I'm trying to get the satellite imagery changed because we're obviously focused on this one right now. So I'm having to go over here and get this up here. But I do have the tropical satellite imagery, and we're going to show you that's what's left of Gonzalo. Over in the Caribbean, and then
so
that wave
that's
you're
gone.
talking
It's
about.
not coming back.
Gonzalo is gone.
Well, for now, I mean.
Well, what did we say? Was it Harvey that we thought puffed out and then regenerated?
Our Harvey?
Hey, it's 2020. We got to remember these things.
You got to keep reminding us of that. Thanks.
And I did want to just say one more thing to touch on what Bill was just talking about, how it's only July. Look at the hurricane season, the hurricane frequency. We are sitting right in here in terms of when the historically most active portion of the season is. So we've still got the lion's share of activity to come.
Man, that just drives it home, doesn't it? Look at that.
Yep, that's where we are right now. Peak season is September the 10th. I'm going to get back, though, to the radar because we're really close to landfall potentially of this storm.
Yes.
It's going to be close, and it's going to be designated by the National Hurricane Center, so it's awfully close.
The word is
landfall.
imminent.
Yeah.
So even though we might think it's there, it doesn't actually get there until the Hurricane Center says it is.
I'm not going to say and be the nation's sayer of all says on whether or not it's making landfall officially, but
you would never do that.
No, try maybe, but no one would believe me.
Yeah, my point is there's an official source, and it's got to come from there. And even if it is looking like that is the case, we've got to wait before we can actually say that.
And another thing, too, the same source that we're waiting to call it on landfall is the same source that is producing the forecast cones. So the National Hurricane Center, whenever you see a cone, that's where they're coming from. And these guys are the best in the world with respect to tropical forecasting and tropical evolution. And, they do a great job every single year. And we try to explain how the impacts are going to affect us locally, and we use their help, and they're really good at what they do. So we're going to wait on their word to say when that storm officially makes landfall. I've got the Twitter up, though, right now. I've got it, and I'm just refreshing.
But we don't have to wait until their next official update.
No, they'll come out and say right away, Hanna made landfall on Padre Island at X time, producing X amount of winds. And that'll be just what goes down in the books, and then we'll take it from there as far as what's to come after that.
All right, but we're looking at about 20 minutes, according to what they said it was going to be.
Well, I mean, we can look at we can just kind of
come on landfall.
We can see that it's right there. It's just going to. We're just basically waiting on them to say that it has officially made landfall, and then we'll go.
And it looks like
it's close.
Port Mansfield there.
Yeah, we'll zoom in closer so
Mansfield
that city pops up on the graphic system. There's Port Mansfield, and it's close. It's close.
Yeah. Okay.
And just we're hyping the landfall right now in terms of that's what we're focused on, but also without question, the winds around that are going to be strong. Those inner bands, the inner core, the eye wall winds that are about to get to Highway 77. Like if someone is thinking about driving 77 right now to get to the valley, that is a no-no. You do that. That's not good. Don't be driving, especially on 77 south of Kingsville, trying to get anywhere there, or north for that matter. If people are watching, those winds in here are going to be on the order of hurricane force. So we're talking 75 plus miles per hour right there within that eye wall. So if you're traveling up and down 77, you don't want to be doing that at all. If you got a family member that's on the road, text them, tell them to turn around, because it's just it's just not worth it to be driving through stuff like that.
They're about to get walloped. Look at that.
Yeah, and then you've got the rain, whatever inland flooding is happening with these big rains. These rain bands aren't really moving a whole lot. So, areas are getting rain over and over and over. Look at, 77's been getting rain now for a few hours.
Yeah.
It's constant. So,
Alan, can you go up north and see what's it look like up here?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Got to go back to Corpus Christi. We do have, you know, moderate rain bands pushing in. Leslie, you could hear her talking about how the rain was getting a lot worse, and then it was not, and then it's bad again. And that's the way it goes. They come in waves.
Still, you can see where Padre Island is. Can you put an arrow like our part of Padre Island?
Yeah, let me get an arrow on that right in here.
Yeah, so you can see that they're still getting some of those strong bands of rain.
And I'll just put it into motion. You'll see a little pocket of clear air right there. That's where Leslie was saying, man, what's going on? Am I in the eye when it wasn't raining? And now the rain is back in. But we knew that she wasn't in the eye because we could see that the wind was still blowing around there. If she was in the center of the eye, she probably would have also said, I don't know why my ears just popped. Sometimes that happens because the pressure lowers and your ears pop in the middle of the eye. I don't know if that's going to happen with this one, but you know.
But beyond that, a lot of times you can look up and see blue skies, the wind is calm, and it's like nothing is happening.
That rain band at the north of the storm is the one we saw about an hour ago. It's pretty far offshore. We were saying that big rain is coming our way. And there it is. Again, it just reiterates the fact, reinforces the fact that we still have a lot of rain to deal with. Hopefully the wind, once we have a landfall, the wind will start calming down a little bit, but we still have a lot of rain. Look how far out into the Gulf the rain extends. And that's only as far as the radars
Exactly.
go.
I was just going to say that we can only see like 150 miles really on the radar for accurate data. So there very well may be rain out there. I'm going to actually switch radar products because this one is a little more expansive, but you can see the, I mean, those rains over in Louisiana, those are a byproduct of just the grandiose flow around what is Hanna. So you're getting actually influence of this storm all the way up here as the winds drive in to the middle of this storm like so. So that storm is actually creating those rains that are in
Well, look at the
Louisiana.
rain at the top bank of your arrows up near Waco is part of a rain
That's
band.
an outer band. That's probably the extreme outer band of Hanna, way up near Waco.
And they're also getting rain in Houston, aren't they?
Houston's getting rain. I mean, we can do the Texas tour here really quick. Galveston and Houston, heavy rains passing through. Thankfully, though, these are quick moving, but they are training, which means they're tracking over the same spot over and over and over. So they're probably dealing with some flooding concerns there. Those are the flash flood warnings there. Coastal flood warning in effect for those locations. And then that flash flood watch, I believe, over there by Sabine Pass. And then up near Waco, Dallas. That's that outer band Bill was just talking about.
All right. What we want to do now is go to Leslie on the phone. We think that's going to hold up just fine. She has some data to go over regarding power outages. Leslie?
Hey guys, yeah. Hopefully you guys can hear me, as I'm sure you have been able to tell by now. Several issues with cameras. We are, obviously technical difficulties is the situation out here. What I was trying to say earlier was that my 2 live shots that we had when we had checked in earlier, the rain had stopped, but that is not the case now. Rain is coming down in addition with that wind. It's coming down a lot harder. Power outages, nearly 33,000 people said to be without power right now. So if this is you, I hope you guys have a plan in place, but a reminder to, just stay calm. And we're all weathering this storm together. But just want to make sure, even though you guys cannot see me, I do want to reiterate, I am fine. We are safe. We are hunkered down still in the same location, not too far from Packery Channel here at this condominium. But yes, the rain certainly coming down a lot harder. I think, I don't know, it might even be a little harder than, the earlier live shots. But yeah, that rain that's coming at you and like kind of pricks you in the cheeks and then your face and everything. It's just with the rain, and oh my goodness, it is quite a situation. So you guys can imagine why we were having so many technical difficulties.
All right, Leslie, thanks very much for the update on power outages and the conditions out there on Padre Island. And it's been an interesting ride for those folks, for sure. And the folks at AEP assure us that they are out and about trying to resolve those problems, and you know, it's just they knew they were going to develop, and it's just a question now of getting everywhere they need to be, and restoring power as quickly as they can. One way
Thanks to the out-of-town AEP workers who
Coming in
left their hometowns to come down here and help us out.
Right, that always does happen. And you can go to their website and find out an approximation of when your power will be restored. They have that service up and running now. We are very close, as we said, to landfall of this storm. We are still awaiting word from the National Hurricane Center.
Both Alan and I keep on looking at our computers and everything, just waiting for the official, because it is that close.
And again, when that happens, then we're going to see, then we are going to be able to tell that this storm will diminish. It's not going to get any stronger. The remaining bands are still going to cause some rain problems and wind problems and so forth. But the other issues, the storm surge and whatnot, that's going to start diminishing because the storm will be over land and can't push any more water forward.
Right. Still
We've
looking
already
at
seen
a lot of rain, and also we can't discount the possibility of tornadoes. The tornadoes will be occurring. This is the point where we start looking at them, because once the lower levels of the storm reach land, the lower levels start slowing down, but at the upper levels, the movement is still quick. Alan was talking earlier about wind shear. Wind shear is different wind speeds at different levels.
Yeah.
Say 10 miles an hour here and 20 miles an hour up here. Get this moving faster, you start getting spinning action, and you have yourself a tornado. So we can't discount those over the next 24 to 36 hours.
There you go. But we're watching it all for you right here. TV3's continuing coverage of Hurricane Hanna, and the idea was to just keep you informed about what is happening so that you don't have to go out and look for yourself, as some people have done. But really, the first responders have told us universally that they really want people to stay at home. First and foremost, to allow them the chance to get out if they need to and take care of what needs to be done, but also because of the pandemic and the fact that you don't want to put yourself or others in danger as a result of this, okay?
So we're getting a lot of rain too. A lot of us over 1 inch now today only. I say only because we're not done with the day yet. We're still going to accumulate on top of this, but Port Aransas, Flower Bluff, Corpus Christi out at the airport, we've all gotten over 1 inch of rain. And this is going to slowly increase throughout the night and add on to this tomorrow, which is why we've been calling for those 2 to 5 inch range on rain totals here in the coastal bend. I just wanted to do a check-in on the wind, because I know that's what a lot of people have been worried about and asking about. And the winds, at this point, I wouldn't say that we're going to see really much higher than what we've already had today. We're not going to have a whole lot of wind to look forward to beyond landfall in terms of it getting stronger. The gusts are still at tropical storm strength. That 72 you see in the bottom right of the screen, that's from a buoy down in the Gulf of Mexico. And we're just basically now waiting for the landfall, the designation of landfall on Hurricane Hanna, which looks like it's going to be any minute now, right over that Padre Island area just to the east of Kennedy County.
Well, we do have Nueces County Sheriff J.C. Hooper on the phone line with us right now. Sheriff, thank you for taking time away from what I know must be a busy period for you. We understand that part of your jail facility, I understand the McKenzie Jail Annex, is without power after having been struck by lightning. Is that right?
Well, hey, Joe, we've first of all, thanks for having me. We have had power out there. It got hit by lightning. The transformer behind the main building got hit by lightning at about 6:30 yesterday evening, and it's a massive transformer, and AEP was just incredible with their response to that. But we do have emergency power. The second it went out, the emergency generators kicked on, and the facility is well powered, just not totally powered. And
what about the main jail?
The main jail, we're in good shape at the main jail.
Okay.
No interruption to power, and the women and the men, the correctional officers that work there, we staged an additional crew at both facilities, and so they actually slept there overnight.
and so we could have a seamless shift rotation at 7 a.m. and at 7 p.m. this evening. So they've been incredible.
Sheriff, how does that look when you're dealing with this pandemic at the same time? Because you've had a real challenge there at both of your facilities.
Well, you know what? And nothing changes as far as the safety and security. I mean, it's seamless in the way that they execute and all of the steps that have been in place to minimize the effect of the virus inside that jail. And so we haven't really had complications from the virus when it comes to dealing with this storm threat. And so we're in good shape.
What is the status now in terms of your population that is positive for COVID?
Well, it's the inmates that tested positive out there at the annex, they have all recovered. And so it comes in waves, in like 14-day waves. And so at this moment in time, we don't have anybody that is symptomatic. And we only have one person in the hospital, and he wasn't taken there for COVID-related. But once he got there, we found out he was COVID-related, but he's being treated at a hospital, and he's recovering. But
that's great news. And you haven't lost anyone, right?
No, we have not.
That's
correctional.
terrific.
We do have some correctional officers, and it kind of comes in waves because we have significant number of employees returning to work after they have recovered from the virus, and then occasionally we have others that are testing positive, and so they'll be rotating out. So it's kind of a cycle. It's a cycle of sickness, recovery, and then we move on. But the storm really has not impacted the way we're handling that. You know, it's a double play, man. We got two things going on right now, but
it's for sure.
We're dealing with it, man. We're dealing with it.
And it sounds like you are, and doing it well. What about any kind of physical problems in the county? Any kind of water flooding or?
You know what? And we saw it coming. I think we all saw it coming. And what everybody was predicting was high water problems. So early this morning, we staged up. We have 3 boats. 2 of them are quick response Zodiac type boats, and they're trailered. They're staged right now behind pickup trucks, and because we were expecting a worst case scenario flooding in the rural areas of the county. Early this morning, I checked in with Mayor of Agua Dulce, and I checked in with City Marshal out there, and we were looking at 27 different sites around the rural area of the county where traditionally when they get inundated with rain, that there's flooding issues and road closures. And so we have the 2 quick response boats still staged up because if in fact we do get additional rain through the night or tomorrow, we might have to respond with them. And then we have the large boat that we keep out on a sling at marker 37.
Right.
We've got that trailered up now too, where we can take that wherever we need it.
But you haven't had to, right?
No, we have not, and we're blessed. You know, we have not. And
well, that's all.
We might even be headed to Kingsville. My sheriff friend down in Clayberg County, Sheriff Kirkpatrick, is calling me as we speak. I got another call coming in, so you know, we're going to do whatever we can do for the sheriff of Clayberg and on south where they're getting a little worse than we are.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I'll let you go and deal with that. And Sheriff Hooper, thank you once again for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you, John. Thanks for what y'all are doing.
You bet. Our pleasure. Thank you. Sheriff J.C. Hooper, Nueces County, and he's reporting some good news there, that his people are getting healthier and that they haven't had to really mobilize to deal with any kind of problems caused by the weather. That is good. I understand we have some video just in from the Copano Bay area around Rockport, if we can take a look. And you can see here, just hard to tell, obviously wet, rainy, and those bands of rain coming in there, and you know, they're dealing with a bit of a surge, but nothing like, they're really on the fringe of the problem area, I would think. And you'll remember back in August of 2017, that was not the case when Hurricane Harvey came through. Rockport was pretty much ground zero, so I'm sure they were happy to have escaped this one.
You can even see, we'll go to Ryan here in a second. You can even see the intent of the wave action up there in Rockport compared to Corpus Christi Bay, compared to what's going on down south. Still a lot of wave action and surging happening up there, but not as significant as down here and farther down south.
All right, it is the top of the hour now. We do want to get you caught up on Hurricane Hanna, where the storm is and where it's going to be. And let's go now to Ryan Chopto with the update.
Yeah, bottom line, Hanna going to be making landfall soon. I mean, this is the 5 o'clock hour, and it's just about a couple miles east and offshore of KIII County and those barrier islands just east of the area. Now, again, primary threats for Corpus Christi in Nueces County, storm surge. In fact, we've seen several feet of that inside Corpus Christi, Flower Bluff, the island, up north in the North Beach. So that is the primary concern, being on the northern side of Hurricane Hanna. Flash flooding as well. Keep in mind, rain is going to stay high all day, or at least all night tonight, all day tomorrow, and those winds are going to stay gusty between 39 and 73. Now, at the moment, Hurricane Hanna has upped its wind intensity. I mean, compared to the last couple hours, sustained winds are at about 90 miles per hour at the moment. Wind gusts are about 115. And again, landfall expected anytime now, just north of Port Mansfield. You can see it right there, just along the coast, moving west-southwest at about 8. Pressure has fallen at 973 millibars. And those gusts are really impressive. They're gusting upwards of a Category 3 strength, but right now it's still a Cat 1. As it slowly makes landfall anytime now. Now, here's the timeline. Forecast cone for Hanna put to that tropical storm status by tomorrow morning. And by that time, you know, around 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, it'll be out west over Falfurrias, let's say southern portions, or not Falfurrias, but south of that in the Rio Grande Valley, closer to, let's say, Stark County, that northwestern side of it. And it's going to start to drive its way southwest as a tropical depression by Sunday afternoon, and then a remnant low by Sunday night. So again, this is something to watch, but right now, still a good amount of rainfall, especially on the northern side of the eye, the center of circulation. You can see that right here. And here it is. And remember, we're watching for the center of circulation, and it's right here, maybe a mile or two just offshore the barrier islands off of Padre Island. And it's moving quickly. I mean, at about 8 miles per hour. So again, any moment now is when we're expecting landfall. In the meantime, we're on the northern side of the storm, so storm surge is a big factor. As you combine the wind speeds of 50, 60 miles per hour at the surface, and you combine that with the forward motion of Hurricane Hanna, that leads to tremendous storm surge. In fact, I mean, near Bob Hall Pier, Flower Bluff, Corpus Christi Bay, North Beach, they've seen tremendous amounts of storm surge in the last several hours. A loop over the last few hours, you can see Rockport and Refugio, the outer bands of Hurricane Hanna, and at the moment just providing good soaking rain this afternoon, early this evening. So again, rain chance to stay high in our forecast, and you'll notice on this particular graphic, this is estimated rainfall over the last 12 hours. Now I want to mention this because it shows what Hurricane Hanna is capable of. And on the southern and southeastern flank of Hurricane Hanna, I mean, this is producing, this particular band of tropical rain producing upwards of 8, 9, 10 inches of rainfall. And I mention that because as long as Hanna stays around and it makes landfall anytime now, these bands could work our way and they could drop heavy amounts of rain in a short amount of time. I'm going to wrap up this with LexCam shot over at North Beach, Palace Beachwear and gear. Lots of storm surge and a lot of water, moisture streaming onshore, not to mention the threats of heavy rainfall through tonight and early tomorrow morning. Joe?
Okay, Ryan, well, that's the update on Hurricane Hanna, but let's, if we can, just go back to that shot one more time. Hang on just a second. Do we have an update here?
We got the landfall from the National Hurricane Center employee.
Okay.
Bill, do you want to read the tweet? Phil Klotzbach?
Okay.
Phil Klotzbach is who handles the seasonal, how many hurricanes we have during the season.
Yeah.
Hanna has made landfall on Padre Island, Texas, with maximum sustained winds at 90 miles per hour. It is the first hurricane to make landfall in July in Texas since Dolly in 2008, and the first hurricane to make landfall in any month in Texas since Harvey in 2017.
All right, so the breaking news here, Hanna has now made landfall on the coast of Texas at around Port Mansfield, and you saw it as we were kind of tracking it along there. And so now, at this point, you're going to see conditions get better. It's going to, take a bit of time, but they will get better. The storm will not intensify.
Officially at 5:02.
5:02. Okay, so 2 minutes ago, and there you have it. All right, is Leslie camera up? Do we have her?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go to Leslie Adamy, who's out on Padre Island and has been watching developments there. Leslie?
Hey there, Joe, that's right. Certainly kind of a little unnerving to hear that update, but kind of also not surprising. As I had told you earlier on that phone interview, things have really ramped up here, and probably the last hour and a half, 2 hours. Let's just really quick show you. I don't want us really to go outside, but here I'm just pushing the door window out of the way. We're not outside. Again, the waves continue to come in. As you look further into the Gulf, it just looks, you really can't see. It's just a super heavy mist. As those waves continue to strengthen, the rain is coming in our face right now. So another reason that we are not stepping outside at this point in time with the technical difficulties that we had. As I had mentioned earlier, folks had been coming outside to watch this storm roll in, but now that she's here, and with the waves, here, Roy, I'm going to go ahead and close this door because the rain is getting inside and hitting us in the face. Folks have cleared the beach area. You want me to clean that? No one is outside. We had folks driving in and around the area in their trucks wanting to get closer, and really quickly turned around. It was not worth it, and could you blame them? So that's kind of the situation with us right now. The waves continue to intensify, and that rain it's that one that kind of comes at you sideways. Joe?
Okay, thanks very much, Leslie. An update there. The rain's still coming down on Padre Island, but the storm has made landfall and is going to diminish in time here. But the rain's still falling, the wind's still blowing. Many people still without power.
So, he's right now.
Ryan's talking to someone over. Ryan's talking to someone over. His microphone's on, but
okay.
So the official landfall for this thing, Hurricane Hanna, is going to go down in the books as a Category 1. Had to replace the battery on the microphone. Category 1 hurricane at 5:02, July 25th. 2020. The wind sustained at 90 miles per hour, and the location's going to go down as Padre Island, Texas. It's not a city, but rather a very, very long island, barrier island in Texas. So what's to come now that we've seen this storm move ashore? Hanna moving forward now. It's going to begin to weaken as it moves farther inland into South Texas and deep South Texas. That's where the heavier rains are going to be moving, and it's going to get downgraded likely to tropical storm status by midnight, if not before that, as it continues to move in. The wind threat is going to be gone on Sunday. I got overzealous there with the wind on the double I there, but the wind threat is going to be gone by Sunday, downgraded to a tropical depression, and then tropical downpours will continue scattered around as these little feeder bands continue to drift into the depression of where Hanna is going to be over in Mexico. So because of that, and we have a saturated ground now, flash flooding is still going to be a concern as Hanna continues to move inland. But now moving forward, it's not going to be instantly that the winds are just gone and over and done with. They're going to be there. It's just going to be a gradual progression to go downgrade from a Category 1 to tropical storm to tropical depression. That is going to take some time to do that. But landfall has happened now, and the flooding rains are now, I think, going to be the focus. It's still very windy. Right. The winds are still strong where the center of this thing is, but the rain in South Texas, I think the attention is going to have to go shifting that direction now.
Just to reiterate something we mentioned a couple of hours ago, Gulf storms tend to move inland and keep some of their strength as they move toward Mexico and the Rio Grande. I believe that's what's going to happen on this one. Joe, you had a good point earlier. There will be no more intensification.
Yeah.
We have reached the peak. We have reached the climax. Now we'll start calming down. Alan had a good point. It doesn't automatically, that's it, everything's over. It's going to be a gradual fall off. We'll start seeing the winds die down, the storm surge will be dying down, but the rain is going to keep on coming.
Yep.
We still have a lot of rain out there. And again, we're getting into tornado areas now over the next 24 to 36 hours. So still a lot of weather remaining from Hurricane Hanna.
And we still are going to discover some areas probably that have been damaged when the water recedes. Because, you know, when it's covered, you don't really see what's going on, and so that could happen.
I mean, even with the walkway up to the Lexington, I wonder if the damage there has been significant. Look at that.
We will find out. That shot is just stunning to me on North Beach.
There's water everywhere.
Can we zoom down on that shot there? I saw where
water
we could
everywhere.
See the Lexington, the walkway up.
There's the aquarium.
Okay, yeah. Maybe that was a recorded shot.
I'm not sure.
Not sure either. There's the walkway. That's got to be live, because maybe not.
Okay, that's our live LexCam, I think.
Well, that's from Marissa's camera at the Radisson.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. There's the walkway. So the walkway to the Lex is still there. I'm seeing that.
But
that's the art museum.
That's the LexCam right now.
Yeah. That's LexCam looking at the art museum, and look at the waves crashing up against the wall.
Crashing up against the side of the building.
Is that the building, or is that a seawall?
No, that's the building.
That's the building.
There's a seawall right there in front too, but yeah, they're flooded right there where those entry ports are to the garage. It looks like.
Oh man.
Yeah. Wow.
Let's get another vantage point from North Beach.
There's the bottom of the walkway.
Walkway's good.
Yeah. Here's Marissa Cummings with an update for us.
Yeah, guys, everything that you're talking about, you're exactly right. It's hard not to gawk at it. But like you guys said, it is slowly going to get better. And it's weird because it has slowly gotten better here. The first thing you can feel, and I don't know, you guys are the experts, Bill, Alan, and Ryan, is the temperature. It's a lot cooler and it's a lot less humid. But let's look at the waves here. There's still big swells, of course. But if you look down at the beach, remember, we couldn't even tell where the sand is. And now you can kind of see the sand. As the waves separate, you can see the sand underneath the water. So that is actually an impressive improvement. But like I told you guys, the next time you come back, what were we going to look at? One of our markers, which was going to be that holiday rental sign. Guess what? That sign's not there anymore. So when we talk about property damage, it's going to be interesting to see what is going to be left behind on the roads. And again, another one of those markers. When we go look at the intersection here between the Radisson Hotel and the tourist shop, you can see the median again. You can actually see the tiny traffic cones that when I was down there, you could still see half the traffic cone. Well, you can start seeing the tip of it now. So it's really impressive how drastic the changes have been. Of course, definitely no conditions that people should come down here because the waves are still big swells, and definitely that's not slowing down yet. Now, the last thing I want to show you guys is all the way down by like the Selena Memorial and just shoreline. You can see those steps that people usually walk down, with the pandemic going on. A lot of people have been walking shoreline to get out and get some fresh air. Well, I definitely do not recommend being down there, and definitely not on those steps. Like I said, the waves are big and they are crashing up those steps as well. But it'll be interesting to see how it all progresses, and looking at our markers again, seeing maybe we may be able to see that sidewalk again. I don't know if that'll be achievable today, but I think it's going to be interesting to see how fast it dies down and what effect that has on the property around us right now. You can't see that sidewalk, of course, and like Alan was talking about, looking at the Lexington, the entrance to Lexington, that's still waves are constantly crashing at it. I don't think that you could make it up there safely, not with the vehicle. So guys, still stay inside. As it is diminishing, that does not mean run and go play and go visit. Definitely stay at home, stay safe, and we'll keep you updated as much as possible as we can. But it is looking a tad bit more promising. Reporting down at North Beach, Marissa Cummings, 3 News.
Incredible shots there of water going onto that beach, pretty much obliterating it. It'll be interesting to see what's left when that water recedes, as it will in the coming days.
Looks like most of North Beach is underwater.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of the attractions there are obviously going to be inaccessible for a while until the water goes down. But that shot that we had from the LexCam of the art museum. Just seeing those waves just crashing against the side of the building, that's just amazing.
I hope my wife's watching. She works there.
Yeah, I'd like to get her on the phone, see what she says about that.
I think
she's not there.
She'd be too bashful, but that's a parking lot that you would use to go to that facility. That if you're familiar with Shoreline, as it goes up to the art museum, there's a little place you can go. We're looking at it right now on the Lex Cam, and the water is moving into that parking lot. I've parked there before. Been to many events over at that art museum. That's right next to the American Bank Center where the Ice Rays play. That's where we're looking. We're right there next to the American Bank Center on the Corpus Christi Bay side of it. And you can see that the water is definitely up into those parking areas and then butting up against the seawall. There's the art museum now, and there is a seawall.
Waves crashing against that. Look at that.
There is a seawall in front of that, I believe, if we could pan down just a pinch there, but there's for sure, you're right, Joe, there's for sure, it looks like water crashing up against the side of the building. Actually, my wife just sent me a text, and she's saying that this is just, our conversation. She's watching right now, and she's saying that she's thinking, or they're thinking that the first floor may be flooded in the art museum there.
And you wonder if that's going to affect any of the artwork, or if they have taken steps to protect it, because the last time I was there, they had some things that were on the floor, statues and whatnot.
Well, even additional moisture in any building like that could cause issues.
That can't be good.
Yeah, so there's for sure water right up against that building. I don't think they know. I don't think they're there right now. The staff's not there, so there's no way to know. But you can see that the water's for sure up against that building, which is a very prone location. It's right there on the bay.
Yeah, but I can't remember in all the time I've been here seeing that much water and the waves lapping up against it that way. I've just never seen that before. So this was an interesting storm. This is just, the unique nature of these hurricanes that we have been talking about, that just, you never know what properties each one is going to have as it comes through. And, just because it's lower in terms of wind strength doesn't mean that it will produce less damage necessarily.
It has a lot to do with the area involved in that storm.
Right.
This was a huge storm. And you can see what it left behind so far.
And I don't know if we readily have available pictures from Bob Hall Pier, but earlier we were talking, that's going to be one of the big stories coming out of this storm, was the absolute destruction of the end of Bob Hall Pier. The T-head on the end of it gone because of that storm surge and the wave action. Back and forth, it just took it apart. Well, there we go.
Actually, during Harvey, the pier off of the Oso Bay, that one was damaged during Harvey. So just different piers taking the hits there. But yeah, the Bob Hall Pier, we saw the video. This is out at that area. You see, a lot of people will picnic under those little canopies there, and the water is well above that. It's almost flowing perpendicular to the dunes there. This is the video we were talking about, where you can see on the right side of the screen the end of the pier. It's going to get dark because, oh wait, no, this is today.
It's already the end of it.
That's the end of it, and then the end of the pier is gone at the end of the video.
Look at that. And you're going to see it take it away over the 24-hour time lapse of that video. Just amazing stuff that we have seen. And we're not completely done. We're going to have more rain and wind, and in fact, quite a bit more rain. Question is, and we've been talking about this, Bill, off and on, how much of that rain, we were in need of rain before this storm came. How much of it are we going to be able to retain in our watershed?
Not a lot today. Yeah. I really think as this storm moves inland, those rain bands still feeding off the Gulf will feed the hill country, our watershed. Not today, but hopefully tomorrow into Monday. I know the rain chances start tapering off Tuesday and Wednesday, but hopefully tomorrow and Monday we'll see some of those outer rain bands being pulled in. That will probably be tropical depression, Hanna, still being pulled in across Houston, down I-10, San Antonio, up into the hill country, including our watershed. And so today's not the day for watershed rain. No. Hopefully tomorrow and Tuesday will be.
It is getting some, but the thing about the rain that's falling in the watershed right now is it's two things, lighter and more sparse. than where we're looking down to the south, where the hurricane is moving in. So you see the watershed. The radar is on the layer on this graphic underneath the watershed, so we can see exactly where we need that rain to fall to filter in to the Nueces River and the Frio River, these rivers that flow into Choke Canyon and Lake Corpus Christi. So the watershed's big. I don't know if many people realize that it goes way up to the Frio floating country up in Uvalde area part of Texas, you know. So it's a big expansiveness of land that we can hopefully get rain into, but I just don't think it's going to be as numerous in that part of the state as it will be in South Texas.
The good news is I think that the ground will be saturated enough so that it won't soak up all that water. It will be, anything that falls there hopefully will be retained and come on down the rivers.
I think so.
All right. Let's, all right. We're setting up a live shot here in Clayberg County to go back and let you know what's going on there.
This is an interesting picture. Earlier we were talking about the breakers keeping Corpus Christi Bay calm, separating it, or the marina area separated from Corpus Christi Bay. And look at the water just breaching the rock barrier out there. And so the marina, Corpus Christi Bay, everything, seeing lots of turbulent water today. Look at that. And that's usually a calm area.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that happening in Corpus Christi Bay, certainly to the extent that we've seen it, because in the past, even when we've had fairly large storms out there, the bay didn't respond like it's responding now. It may have come up a bit, but not to this extent.
Well, this is also I'm trying to think off the top of my head. I think this is really the first storm that we dealt with south of here. A lot of the storms we had before, that were moving in northward, and like even Oso Creek, everybody's wondering what's going to, and I think Harvey sucked the water out of Oso Creek.
How about Brett? Is that similar to this one?
Well, Brett was like 20 years ago, and I can't really remember. Well, we saw the pictures earlier from Brett in Corpus Christi Bay, where the bay was really churning. But Harvey was north of here, and what was it? Was it Celia, where the water got sucked out of Corpus Christi Bay?
It was Celia in 1970, that's right.
And so a lot of the storms we've been dealing with, even the ones that go up into Houston, up Victoria, Port Lavaca, Ike, we don't get that. This is one of maybe the first storm, in fact it probably is, the first storm since Brett that has moved in south of here. And so we're getting all that surge coming this way instead of moving back up north. It's probably one of the big reasons why we're seeing so much going on here in Corpus Christi Bay.
We do have a picture. We're talking about Bob Hall Pier and the damage and so forth. You want a before and after look?
Oh, whoa.
Take a look here. This is July of 2020. And this is after Hanna, I think. I'm a little confused by that. Okay. Before, showing as we come up on flying over the pier. Look at try to look at the end of it. That's where the damage is.
Yeah, the T on the end is gone, basically, is what we've been seeing.
On the top, you can see it there. And on this shot, I'm not sure if that looks like the parking lot to me.
I think that's where Matt was, our assistant news director. He was out there getting the footage. He actually had to back away because he didn't like how it felt in terms of safety right there. So gives you an idea of what it was like. But tropical storm force winds, they can make you antsy.
That's right.
And then you add storm surge and,
And according to, what are the winds like right now on the island? Are they still blowing strong?
They're tropical storm force gusts out there for sure. Still gusting up 45 or so miles per hour. These are gusts, so there's going to be higher gusts likely in the areas just north of Baffin Bay. Think about the King Ranch area and the Chapman Ranch area. Those areas are getting
likely 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, and then north of that, 40 to 50 miles per hour. The sustained winds aren't terribly impressive. This just, to me, looks like a bad day of golf on a normal day, hitting into a 35 mile an hour wind, but we're under tropical storm conditions for sure in the area. But I say that comment about golf to say that this amount of wind, 35 miles per hour, isn't something that we don't see around here fairly often when the winds crank up from the southeast.
And there are those who actually golf in conditions like that with winds at.
Hope the wind's behind you.
Yeah, every hole I play is downwind, so it works out.
All right, now we are ready, I think, to go to Ashley Gonzalez in Clayberg County with an update on what is happening there. Ashley?
Hey Joe, right, Ashley Gonzalez here in Kingsville. I'm here actually at HM King High School where the safe room is. And it's crazy because right when Hanna hit landfall, we definitely felt it. And Alan, as you were saying earlier, some of those wind gusts are pretty strong, as a matter of fact. I mean, I'm not that big of a person, but some of these wind gusts kind of got me off balance for a moment there. And Kingsville is already a quiet town, but check out the roads. They're nearly empty, so it's an even quieter town, and obviously all the stores are closed, so all the parking lot is completely filled. But yeah, the rain is coming down, and like I said earlier, it's kind of sporadic, so it'll come down pretty hard at times, and then it'll kind of relax for a moment, but then it'll come back just as hard with those wind gusts. As a matter of fact, we're getting a small one right now, and something that Marissa said earlier that I definitely connected with was with how cool it is. It definitely went from like very humid to very chilly, and I'm pretty cold right now. It's probably because I'm soaked as well. But right, so the safe room is right in the sports complex, which is on the other side of this building. And again, it's a temporary shelter for people who are in low areas who just need some dry land and somewhere to just ride out the storm with as Alan was saying, the peak is kind of right now, and well, the storm is going to be riding out from here on out from what y'all said. But you know, like I said, the roads are pretty quiet. The wind is still coming through, and the rain is still coming through. And earlier, as a matter of fact, about an hour to an hour and a half ago, we saw emergency crews with some boats, some rescue boats, you know, in case that they are needed. We saw 2 of them on a trailer. So again, and also the power is not well as well. But if your power is out, do not call 911, call the city or the county. I'm gonna go ahead and toss it back to you because I'm starting to lose connection here. Back to you, Joe.
All right, it is tough, and it does present challenges to be out there in the wind and the rain and so forth, and we appreciate that. But you get a sense of what is going on down in Clayberg County, even after landfall here of Hurricane Hanna, moving ashore now. And Bill, we've seen a lot today. We've seen it all kind of develop and
well, we've been here since 10. It's a little after almost 5:30 now, so over 7.5 hours. It's been an interesting story. And I was even telling Joe off camera an hour or so ago that even the mood here in the newsroom has changed following the track of the hurricane. When we didn't know where it was going, would it come directly west? Would it really affect us? We're all, but now when it started moving, you know when things change is when we saw that little jog to the south.
When we saw it real time on radar.
When we saw that little jog to the south, and we said, here we go.
That was about 3 hours prior to landfall.
Right, so, and up in that case, especially for us here in Corpus Christi.
Yeah.
And you know, the poor people down in the valley going through awful things right now. It'll be interesting. People in Baffin Bay, I mean, got really hit hard. But it's for the past 7.5 hours, it's just been interesting how the story has played out. So many look at all the variables, the different pictures we've seen, the ups and downs we've seen. It's truly an incredible story.
Storm surge is still a big story, though, right now for us. That's the Lexington. That's the front of the Lex, the walkway up into the Lexington. I mean, storm surge is still going to be a problem for another few hours because the storm's position in respect to where we are in Corpus Christi. So we're seeing real time right there, real pictures, live pictures. That's our exclusive LexCam. And the storm surge, the wind is not really going to change direction. I'm going to couple two images for you here on the weather graphics to illustrate the point. If we can switch over to the weather graphics, you see the winds out of the east in Port Aransas. The winds are still driving in water and at tropical storm force. These are the wind gusts, so these are a little bit higher than the wind speeds, but the wind is going to drive water in. As long as they're out of the east and they're strong like this, the water's going to not recede in the area. So when we look at the storm where it currently is, it's going to take a while for those winds to eventually back out of the south and west. So what I mean by that is this storm is going to continue to drive in winds just like this. And we're going to gradually see the winds at the surface that are out of the east and northeast right now. See how they're out of the east and northeast going down toward the center of the hurricane? These winds are gradually going to end up turning east and then east-southeast and then southeast and then south and then southwest as the storm continues to move farther inland. And that's what we were talking about and showing with this wind motion graphic around the storm. So yesterday they were out of the north. Right now at landfall, you see how the winds will be out of the east here, and then they're going to gradually turn. You see right over Corpus Christi, they'll turn east, and then they'll turn south, and then they'll turn southwest on Sunday. And that's going to be the progression of how we lose the storm surge. So that's going to take a little while time for those winds
that water goes down.
The winds are going to have to shift to out of the south for the storm surge levels to really start receding. Yeah.
Interesting. So we're looking at a couple of days.
I think tonight and into early tomorrow. And then by tomorrow afternoon, the storm surge will be receding. But I don't think it's going to be relaxing anytime soon. For the next few hours, we're still going to have these driving east winds coming in here.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go over to Ryan Choctaw now with an update on Hanna for us.
Yeah, Joe, Hurricane Hanna made landfall earlier today at about 5 o'clock, just 30 minutes ago or so. And the exact location, Padre Island, Texas, north of Port Mansfield. Max winds were up to 90 miles per hour, higher wind gusts up to 115. And it was, the focal point was along Kennedy County, just south of Corpus Christi. And you'll notice on this loop where exactly it made landfall, south of Corpus Christi, south of Baffin Bay as a Cat 1, a strong Cat 1 hurricane. Right now, still wind sustained at 90 miles per hour. Wind gusts up to 115. Pressure is down to 973 millibars, and it's currently moving west-southwest at about 8 miles per hour. Now, again, as it moves west, it'll continually and gradually weaken through tonight, through tomorrow. However, the storm surge, just as Alan said, the storm surge threat continues based on the wind field of Hanna, and that's because we have that northeast-east wind just driving in water from the Gulf of Mexico. Not to mention the forward motion of Hanna is going to aid in more strength, more wind speed through tonight and early tomorrow morning. Now you'll notice the current look on radar, the eye right over central Kennedy County. The outer bands extending as far north, or at least the heavier downpours, and the southern tip of Nueces County. But you'll notice this is a pretty impressive eye, clearing out. If you're under this eye, you'll see mostly clear skies, if not some sunshine and quiet conditions, the calm within the storm. Now, as this starts to rotate and counterclockwise, in the counterclockwise direction, it's going to continue just, throw a ton of moisture our way through tonight and tomorrow morning. That's why the storm surge threat is there, not to mention the flash flood threat is there, because rain is not done with. And, through tomorrow, as we wrap up the weekend, rainfall could add up to amounts upwards of, 2 to 3 to 4 inches of rainfall here in the city. Heavier amounts of rain south of that into, let's say, Clayberg County, and also ultimately into the Rio Grande Valley. A closer look at what's happening currently. Just some scattered downpours at Refugio, Sinton off of Highway 77. And these are just those tropical downpours associated with Hurricane Hanna. Now, from where it goes from here, it's going west and it's going to dive into Mexico. And by tomorrow afternoon, tropical storm, remnant low, if not a tropical depression. And this will continue to weaken gradually as it moves into the mountains of Mexico. It's pouring cats and dogs outside our KIII-TV studios. Today's forecast, or at least tonight, cool. East winds at about 30 to 40 miles per hour sustained. Higher wind gusts up to that. And of course, the main threat is storm surge. Guys.
Thanks, Ryan. You know, we were talking about things not to do, and one of them is, you know, to go out and get in the way of first responders and just be out and away from your home just out of curiosity. And yet some people will do that nonetheless. And we have some video out by Bob Hall Pier of some guys who are, well, let's watch and see. I haven't seen this, but they are guy going out in the water like any other day.
Nice flotation device.
He says he's going to go float in that inner tube. Hurricane? What hurricane? Doesn't matter. Anyway, that's something you don't do.
Every image that I'm seeing in video, it's surprising me how much the storm surge has come in. You know, in my head, I'm thinking 4 to 6 feet isn't that much of a deal, but a picture is telling me a lot different with respect to how much inundation we're seeing in those extreme coastal environments. You know, it's not to where I don't think we're seeing neighborhoods flood. I haven't seen reports of that. I haven't seen anything like that, but it's these coastal locations that we tend to not really build on here in South Texas. You know, we don't have a line of houses right on the beach where there's no dune protecting the beach, to my knowledge. And I haven't seen any pictures or reports of water coming into places like Port Aransas or parts of the island. I know where there's some hotels and condos right on, is it Whitecap?
Right.
There's some right there, right on Whitecap.
Yeah, but there's a big barrier between the water and the...
I'd be curious, though, to see if water is getting into those locations, given what we're seeing at the immediate beach.
We know, for example, water is over parts of 361.
Yes.
And right now on the phone we have Ricky Daly with
The National Weather Service in Corpus Christi has issued a special marine warning for coastal waters from Baffin Bay to Port Aransas out 20 nautical miles, waters from Baffin Bay to Port Aransas from 20 to 60 nautical miles until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 5:33 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing waterspouts was located 36 nautical miles east of Malaquite Beach, Oregon, 42 nautical miles southeast of Port Aransas, moving northwest at 55 knots. Hazard, waterspouts. Source, radar. Impact, waterspouts can quickly form and capsize boats, damage vessels and oil rigs, and create suddenly higher waves. Make sure all on board are in a secure location and wearing life jackets. The severe thunderstorm will remain over mainly open waters. Thunderstorms can produce sudden waterspouts. Waterspouts can easily overturn boats and create locally hazardous seas. Seek safe harbor immediately.
And State Highway 361, though, is open, so people who might want to leave Port Aransas can use the island road.
Okay, so the only way to get from, say, Port Aransas to Aransas Pass now is to drive all the way around using Highway 361, which is a couple-hour drive, as some of us have experienced.
Yeah,
but
that's what we're hoping. That's what we're hoping you can help us get the word out, so no one makes the unnecessary trip.
We are happy to do that, and you don't want to be out anyway. But if you have to be out, keep in mind that the ferry service is suspended because of the weather conditions right now. We don't know when that's going to change. Any idea when that might happen? Are we looking at a day or two, or do we know?
No, that's a Coast Guard question, and they will, like I say, after they do their storm assessment, they'll let us know when it's all clear. A good resource for your viewers on road conditions, including the ferry service, is drivetexas.org.
Right.
That has the latest information on road conditions throughout the state, closures and everything. So that's a good resource also.
Actually, we're looking at that website page right now. It's what you would get if you dial up drivetexas.org. And basically the idea is to show any roads that are unavailable for travel because of, well, in this case, weather conditions and flooding and so forth. But it's a pretty good resource all over the state of Texas. drivetexas.org if you have any questions at all.
Right.
All right. Well, Ricky Daly, anything in the city of Corpus Christi that we need to be concerned about, or all the roads pretty well open and free now?
Well, I've not received reports of any closures in or around Corpus Christi. Again, you know, that could change, and Drive Texas is the place to go. Those are all the state system roads will be conditions will be updated on that site.
Okay, man. Ricky Daly, thank you for joining us once again, and we appreciate the update on our roads and how that's progressing. Thanks so much.
Thank you all.
Okay. TxDOT, they have been keeping us informed as well, and so now we are. It was 5:02, so we've been 5 officially. Okay, so say 39, 40 minutes now since landfall of Hurricane Hanna, and there's that picture. Just again, just stunning, looking at the wall of the Art Museum of South Texas and the waves from Corpus Christi Bay just lapping up against the side of it. That is not good. You don't want that. There is priceless artwork inside. You wonder how they're going to keep the first floor of that building from being flooded. I'm sure it probably already is.
They took precautions. I know that firsthand knowledge. They kind of prepared for it.
Yeah.
You know, on Friday they released early. It was closed today in lieu of the storm coming in. But I know this because my wife works there.
Yeah.
And you know, she's texting me right now, and she's saying that we sparked a texting frenzy between the staff working there, because they were just seeing that for the first time along with us when we just panned over and saw those waves lapping up against the building. And then you looked at that receiving dock, the loading dock, where trucks can back in, and the water was in there too. So I'd imagine that they're thinking that some of that water could get into the first floor of the building just through those little locations of the art museum. So 4 to 6 feet of storm surge, and I think moving forward for the next at least several hours is going to be, I think, the biggest thing to note about the impacts of Hanna in the coastal bend and Corpus Christi area, and these are going to be confined to the immediate coast. You know, so a lot of people won't even know this is happening, but here we are. It is, and you can see it right there on the side of the art museum.
And does that look? I mean, it's hard to say at this point, but does that look like 4 to 6 feet of surge?
I mean, 6 feet is a lot when you think about the size of a person. You know, 4 to 6 feet tall. That's how much above normal the sea surface waters are getting. So above where they normally are, the 4 to 6 feet on top of that is what's doing what we're seeing.
Well, look like the parking lot you were talking about across the street from the American Bank Center. I mean, we go down that road there, and we park there. How far underneath that water is the asphalt for the parking lot? Then you go across to the art museum. I mean, there's a pretty significant surge occurred here today. I was going back, I was trying to think, I've never seen a surge like this in all the years.
No.
But we didn't have as many cameras around everywhere to see pictures like this and everything we've seen.
That's true too.
But I mean, I don't even remember people talking about a surge event like this, like we're going through right now.
I'm just trying to look for info on how big the surge was
look
with
for that,
Brett.
and we'll get back to it. But I do want to find out, I want to get an update on what's happening on Padre Island. We do have Leslie Adamy standing by there to give us a look at what the conditions are like, and they have been, you know, the winds have been as strong as they've gotten here out on Padre Island.
Joe, that's right. Yeah, so it continues to be pretty windy and gusty out here. We're going to go ahead and take you outside. We're just waiting until, you know, the live shot picked up, because the less time we can be outside, the better, right? Because of the rain. So, how things feel right now. It's not as gusty as it was, but the rain is definitely coming down at us. Kind of give you a look at the Gulf situation right now. You can see waves continue to come in. That downed lifeguard stand kind of been the same as well. Take a look at this, Joe. This is really interesting to me. Access Road 3, we had been showing it to you guys for much of the afternoon and how it was kind of like overtaken by water, but now you can see it's like the water looks like it's receding a little bit, or no, not a little bit, significantly, and it's more now this muddy road. You can kind of tell looking at the purpose of the road being that you get on that road to go out into the beach, right? You can now get a sense of that's exactly what it's supposed to do, because the water is receding. The water previously was coming up to that railing right there, but that is just not the case anymore now. I suppose that Hanna has made landfall, but the wind persists. And you know, something else that kind of sticks out to me is despite the rain kind of coming at us at an uncomfortable angle and the wind still here, like I mentioned, it doesn't feel as powerful as it was in the earlier live shots. In a weird way, it almost feels kind of nice. It's like cool where we are, which is rare to say in July. Wish I could be saying that without a hurricane having come to, South Texas, but I will say that's the condition right now. So waves continue to come in. It's still pretty windy. Ooh, Rory, be careful. Water coming at us still pretty constantly, but cooler, significantly cooler. Joe?
Leslie, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but are there any people down there on the beach? Any people at all down on the beach?
No, surprisingly not. It's truly been kind of come and go. At the most random times, we would see a lot of people. And guys, I feel as though this bears repeating. We are still in the COVID-19 pandemic, and we did not see a lot of social distancing going on. At this point in time, though, no folks out here. Even on the patios, let me see. No, I do not see anyone coming out here, but earlier that was not the case. Folks wanted to come out, take video. I saw one gentleman walking around with a glass of wine and was enjoying everything before the storm came in, but yeah, no folks out here right now. Good idea.
Okay, yeah, not a good idea to be out there for sure, but some people, they're gonna do it regardless. But Leslie, thank you for the update from Padre Island. Still, as you can tell, they're quite active. A lot of wind, rain.
The noise is incredible from her microphone.
Yeah.
And she's right up next to it, and you can barely hear her because of the sound of the rain and the wind.
Now, you were doing the research, Alan?
It just looks like a 2.5 foot surge with Brett, with what I could find, but that was 20 years ago plus, so I don't know if they kept real close tabs on exactly how high it went. I'm curious to see what can we pan right back over there? There's some, looks like debris. Oh wow, the aquarium's got water in where people usually walk around, it looks like. To the right, see that fence down?
What is that, just a fence?
It's a fence of some sort that's definitely been destroyed, but then if you go up to where the exhibits are, by those umbrellas, you can see that there's water that's now in the aquarium itself.
Zoom in just a little bit if you can.
Like by those umbrellas. It's funny, the Lexcam is very sensitive. You touch it once and then it zooms like all the way over. So I can understand the frustration, but there's for sure water where people usually walk around to see exhibits.
Look at that, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we hope the animals are doing okay. The dolphins,
the otters.
The otters. They're used to water, but not like this, right? Okay, well, we are just now seeing some of the results of Hurricane Hanna.
If I may, Marissa's report and Leslie's report both said it's not as bad.
That's good.
It's starting to calm down a little bit. It's not as bad as it was a couple of hours ago.
We could both visually see also that the storm surge in both locations that they were at, both on the island and downtown Corpus Christi, the water had been receding, and those were both visually confirmed reports that we could all see on the cameras there.
Let's in fact go to Marissa, who's at North Beach, to confirm that. Would you say, Marissa, that things are a little bit better?
It is so weird, Joe. I'm going to be completely honest. So remember, we have our markers. I can't see the sand again on the beach. It's the waves got more aggressive, and you guys were talking about it as you were talking about the art center and seeing how the waves are crushing up against the building. I don't know if it changes directions, but again, we lost our cones as our measure meter out in the intersection. It kind of just came all back, so it's very strange. So as far as conditions and flooding go, it seems like it's about the same. The waves are not letting up at all, but if I want to talk about what it feels like out here, it is, and hopefully maybe you guys can see it, it's a lot brighter out here too, and Leslie had mentioned it, Ashley had mentioned it. It is cooler, but still gusty where I'm standing. I have been posting videos up to my Facebook about what it looks like here along the coastline, and people have commented saying, hey, I live just a couple of streets back from Ocean Drive or from North Beach or Shoreline, and it's not as bad. So I think right where we are is where we're going to see the most damage, the most flood damage, the most property damage is going to be right here, right at the coast. And now the wind is picking up more and the rain is pelleting my face. So it's really odd what's happening. I'm checking it ever so
Other news now, the Wessex County Sheriff's deputies investigating a murder near Chapman Ranch and County Road 6. Precinct 3 Constable Jimmy Rivetta saying around 11 this morning, deputies were dispatched to a cotton gin there where they found a dead body. And a worker told investigators he was cutting grass when he saw it. The victim has not been identified at this point. The Texas Rangers have been called in to assist with a homicide investigation. Clearly a developing story here. We'll bring you more information just as soon as it becomes available to us. And Clayberg County Sheriff Richard Kirkpatrick has fired the first warning shot to bad guys looking to move illegal drugs and commit other crimes on Clayberg County waters. Our Michael Gibson joined the sheriff today for a ride on the sheriff's newest crime-fighting tool.
We're here along Baffin Bay, and this may look like, well, your normal pleasure boat that you'd find out here on this body of water, but instead it's really the Clayberg County Sheriff's Department's latest tool in fighting crime. This is the Sheriff's Department brand new 25-foot patrol boat, which can hit the Gulf or be used in bay waters as shallow as 3 inches.
Clayberg County is comprised of 209 square miles of water, which is actually about 19% of Clayberg County. And out here, again, there's areas there's cabins out here where people like to come and fish on the weekends. And we've actually had more calls since the coronavirus pandemic has occurred.
The boat itself cost $65,000, and with all the bells and whistles added, the price is now closer to $80,000.
Thanks to a grant that paid for that, and the remainder of that was paid through forfeiture funds. So looking at it from a taxpayer standpoint, it didn't cost the taxpayers any tax money locally.
The patrol boat is now equipped with the latest radar technology, and it has a state-of-the-art communication system.
We have the ability to talk on a police radio, VHF marine radio, and an ability to work through the internet as well for backup communications.
Our ride-along took us across Baffin Bay, where there were a number of fishermen out on the water. And as we near the intercoastal waterway, you can see the dozens of fishing cabins that are out here. It was actually at this fishing cabin recently where the sheriff and other lawmen were able to use this boat to get out here and deal with a man who had barricaded himself inside the cabin, and he had a gun. Eventually, officers were able to take him into custody, and they were able to do that quickly because of this patrol boat. From Clayberg County, Michael Gibson, 3 News.
AEP Texas has been rolling into the coastal bend ahead of Hanna, trying to be ready to handle any damage and or power outages that might happen once the storm moves into the coastal bend. Larry Jones, communications manager for AEP, says crews have been tracking the storm and devising a plan for where to set up trucks and equipment to respond as soon as possible when a problem arises.
We're making arrangements in terms of bringing in additional crews to the area that is actually struck by the storm, planning preliminary restoration schedules based on weather models, and making adjustments as necessary.
He says the biggest priority now is taking care of downed power lines. And by the way, if you see a dangerous situation with power lines, first remember to stay clear of the lines. That's the most important thing. And then call 1-866-223-8508 to report the problem.
And restrictions were already in place for area beaches through August 1st, but today Nueces County leaders making the decision to close them altogether, at least through Monday, July 27th. So Gulf and Bay beaches will close. The reason: impacts from the storm are expected to include higher than normal tides along our local beaches, something that can lead to an increased rip current risk. The closure will take effect beginning tomorrow at noon through Monday. Also starting at noon tomorrow, the parking lots at the Packery Channel and the Windward parking lot will be closed, along with McGee and North beaches.
Following developing news right now, First Edition is taking a look at a potential overnight shooting that took place at the La Armada housing complex on Rojo and Roosevelt Drive. Officers arrived at the scene late last night. Details are limited. As soon as we do learn more information, we will get you updated. And we are
Hey guys, welcome back. Well, over in Kingsville earlier tonight, community members came together to make sure those who are suffering from COVID-19 are not forgotten. This group met outside in the parking lot of Christus Bond Clayberg to pray for the sick, their families, as well as the doctors and nurses who are working tirelessly around the clock due to the virus. The local pastor who organized the prayer circle is asking other community members to continue to keep our healthcare workers in your thoughts and prayers.
God put it in my heart to come and pray for all the patients here, the ones that are sick, that can't have any visitors. We just wanted to come and lift hands.
So if, as expected, the coastal bend receives 4 to 8 inches of rain in a short time span, like the storm is looking to do for us, the chances for at least some flooding are pretty good. But just imagine what it would be like if you live in one of the many colonias throughout South Texas. They are typically low-income neighborhoods without any water or sewage systems in place. Our Ashley Gonzalez caught up with some folks today who know what it's like firsthand.
Take a look at this water from a colonia in Nueces County. It may look like it's clean, but a team of PhD students out of UT Austin and TAMU-CC say that's not the case here.
We had 7 wells that were between 2 and 2.5 times the legal limits in terms of arsenic levels, and arsenic's a poison.
Isabel Arraiza says even today, residents here in Nueces County do not have clean water. And while they do have access to well water,
people that are using wells are going to be vulnerable to different types of environmental